will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Member Burr. President Darlene Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patil Brownson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker. Member Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here. All right. I hereby call the November 2020 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:33 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Ida Rodriguez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Please stand. And ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Very poignant words in this week of voting. This is a big week for civic engagement, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of opportunities to reflect on that. Thank you. I am going to start with announcements. I'm delighted to announce that Rigel Massaro has joined the SBE team last week. She had worked as a senior legislative counsel at Public Advocates since 2013. Prior to that, she was a staff attorney for Advocates for Children of New York Incorporated, a law clerk for the Arizona Court of Appeals, a law clerk at Consumers Union, and an educator in the Littleton Elementary School District in Cashin, Arizona. And please join me in welcoming Rigel. Are we able to put Rigel on the screen? Maybe not. We'll have to probably see her a little bit later. She's going to be a great addition. And many of us know her from her work in Sacramento on issues that we care about. So she'll be picking right up. There are 4 items on the agenda that have addenda. Item 1, the SBE Screening Committee recommendations for appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, the California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission. Item 2 is the SBE Screening Committee recommendations for 3 finalists for the 2021-22 Student Board Member. Item 3, the 2020 Student Advisory Board on Education Report. Item 4, approval of the criteria to define verified data and the list of valid and reliable assessments and measures of post-secondary outcomes as required by California Education Code Section 47607.2. On consent calendars, the proposed waiver consent items are W01 through W06 and W08. The proposed regular consent items are items 6 through 8 and item 11. We will take up both the waiver consent items and the regular consent items later this afternoon. In terms of public input, members of the public who are wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 12 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board agenda. Board members, please mute your microphones when you're not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times except during scheduled breaks to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. And for each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you board members to raise your hands using the Zoom participant window if you would like to ask a question or make a comment and Brooks will help me keep track of that. So we're going to start with agenda item 1. First, I'm going to welcome Patricia Rucker, who has just arrived. Welcome, Pat. So our state board priorities item, the state superintendent would be giving his report this morning, but he is delayed. Will give that I'm back. Hopefully, there we go. Can you see me? Give me a thumbs up. You can? All right, thanks. Fingers crossed that we all get through this with our internet intact. This is a time, as you know, of great social disruption. We've been experiencing not only a public health crisis, but also an economic crisis, a civil rights crisis stemming from long overdue reckoning with systemic racism, a climate crisis. And during these times of great social upheaval, we also have opportunities for great social transformation. And we're experiencing that as well in California. As we've seen this week, 160 million Americans determinedly voted across this country more than ever before in our history. It is a time for civic engagement around these issues and around other issues as well to guide the course of our country and our state. And to ensure that we can live together in appreciation of each other safely and productively. At our November meeting last with ravaged communities in Butte County and in Ventura County. I'm hoping my internet will hold. Last November, we honored students and teachers for Schools for Climate Action, a Sonoma County organization formed after the Tubbs fire in 2017 to enable students to advocate for climate solutions. We thank them for their advocacy, which had resulted in more than 100 educational organizations adopting climate change resolutions. At that time, we noted that 6 of the 10 most destructive fires in California's history had occurred since October 2017. A year later, we have experienced the worst wildfire season in our state history. Over 9,000 fires burned 4.3 million acres of our state this year. A year ago, I noted that that climate change is not only an existential threat, it's a threat to our ability to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students, and it is something that we can address. Recently, I was asked to join the National K-12 Climate Action Commission. It's an initiative of the Aspen Institute, has an impressive list of partners, the National Education Association, the American Federation of Teachers, the PTA, the Education Trust, the Sierra Club, and many others. And that commission issued a report examining how states and districts can adopt policies to help America's 98,000 public schools reduce energy, reduce bus emissions, and reduce food waste. I hadn't realized, and probably many others don't know, that schools are among the largest energy consumers among public sector buildings. Schools serve over 7 billion meals annually with related food waste. Schools use about 480,000 school buses for transportation. It's the largest mass transit fleet in the country. And the report highlighted local districts that have policies to support sustainable practices that can be replicated statewide. Many California districts were highlighted. Los Angeles Unified, the nation's second largest district, made progress on its commitment to reach 100% clean, renewable energy by 2040. The Twin Rivers District in Sacramento was called out as having the largest electric school bus fleet in the entire nation. Twin Rivers began converting to electric buses in 2017, using funds from California's Cap and Trade program. The buses have reduced the district's fuel cost by 80%. Oakland Unified was highlighted for its goal of establishing a garden at every school site and for its work in food waste reduction. The district has provided 50% of its waste from reaching a landfill. These districts are showing that California can confront huge challenges and work to surmount them. And we are not shying away from the global challenges. On climate change, Governor Newsom and the California volunteers announced the creation of the California Climate Action Corps this summer. It's just getting started, but teens and teachers can visit www.climateactioncorps.ca.gov to learn about what is envisioned. There will be opportunities for high school and college students to spend summers and extracurricular time engaged in climate volunteering and service activities. These activities will help students earn the new seal of civic engagement, a recognition that we want to encourage for all of our students as they and we commit to supporting work in our communities. They can also apply to become Climate Action Corps Fellows, and those applications are currently being accepted. More than 250 fellowships will be awarded. The state will help to pay for college for these fellows. And they'll be deployed for 7 months to a year in frontline communities with various state and local government committees, nonprofit organizations, universities, and colleges, developing and implementing climate action projects. For our young people, this is part of what they will be living through and with all their lives, and enabling them and us to take more action to preserve and protect the quality of California and of their lives is essential. Of course, it's only one of the many challenges we're facing. And I want to talk just a little bit more about the progress being made in reopening schools, another challenge that we are meeting and learning to surmount. Although more than 90% of California students started school in online learning, as the end of October, there were about 750,000 students attending in-person classes in 21 counties, mostly rural, but also suburban Orange and San Diego counties. 20 counties have a mix of districts that are open to varying extents in person and hybrid learning. They serve about 1.7 million students and include a mix of urban and semi-urban counties like Fresno, Sacramento, Ventura, Santa Barbara. And then in 17 counties where all or most districts are serving students through distance learning only, there are plans underway for many schools to reopen in January. And these counties serve 3.6 million students, and they include LA, Bay Area, Inland Empire, Riverside, San Bernardino. Many creative strategies to finding space and strategies for serving students are being developed. For example, partnering with community colleges to use their classrooms while they're in online learning to create social distancing for high school students. So there are lots of ways that people are solving the many problems associated with physical opening of schools. Many of these districts have brought back students in small groups, often students with disabilities, English learners, those with other needs. A number of districts, sometimes working with community partners, have also created learning hubs to offer spaces for digital learning with adult assistance, with meals, with a variety of supports for children who are not able to engage in distance learning from home. We are learning how to open schools safely with appropriate physical distancing, face coverings, attention to hygiene, attention to creating small cohorts of teachers and students who stay together throughout the day. Our Department of Public Health notes that there have been almost no cases of transmission associated with these school openings thus far. In addition to the guidance provided by the California Department of Public Health, both the Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence have developed guides and toolkits for schools to use when planning how to return to campus. The state is supporting these efforts by providing 2 months worth of free personal protective equipment to schools at no cost and helping schools procure PPE in bulk and at discounted rates. As we know, the budget, the governor's budget this past year, this current year, drawing in part on the federal CARES Act funds, has provided schools with over $5 billion to be spent on closing the digital divide, sanitation supplies, PPE testing, and then tutoring and other services to address learning loss. The state is supporting reopening efforts with new testing partnerships, stepping up contact tracing efforts, helping with the supply chain, and issuing the guidance. The state's new contract with Perkin-Elmer, for example, will double the state's COVID testing capacity and drive down costs, and will be made available to many school districts. We all know that reopening schools is a huge challenge, but we are learning to do it safely. It is especially important that we get our youngest learners back to school in person so that they don't use the precious in-person learning needed to learn the fundamental skills on which they will build the rest of their school careers. Most countries that have returned to school, as some districts are doing, did so by using their available space to bring the youngest learners back full-time and then gradually phasing in older learners as solutions to scheduling and space were worked out. Because these young students are the most necessary and the safest to bring back in person, California has offered an elementary school waiver to all districts across the state, regardless of what tier they're in, worked out, of course, with the local public health department to ensure safe procedures. And I just want to note that California's educators have worked to creatively address so many challenges this year. I am optimistic that we'll continue to do so as we meet the many ongoing issues we face, and that we will not just restart schools, but reinvent them to be more socially and emotionally supportive of all students, more relationship-centered, more connected to families, more focused on enabling civic engagement as well as academic competencies. And I think that is really part of what we're going to see on the state board's agenda over the coming year. I think many of us have really understood that we don't want to return to the status quo with many of the inequities that have plagued the system of education in every state for many years. But we want to return to a new normal, to a new deal in which the work that we've been engaged in over the last decade really does come into fruition, with the opportunity to think differently about how we organize schools, about how we support our educators, and about how we support our students. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the SBE Screening Committee's recommendations for ACCS, for ACSE, for CPAG, and for IQC. We're going to first take up the Screening Committee's recommendations for those appointments. The public comment slide should be put up now. I'm hoping that that will appear. We're going to open the phone line for public comment. Hopefully the public comment slide will appear, so that will be easy to do. And the public members will have the instructions. I will read them, but I hope you'll also see them because this is a lot to take in auditorily. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling 712-432-0075 and entering access code 651905#. There we go. There's the public comment slide. And while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, I want to ask Vice President Strauss, who chaired this year's process, to share the recommendations from the Screening Committee regarding appointments to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, the California Practitioners Advisory Group, and the Instructional Quality Commission.
Well, good morning. I was joined this year by Member Ting Sung and Member Cynthia Glover Woods, who worked really, really hard through this process, and we're a great team together. For each of our advisory commissions, a state board staff member and a CDE staff member joined us as well. So for the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, we had 15 applications. I'll just say we have an additional opening we'll be posting next week. We're going to be interviewing for a charter school administrator. For the Advisory Commission on Special Ed, we had 27 applications. For the California Practitioners Advisory Group, we had 9. And for the Instructional Quality Commission students, we had 9. So it is my pleasure to give the state board the recommendations. We're recommending a reappointment for a 2-year position to Wesley for the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools for Wesley Sieber, who's currently superintendent in Kingsburg Elementary Charter School District. He represents district superintendents, and Erica Jones, a teacher in Los Angeles Unified, representing teachers. That's for the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. These are reappointments for 2 years. We're also recommending an appointment for 2 years for Andrea Fazal. She's a teacher at Downtown College Prep, representing teachers. And we're recommending that for a 2-year term. There's an addendum that was just posted on this. For the Advisory Commission on Special Education, we're recommending that the following individuals be appointed. Stacy Adler, Superintendent of Mono County Office of Education, representing 3 categories: a parent of student with disability, state and local official or administrator, and also representative of charter schools. Maria Alvarado Gill, Regional Director of Rocket Ship Education. She's a parent of a disability, individual disability, and represents charter schools. And Sarah Notch, who's the Executive Director of Special Education and Instruction for San Mateo County Office of Education, parent of a student disability, and a state or local official or administrator. For the Advisory Commission recommendation to the California Practitioners Advisory Group, we're recommending 3 reappointments for a 2-year term. Jesse Levin, an educational researcher working for American Institute for Research. Ed Manasala, the superintendent of El Dorado County, representing superintendents or other administrators. And Nancy Portillo, chief of staff for the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, representing private school children. For the appointment to the California Practitioner Advisory Group, we're recommending a 3-year term for Mia Cooper. She's representing the Specialized Instructional Support Personnel. She works in San Bernardino City Unified School District. For the Instructional Quality Commission, we are recommending, you might know that as a result of students appearing in front of the school state board a couple of years ago and then going to the legislature, we have the authority to appoint one of our IQC members as a student instead of an adult. And so this year actually is the first year a student is serving during their senior year on the Instructional Quality Commission. So this appointment will be for next year's for senior. She's a junior now and she'll be serving in her senior year. This is Juliana Garcia. She's a junior at John F. Kennedy Middle College High School in Coronado Unified School District, and she will be appointed to the IQC. Those are the recommendations of these 4 screening committees. And I would just say we interviewed amazing candidates with incredible experience and willingness to serve the state of California and support our students. It was a pleasure to meet them, and we did it on Zoom this year, so we actually got to see them rather than just talk on the telephone. And it was a really thoughtful, really engaging conversation. I just would ask if Member Glover Woods or Member Sung wanted to make any comments about the screening process, and then I would move approval of these recommendations. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Member Strauss. I will just echo what you said as far as the pleasure it was to serve on the screening committee and meet such phenomenal people. Also, again, just to underscore the phenomenal nature of the students that we had opportunity to meet during the interviewing process. Our future is indeed bright, and again, quite excited to see the young people that are coming through.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I would also echo all of the comments made by my colleagues. It was the first time that I served on the screening committee, and I was very just amazed by the educators and the parents who applied for the positions, and it was really difficult through the paper screening as well as through the interviews. So really appreciated the opportunity to be able to talk and meet with all these people. And I would also echo Member Glover Wood's comments about the students. Oh, so inspiring. Just made our day.
Yes, I think that the governor's going to have a hard time making a selection, and I'm glad that we're going to honor all of those finalists. We're open for public comment, and then we'll come back for any board discussion on this item before we take a motion. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one person in this queue. Caller, welcome to the State Board of Education meeting. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Lindsay Nofelt. I'm a parent with a second grader at Berkeley Unified School District. I'm calling to express my concerns about the statewide literacy plan. As you continue to review...
Caller, pardon me. This is only for item 2. We would ask you to, or I'm very sorry, for item 1, we would ask you to call back during general public comment later this afternoon. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on this item?
No, there are no other callers at this time.
All right. We're now open for board discussion, and maybe we can take the screen down, the screen share down, so it's easier to see all the board members. Is there any board discussion? Feel free to raise your hand in the participant list, or I can watch for you to raise it in person as well. Any discussion from the board? I am seeing none. So at this point, I think we're ready for a motion.
So I move approval of the recommendations for the screening committee for ACCS, ACSE, CPEG, and IQC student.
All right, thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any further board discussion? All right. We're going to ask you to raise your hand in the participant panel of Zoom. Let's see if we can all do this. This is a performance task. You've got to go to the participant.
Linda, I'm sorry. I think we need to call the roll, which I can do.
Okay, yeah. The script said raising hands, and that was a new one. Okay, hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Yes.
But I will note that some people successfully accomplished the performance task that I want to recognize you for.
Duly noted, and now on the public record. Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to the draft preliminary report of actions and minutes for the September 10th, 2020 board meeting. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, and maybe we should put that public comment call-in slide up again. Do I have a motion from a board member to approve the September 10th, 2020 State Board of Education draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
I will move approval.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Are there any public comments?
No, we do not have any public comment.
All right, any further discussion? All right, Brooks, will you please call the roll for the roll call vote?
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
President Fatah. Member Fatah.
Aye.
I elevated you.
He will be president.
We're all about
someday.
student voice.
Of something.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Unanimous.
All right. And I'm not yet seeing our state superintendent, so we're going to go ahead and launch into the liaison reports. I want to invite you to report out on any liaison activities that were not related to items in our November agenda. We'll begin by calling on board members in reverse alphabetical order based on last name, and I'm going to start with Pursuant.
Hi. So the California Workforce Pathways Advisory Committee is meeting in a couple of weeks on the 20th. We'll be getting an update on the CTIG grant and the K-12 workforce grant. The applications have come, the selections have been made, and so we'll get an update on that. And just an update on the work that we're doing with the statewide, the Career Technical Education Plan. And that's really all I have to report.
All right. Vice President Strauss.
Thanks. On September 16th, the Instructional Quality Commission met, and then the state literacy grant, they reviewed it, and it went out for public comment. Also, the ethnic studies model curriculum, the public comment period is now ended, and we'll be meeting on the 18th and 19th and going over the next round of edits, and I'll be joined by Member Glover Woods and Member Rucker. On September 17th, the Science Collaboration Committee met. That's the effort to continue to implement next generation science standards throughout the state. They're doing a lot of work to help teachers with distance learning and providing really wonderful opportunities for assessments and benchmarks and lots of promising practices. So it's a great support network. I think a lot of our content are doing that, and I just was really honored to be part of it and to watch how they connected the work to equity and social justice. On the 21st of October, the Advisory Commission on Special Education met, and they did an update on the state performance plan and looked at the system of support and how we're supporting school districts, particularly for students with special needs. I just have to say it was just wonderful to listen to the report. If you have some time to look at that commission meeting and to see the kind of work we're doing with distance learning to support special needs students, particularly the support of inclusive practices presentation that we heard was really heartwarming to see the wonderful practices during the pandemic to address distance learning and the barriers to inclusion. We also got a report from the state special schools and how they're working on instruction during COVID-19. And I think we know everybody's working so hard, but these were highlights, particularly serving our students with challenging learning situations and learning needs. We had a report on the California Special Education Funding Report. It's a study that was done by West Ed and talking about the challenges in special ed funding, particularly around what is equal practice, how do we align our funding systems, and what is the role of self-list. I think we'll be hearing a lot more about this, but it was really quite important to listen to. Again, it's all on the Advisory Commission Special Ed website from that meeting. I think you'd be interested in hearing more about that. And then we have a new special ed director, Heather Calamese, coming to us from Illinois, and she did an update on the activities of the division. And then we had to wish and thank Summer Harding and Sarah Walker, who served for 8 years on the commission. They had 2 terms. They both served on the commission and were really wonderful members as well. California is part of the National Association of State School Boards of Education, State Boards of Education, and they had a Western regional meeting on Friday, October 23rd. So I was really interested to know that our Western area includes islands, including American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands. And so it was really interesting to see. It was all done obviously remotely, but to hear what other states are doing, I would say they did highlight our work in advancing social emotional learning in California for the Western area, and also discussed what different states are looking at during COVID, particularly around student support, accountability, and policy. So very interesting. First time I've been part of NASB, and I think we will look forward to continuing collaboration with them as well. The new president of NASB comes from Utah State Board of Education and is part of the Western group. And then the California State Universities has 2 advisory boards, one that Member Darlene Hammond and I serve on. We'll be meeting next week on quantitative reasoning, looking at 4th year of math preparation in high school for students so they're ready for college. But they're opening another one, a new initiative starting on Tuesday, calling the center to close the opportunity gap. And I think this really addresses a lot of what we've been talking about in California about getting our students free. And so they're looking at evidence-based strategies to eliminate opportunity gaps. So they'll be looking at joint initiatives to increase academic success. That center opens next week, and I'll have more information once it opens. That concludes my report.
All right, Member Rucker.
Well, good morning. I work with Board Member Song on the Career Technical Education panel, and as Board Member Strauss already pointed out, we work together on the IQC issue, so I won't repeat any of those reports. I'm also working with NASB on the Whole Child Study Group. We have been meeting every other month since the group was created back in the spring. We're continuing to expand our discussion about what it means to support students and schools in this environment as more schools attempt to open and make the transition to full-time face-to-face instruction in the midst of this pandemic. There's a lot of work being done to collect and develop guidance and collect models of good practice from schools and districts across the states. California models, is several of the ones that Dr. Darling Hammond already mentioned, are being included and being looked at by NASB. Our next meeting is coming later on this month. I believe it's on November 17th. I'm also involved as the liaison to the State Council of Support for Military Involved Children. These are dependents of military parents, and we have been meeting with our new support commissioner, Kai Jackson, on a very regular basis. One of the primary goals this year includes expanding the involvement of other military communities, including the Coast Guard, as representatives on this state council to discuss matters for transition and engagement of students who transfer into our schools. Our current legislative liaison is Assemblymember Todd Gloria, and with the changeover with the election, we are waiting for the legislature to identify who our next legislative liaison will be appointed for this activity and for that position. Finally, the last thing that I will briefly report on is I am the liaison for the Math Curriculum Framework Committee. The Curriculum Framework Committee has had two meetings since our State Board of Education meeting in September. We met in September, in October, and we just completed a set of meetings in November. The committee has made some recommendations to the board, asking particularly about board policy and the criteria and policy that the board created for guidance for the framework and the development of the framework for the committee. Rather than presenting those recommendations to the board today, because we couldn't take action on their requests at this point anyway, there is going to be a scheduled meeting with the writers and department and State Board of Ed staff on Monday, and I'll be facilitating that discussion. We'll be taking a look at not only the board's current recommendations, the guidance for the development of the framework, but also take a look at how we will take an in-depth discussion on the development of Chapter 12, the criteria for the publishers, as well as looking at and understanding what the recommendations will be for course development, whether we're looking at the integrated courses or the recommendations that districts may consider in creating course pathways through the high school program, as well as the assignment on Algebra 1 for students beginning in 8th grade. And I'll be ready to report that information back to the board at the September meeting. So this Monday's meeting is unusual. It's a unique opportunity for us to have some very in-depth discussion at a point in time where multiple decision points, important decision points that will revolutionize and really change the intent and purpose of the framework will be considered and developed. So I'm looking forward to being able to come back and make a presentation to the board about that at the January meeting. That's the end of my report.
Awesome. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, good morning. So I attended the October 8th and 9th CTC meeting as a liaison, and there's a new student liaison, but I'm going to come back to her in just a minute because I want to go over some of the data that was covered. Regarding teacher prep programs, we had the annual report card was presented, and the dashboards, the CTC dashboards are just, they do not disappoint. If you have not been on CTC's website, please go on there and search and dig, and you'll get lost in just tremendous amount of depth and breadth of information. So some of the highlights from that report are, that more teachers, it appears, are being instructed by K-12 staff than institutions of higher learning. For a more traditional route, 15,000 K-12 staff provided supervised clinical experience. And for the alternative IHE-based route, 6,000 K-12 staff provided supervised clinical experience. There was also, the highlights on STIPs and PIPs, right, which are some of the waivers that are provided by the CTC for districts, and they have STIPs are for acute staffing need due to unforeseen circumstances. In the 2018-19 report, 3,600 STIPs were issued, right? And again, the concern is having a qualified, highly qualified teacher in front of all of our students here in California. And then the PIPs, 2,500 PIPs were issued in the year 2018-19. There are limited assignment teaching permits. These are for credentialed teachers who are working outside of their credential area while working for an authorization, a supplement.
Hi, Jay, I think you have an internet problem. We'll give it a, there she is, you're back.
Oh, wow, it's like it got cut off, disappeared. All right,
yeah.
So I hope that you heard all the way up to the variable term waivers. And so these are the final option for employers to meet staffing needs when a suitable, fully qualified candidate cannot be found. And there were 400 new waivers issued in 2018-19. The commissioners really emphasized how much they want for communication to exist between the LEAs and the educator preparation programs, and for there to be a, am I still here? Okay.
You're still here.
And so, and as part of the teacher candidate program, there's an individual development plan that guarantees the continual improvement of the candidate as they're going through the process, right? So that as they go through the process with a supervised mentor or, the qualified teacher, they become, they're fully prepared to take on the challenges of the classroom. There were a few examples within some of the accreditation reports of where some of these programs are working beautifully, right? And that's what we need to really strengthen so that the quality of our teachers that are coming into the workforce are being able to meet the needs of our students. And especially right now that we're having such challenging times, especially for our current students that are in teacher prep programs, given the environment that we're all in. I'd like to highlight a teacher residency program. LAUSD conducted collaborative meetings with the residency partners. They discussed program components and really highlighted their exemplary partnership. And that's something that, is important to highlight and recognize and continue so that there is strong partnerships between the teachers, the IHEs, the districts, and they're working together to build better prepared teachers. So the additionally, the CTC is also responsible for teacher discipline, and the number of cases that have been open have gone down considerably, and the staff that works in this department has just worked arduously to continue processing the cases. There have been funds that have been dedicated to making sure that the legal staffing is there, and that these are getting worked out and carried through in a way that's beneficial to all parties, and that there's due process. But I'd like to come back and highlight the beginning of the meeting. When commissioners do their reports, it was very emotional, and it has been very emotional for the last few meetings as we're talking about the racial inequities, right? That we're just it seems like confronting with a lot of commitment in California, and having these discussions about what our students are going through and what our teachers are going through. And some of my colleagues on that commission, counselors, teachers, just feeling like they're having a hard time with everything that's happening, right? Whether it's the civil discourse or being online and not being able to be there for our students the way we are when we're face to face. And we brought in there's a new student liaison. Her name is Corey Jones. I keep saying we because it feels like I just left the CTC. But Corey Jones, she's a new student liaison, and she was captivating in her commitment, in her voice, very powerful and thoughtful, and she just broke through this digital environment, and I just really felt her desire to humanize, right, and bring that thing that we can't really put a label on in teaching, that being able to embrace our students and carry them on to learning and to continue. And so one of the things that she said is that trying to become a teacher, right? She's a student teacher right now, in this ambiguous time is so challenging. And anybody who is either teaching or teaching teachers or working with teachers or students, they just shout out resilience. And so it was very powerful to hear that, because it's true. And I want to acknowledge everybody, all of us in education who are confronting this. And if Commissioner Martin from San Diego Unified, who is actually her district, I think, is mentioned in the report that we're going to be looking at in a bit. She read a poem by Maya Angelou, and it was incredibly. You could see everybody. We were all crying, and I'd like to share that with you, because it really. It took Corey Jones, our new student liaison's words, and everything that all of the teachers and counselors were feeling about the social emotional component, students and teachers just feeling like they're at the end of their rope. And so without further ado, if you'll indulge me, the poem is continue. My wish for you is that you continue to be who and how you are, to astonish a mean world with your acts of kindness. Continue to allow humor to lighten the burden of your tender heart. Continue in a society dark with cruelty to let the people hear the grandeur of God in the peals of your laughter. Continue to let your eloquence elevate the people to heights they had only imagined. Continue to remind the people that each is as good as the other and that no one is beneath nor above you. Continue to remember your own young years and look with favor upon the lost and the least and the lonely. Continue to put the mantle of your protection around the bodies of the young and defenseless. Continue to take the hand of the despised and diseased and walk proudly with them. In the high street, some might see you and be encouraged to do likewise. Continue to plant a public kiss of concern on the cheek of the sick and the aged and the infirm, and count that as natural action to be expected. Continue to let the gratitude, the pillow upon which you kneel to say your nightly prayer, and let faith be the bridge you build to overcome evil and welcome good. Continue to ignore no vision which comes to enlarge your range and increase your spirit. Continue to dare to love deeply and risk everything for the good thing. Continue to float happily in the sea of infinite substance, which set aside riches for you before you had a name. Continue, and by so doing, you and your work will be able to continue eternally. Thank you.
Thank you, IJ. That is a wonderful sentiment on which we can be reflecting today. I see that State Superintendent Tony Thurman is here. Welcome, Tony. We are in the midst of liaison reports, but we're going to come back to those and let you make your remarks at this point. Good to see you.
Good morning, Madam President, and I'm happy to wait until the liaison reports are complete.
All right, then we will continue. And so, Member Patillo-Bronson, you are next up.
Great. So I wanted to give an update on some of the liaison work on early childhood, early learning. As you all might recall, back in 2019, the governor and the legislature approved two new bodies. One was the Early Childhood Policy Council to provide advice and counsel on early learning policy issues, and it also commissioned the Master Plan for Learning and Care, which was modeled on the higher ed master plan to create a long-term planning effort in order to ensure that it is a thoughtful, systemic rollout of how the system grows and supports early learning for our youngest students. The major tenets that they were looking to address were around funding reform, around workforce development, preschool expansion, mixed delivery, encompassing both family child cares, center-based programs and school district programs, shared services, and data sharing so that eventually we can link the early learning data with the K-12 data and actually provide a path towards longitudinal tracking to figure out how kids are progressing and what services and dosages of services they're receiving. What's exciting, I think, is that the Master Plan Committee, which is being led largely by Wested, has frontlined a number of themes around equity for the most vulnerable, partnerships with families, developing the workforce, and a whole child approach, which in sort of the parlance of K-12 oftentimes tracks to social emotional learning, but also is encompassing of health, mental health, developmental screenings, IEPs. So the original plan was to have a master plan by October 1st, but for very reasonable reasons related to COVID, the date has been moved back. But there has been quite a bit of outreach and stakeholder feedback. There were two large meetings with the Parent Advisory Committee and with the Workforce Advisory Committee in September. And the expectation is that it will be made public before the end of the year, and the date will be announced soon. We have our preview meeting as the Early Childhood Policy Council to see some of the early recommendations coming up later this month on November 16th. And I think maybe just it's helpful to put shine a light on how the two systems are working together. Many family child cares have not closed during the pandemic at all, and have moved from the traditional role of serving younger children, but also now serving younger children and school-age children, and oftentimes playing the role of ensuring that when parents are essential workers and kids need help getting online, that they are playing that parent support role for so many kids in order to make sure that they can participate for virtual learning. And I think I'll stop there because I think we're running a little bit tight on time. So I look forward to being able to share the recommendations as they come out. And by January, we should have lots more specificity to share with this group.
Linda, I think you're on mute. Did you call me?
Yes, I called you on mute.
That's great. Hello, everyone. Yeah, and Board President, I apologize for not being able to do my background. In complete transparency, I have 3 teenagers in this house, so if they walk by, mostly boy teenagers are unaware of their surroundings. So I'm just going to say it right now. They
You are freezing.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So I'll be brief. I'll update on, great. I'll update on, we have 4 goals related to the CCE. I'll be brief and highlight 2 of those goals so that we can hear from our state superintendent. Goal 1 is related to direct technical assistance, and CCE has been working on developing the progress monitoring for LEAs receiving direct technical assistance. And they're currently working on producing a public-facing visualization that conveys the progress of LEAs receiving direct technical assistance. And that work is primarily the learning that's coming from Alameda County Office of Ed and Oakland Unified School District. And that work will produce an impact report at the end of the 2021 school year that will be produced annually to show the impact of direct technical assistance across the state. Goal 3 is the facilitation and development and implementation of structures and relationships and processes to support the expansion of the system of support. And I'd like to thank Board Member Strauss for highlighting the AXE presentation on the system of support that was done October 21st. So Dr. Carla Estrada, as well as our SELPA content leads, participated in that presentation, the SELPA content lead for evidence-based practices, SELPA content lead for English learners, and the SELPA content lead for Universal Design for Learning. And I would agree with Board Member Strauss, incredibly appreciative. And also the CCE received some good feedback about promoting those resources to engage more general education practitioners. And lastly, the hashtag Comeback California. CCE has been working on sharing tools and resources and practices to facilitate dialogue among LEAs as they navigate the challenges in returning students to school. And all of this information can be found at the CCE website, which has had a makeover, and it looks it's really easy to navigate. So ccee-ca.org. And again, thank you to Sue Burr for laying the foundation for the CCE. She contributed many years of service to the CCE, and all of the good work that's coming out now is part of her leadership. And so just thank you, Sue, and that will do it for me.
Great. Member McClellan.
Thank you. This past month, I had the pleasure and the honor of participating on the superintendent's roundtable on Native American Studies. I was impressed. It was a rather short meeting, but a great turnout, and the number of folks listening and participating was quite large. It covered accuracy in studies of Native Americans. Some of the challenges are that there are so many tribes in California, over 120 federally recognized tribes, and trying to select curriculum that covers and accurately covers all the tribes throughout California will be a challenge. And then our diversity in the state, what happens in Northern California compared to Southern California, very different. But I'm really looking forward to this process and continuation of it. And again, a very big turnout of folks who were on the call. The second thing you're going to hear later today, so my participation in the Student Advisory Board on Education, helping those students prepare for their later presentations today that you'll be hearing, but it was a fantastic process and very impressed with the students and their preparation for what they'll be presenting later today. It was a fun process. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. And most of my comments I gave during item 1. I did have opportunity, of course, to be part of this screening committee. I did share my comments for that, and Vice President Strauss did cover the information for the upcoming IQC work around the ethnic studies model curriculum. So I have nothing further to add there. I will just share I did have opportunity to participate in the NASBE convening that took place last month, and in particular, the session that was held for new state board members was quite informative, a great orientation. And if there are any newer state board members that like to see what was discussed, I believe they are going to archive that particular presentation. And that's all I have to share at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Fattah.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. This past weekend, I had the honor of attending the Student Advisory Board of Education hosted by the California Association of Student Councils from October 30th to November 2nd. As Board Member McQuillan already echoed, we're going to be hearing from them a little bit later today, but my role at that conference was just facilitating the election process for next year's student member on the State Board of Education. And so the student delegation at the conference narrowed down the 12 semifinalists that the screening committee selected to 6 finalists after hearing them deliver speeches and speaking with them directly. And I also sat with board members Strauss, Sun, and McQuillan on the interview committee to select the top 3 candidates who we will be recommending, and I believe it's item 2 to the governor, who we will also be meeting shortly. And I think I speak on behalf of all 4 of us when I say that it was an incredibly difficult decision, probably one of the most difficult decisions I've ever had to make, to narrow down those 6 candidates to 3. And that concludes my liaison report.
All right, thank you. Member Burr.
Good morning. All of the issues that I worked on will be coming up either today or tomorrow. So I'm anxious to hear from Superintendent Thurman. That completes my report.
Thank you. And I'm going to give one item for us and then move straight to our state superintendent. This has been a month of many, many meetings of all the education groups. We do belong to the National Association of State Boards of Education, as was mentioned earlier. I served on a NASB panel on how state boards can promote equity and spoke about a lot of things that are already en route in California, but also heard from some other state board leaders about what they're doing around equity in their states. So that's a very interesting conversation and one that you may want to tune into. The video and audio from that are available and will be sent to you with a link, not only from that session, but from the whole conference. A lot of talk about the importance in this moment of really humanizing education. So a link to Member Rodriguez's comments that I think is coming out in a lot of discourse in education. I'm going to, with that, turn the floor over to State Superintendent Tony Thurman. Tony, great to see you.
You too, Madam President. Good morning, board members, and good morning to everyone who's following today. We hope that wherever you are, you continue to be safe and well. Today, I get to join you from the California School for the Deaf in Fremont. I have been having the opportunity to work here and work at the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. And I can tell you that both of our schools offer incredible preschool programs to help many students who have no exposure to language until they start school. I also want to mention the California School for the Blind, also in Fremont. We have 3 incredible schools serving incredible students with great educators doing great things even in the pandemic. I also want to just thank all the board members. Many of you have had a chance to either be on phone calls with or Zooms. It feels like we're in regular communication, always with the state board president on issues on a regular, sometimes on the daily. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with board members Rucker, and I think I've been on at least a handful of Zooms with board member Fatah and his great leadership and advocacy for students in ethnic and racial justice in the state. Thank you, board member McQuillan, for joining our virtual teach-in conversation about how we teach correct and culturally competent learnings about Native American history in California schools. Thank you, board member Dr. Glover Woods, for the wonderful introduction of school board members in San Bernardino and Riverside counties. It's an honor to see you all, Madam President, Madam Vice President. I want to start off by, again, just acknowledging the resilience of our students, our educators, administrators, and their families. We've been at this since March, addressing the impacts of the pandemic, addressing the impacts of racism, addressing the impacts of fire, and now something I never knew existed, election anxiety. And hearing people say that anxiety, even from the election, can create physical manifestations for people. And so we want to encourage those who need it to reach out to your provider. If you need support, to reach out to support wherever you can get it. The biggest conversation continues to be school reopening. Many of our schools have opened. Many of our school districts have set opening plans that lead them in the run-up from now to January. Many have used the small learning pods model to figure out how to get open. And our schools still continue to have conversations about how to open safely. That continues to be the key conversation. And our staff is leaning in with many of our school district leaders to ask the question, what's the impacts of distance learning? What are you seeing? What is your experience? How are you measuring learning in real time? We're happy to share some reports with you as we go. Our Chief Deputy, Dr. Stephanie Gregson, has been in conversation with many of our large districts to hear some of their lessons learned already just months into this next round of distance learning, which we're happy to share with you. We're grateful to our partnership with the Office of Emergency Services to help us get personal protective equipment to school districts. This is among the top priorities in order for our schools to be able to safely open and remain open is PPE and access to robust testing. And there's still many conversations going on. The governor and his team are announcing a new way to augment testing for schools. We've been in conversation with school districts, mayors of our largest cities, all who are coming together to say, how can we open? On the subject of PPE, I want to thank General Motors, who's come forward in a new partnership and donated 500,000 masks that we can distribute to school districts across our state. We've prioritized in the delivery of those masks our tribal communities where we know there is disproportionate impact as it relates to the pandemic. We've prioritized communities where there are higher risks and underlying health issues. We've even been able to send some masks, and we're working with OES to get child-sized masks for children of farm workers, many of whom do not have access to PPE, many of whom both children and their parents are often working outside where air conditions are not good. Again, thank you to OES and others who've helped us to send masks to make sure that they are protected. Again, this is a very tough time. Everyone is leaning in to make this work. I give our students and our educators and their families A+ for effort. I want to let you know that we have some great teachers everywhere, but I want to acknowledge a handful today who have been selected to be the Teachers of the Year in 2021. The pandemic has caused many celebrations to end, but we've decided it is important to continue to recognize excellence in the teaching profession and in education for our classified workers in spite of the pandemic. So allow me just to share these names of these teachers and where they serve so that you may be aware of them. The first is Jim Klipfeld, who's a 9th grade high school teacher in social studies at Saugus High School in the William S. Hart Union High School District. He not only will be one of our Teachers of the Year, but he is my nominee to be a National Teacher of the Year, and he'll be competing against Teachers of the Year candidates from all of the 50 states. I'd like to also introduce you to Allison Sear, who's a third grade multiple subject teacher at Lyndon B. Johnson Elementary in the Desert Sands Unified School District. We had a wonderful conversation. She couldn't believe it that the state superintendent was calling her to tell her that she had been selected. I told her the honor is ours to be able to lift up teachers during this time. I want to acknowledge Keisha Brown, who's a 7th and 8th grade Introduction to Spanish and Avid 8 teacher at University Heights Middle School in the Riverside Unified School District. Another fabulous example of what our educators are doing. And Laura E. Gomez Contreras, who I've asked all of our Teachers of the Year to become advisors to us. Laura was sharing so many great examples of how we close the digital divide. She is also a third grade multiple subject teacher at Martin Elementary School in the Santa Ana Unified School District. And finally, Nora Nguyen, a 6th through 8th grade Spanish teacher at McKinleysville, in the McKinleysville Union School District in Humboldt County. Salutes to all your wonderful educators. Thank you for what you do, and congratulations on being named as our Teacher of the Year for 2021. As you've heard from Board Member McQuillan, we've made our focus, our continuing focus, how do we use education to address hate? We're looking forward to the IQC meeting later this month. Tomorrow we'll be posting some updates, places where we made adjustments to the curriculum, and what we see is a very robust conversation about how to strengthen the curriculum, how to strengthen the model, and how to create a model that school districts can use in the future to continue to have important conversations as our students ask to see representations of people of color and their contributions to California, to our nation, and to our world. As we prepare to run up to the ethnic studies conversation, I want to come back to the conversation that I shared with you, that we have selected 11 school districts to receive mini grants to have professional development to do what we call education to end hate. This means that we've awarded grants to districts to allow them to have anti-racism, anti-bias training, and we've connected them with trainers, world-class trainers who can help them in doing that. There's more than 11 school districts. We're happy to share that with you. I do want to also share with you that we will be holding a handful of professional developments hosted by CDE, virtual professional developments where we continue to delve into conversations about how education can counter hate. Following up on the wonderful conversation we had with educators about culturally competent pedagogy as it relates to Native American history and what we teach our students, and how we offset things that get taught that sometimes aren't even in our standards and sometimes cause harm to our students. We will be hosting this month on the week of November 16th, a first conversation, a professional development, a virtual professional development on teaching Native American history and Native American studies. Stay tuned for details there. That will be followed on December 8th by a professional development webinar on countering anti-Semitism. We've seen a rise in acts of anti-Semitism around the world. We've seen many of our students across the country being tracked with anti-Semitic hate. And then on January the 12th, we will begin a conversation about how we counter Islamophobia in our classrooms. We know that many of our students are impacted by misperceptions and stereotypes and the things that they sometimes hear, even in school, and bullying and things of that nature. And so on January 12th, we will begin a conversation for educators, professional development on how to counter Islamophobia. One quick update on our efforts to close the digital divide. Just want to thank some donors who've come forward in what is now a $420,000 donation of technology to communities in the San Diego area, with a priority on tribal communities that have been without access to computers and the internet. I want to thank San Diego Gas and Electric Company and Southern California Gas and the San Diego Community Foundation for making this work. We continue our efforts to ensure that the internet will flow like electricity. And myself, Chief Deputy, and others have participated in the legislative hearings on how to close the digital divide. We're preparing to make an announcement of a new innovation competition. We're inviting Californians who are innovators, who have access to research and development, to help us identify the next big solution to close the broadband gap, focusing on those communities in our state that don't even have the infrastructure to have broadband. I want to thank Dr. Gary Michelson and Genentech, who've already made donations that have taken us to upwards of $500,000 for a cash prize for this competition. Stay tuned for more updates. My final announcement is really a thank you to the staff at the California Department of Education and the staff at the State Board of Education for their endless work to continue to support 1,000 school districts and to support 6 million students. I have to call out TSD. I lost track. We've done 90 plus webinars since the pandemic has started. But I've lost count. I'm sure we're upwards of 100. We haven't had a single break-in, knock on wood. We've been able to deliver the messages to school districts without interruption. I got to thank our communications team who continue to help us get the word out about devices and grants that we've made available. Our teams that work in special education and nutrition services. Many of you know that at the top of the pandemic, we were serving meals at 5,000 different locations. Our schools are really getting it done. Our early learning and education teams, there's a big transition taking place where many of our subsidized child care programs will be moved into the Department of Social Services. This is very difficult for us, but we're taking it on faith that there's the opportunity to streamline and maximize what families get in our subsidized child care programs when all the programs live together in one agency. But I have to acknowledge everyone who works in child care and everyone who works in early education and of course expanded learning. What people forget is that during the pandemic, after school programs do a lot of great things to augment what students learn during the day and they have safe and structured places. I know I'm going to get in trouble because there are other divisions that I have not mentioned. All of our division directors are great. All of our exec team members are great, but I got to shout these folks out who've been doing incredible work to support an entire education sector during the pandemic. Madam President, this concludes my report, and I would submit to any questions from you or any of the members of the board.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And with that, we're going to move on ahead to item number 2, and we'll get that one done before we take a little break. Item 2 is the 2021-22 State Board of Education student member recommendation of 3 finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. These are the students I was thinking about earlier and that Member Fatah identified in his comments. The State Board of Education Screening Committee recommends that we approve the 3 finalists for the position of student member as identified in the addendum. The item will be presented by Screening Committee Chair, Vice President Strauss. Vice President Strauss, please begin.
So, and as I do my presentation, you see that the finalists have joined us, so you'll actually get to see the students in person of the ones we're talking about. So let me just say, we had 74 students apply to be the next student board member for next year. It's an amazing number. Reading those applications, we had to narrow to 12, and it was tough, amazing. And then and this is the process we use every year, the 12 students then present their platforms and what they want to do to the student committee, which you're going to hear from. The students then narrow that 12 to 6. So then we had the pleasure, Member Sung, Member McClellan, myself, Member Fatah, and Patricia DeCoste from the State Board, we got to interview 6. It was, as Zaid said, the hardest decision we ever had to make. So for all of you who are going to present today, let me just say, it was our highest point. It was so amazing. The future of California is in great hands for the next generation based on the students I'm going to introduce you to now. So the students that we are recommending in alphabetical order as our 3 finalists, these will be presented to the governor. He's going to have a really hard time picking, but let me introduce them to you now. Rana Vanaka, she's from Modesto High School within the Modesto City School District in Stanislaus County. Zachary Patterson at University City High School within the San Diego Unified School District in San Diego County. And Jaden Stewart, North Hollywood High, highly gifted magnet within the Los Angeles Unified School District in Los Angeles County. Those are our 3 finalists. But we have to name our semifinalists, so let me tell you who they are. Stephanie Hu from Tesoro High School within the Capistrano Unified School District in Orange County. Jeffrey O from South Pasadena High School within the South Pasadena Unified School District in Lake County, and Catherine Sue at Westlake High School within the Conejo Valley Unified School District in Ventura County. These were the semifinalists that were presented to the students, and I want to recognize them, and we will be mailing them all a certificate. Normally, they get to come in front, we give them a certificate, we take their picture. We're going to have to do the best we can remotely, but I just want to let all the students know that we will be sending you a certificate in recognition of your achievement. Michael Bleret from James Enix High School within Modesto City Schools in Stanislaus County, Paula Escobar, Evergreen Valley High School within the Eastside Union High School District in Santa Clara County, Alexander Fan from Centennial High School within Kern High School District, Kern County, Emma Jacre, Turlock High School within the Turlock Unified School District in Stanislaus County, Benjamin Salote, Oakland Technical High School within the Oakland Unified School District in Alameda County, and Jennifer Tran, Bolsa Grande High School within the Garden Grove Unified School District in Orange County. So I present to you, those are our semifinalists and our finalists. What an amazing group of students. And when we're ready, I'll be most happy to make a recommendation to the board for approval of our 3.
Awesome. And congratulations to all of you. It's wonderful to get a chance to see you. You look fabulous. And we just appreciate so much all that you are doing and all that you will do in the careers that you have to come. I want to put the public comment slide up if we can. And while we are waiting for members of the public to call in, can we get that slide up? I want to invite other board members who participated in this year's student selection process if they have any other initial comments. And then we will see if there are public comments. So,
Member
yeah,
McQuillan.
again, just
Ting?
yeah, I just want to echo Member Strauss's comments as well. Zachary, Stephanie, Raina, Jeffrey, Jaden, Catherine, you guys were amazing. And it was so difficult in our decision. You inspired me, and I feel so much better about our future. So thank you so much for your time and the work that you did in putting into the interview and the application process. And congratulations to the 3 that will be going on. Thanks.
Wonderful. And Jim?
Yes, I just wanted to echo the same thing. I was so impressed with all the students, their preparation, reading their applications and the letters of recommendations that were so strong. I'm also very hopeful about our future after hearing from these students and their leadership qualities. I'm just so impressed with them. So thank you for allowing me to participate.
Terrific. Any other comments at this moment? We do want to see if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment?
There are no public comment speakers at this time.
All right. We're open for any board discussion, and you can raise your hand in the participant, or you can just wave your hand at me. Any other board comments?
So I will make a motion to approve the 3 finalists to send to the governor's office for state student board member for the following school year.
Sounds great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Zay.
Oh, I will second.
All right. That seems very appropriate. We'll now have a roll call vote. Brooks, will you please call the roll?
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye, aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Aye.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patillo Bronson.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Aye.
Member Sun.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
All right. Terrific. At this point, we'll take a 10-minute break. I'm going to also hand the gavel to Vice President Strauss for the next item when we return, as I have to be in another meeting for a short time. We'll see you back. It is now 9:57. We'll see you back at 10:10.
We will try to build those in today, just so you know. This item is an annual item for us. It is presented by the student representatives of the 2020 Student Advisory Board on Education, better known as SABE. And actually, I have to just say, it's a highlight of our work. And what you're going to hear today from the students could impact practice going forward. So let me just say, we really listened carefully, and we are very excited to hear this presentation.
Eileen, I apologize. We need to reestablish the quorum.
Oh, sorry. Brooks, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Member Burr. President Darling Hammond. Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Sorry, yeah, I have to go.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I thought we might have to do that, so I appreciate you correcting me, and we'll do that in the future after our breaks. So now we're going to hear from the 2020 Student Advisory Board on Education. And I'm going to ask Elijah Sy, President of the California Association of Student Councils, and Diego Bustamante, the 2020 SABE Director and CASC Education Policy Director, to provide introductory remarks. And they will then introduce all of our individual student presenters for the 7 topic areas that we're going to hear. Elijah and Diego, please begin.
Good morning, State Superintendent Thurmond, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Strauss, esteemed members of the State Board of Education, and honored guests. My name is Elijah Sy, and I am a senior at Lincoln High School in San Joaquin County and the current state president of the California Association of Student Councils. Since its inception in 1947, CASC has amplified the student voice, providing avenues for young leaders to be heard during key moments in history. This year has been like no other. Facing a tumultuous world, California students have experienced tremendous adversity, each unique to themselves. This year's Student Advisory Board on Education has brought students together from all over California, combining their experiences to represent the student voice. An integral part of this conference and our delegation has been the election process for the 2021-2022 Student Board Member on the State Board of Education. I'd like to commend many of the people who have made this conference and election process possible. The 12 semifinalists who have taken an active role in their candidacy and their respective proposals, the Board of Education staff, and the current Student Board Member, Zaid Fatah, for conducting the elections he went through only a year ago. Our consistent platform of presentations to the State Board of Education is an utmost honor. Once again, it's CASC's privilege to represent this California Department of Education's emphasis on the inclusion of student voice in the development of education policy. Without further ado, I welcome the CASC Education Policy Director, Diego Bustamante, for more details on the conference.
Thank you for that introduction, Elijah. Good morning, and thank you, Superintendent Tony Thurmond, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Strauss, and esteemed board members for allowing us this amazing opportunity once again. My name is Diego Bustamante, and I am a senior at Lincoln High School in Stockton's Lincoln Unified School District. I am the current Education Policy Director to the California Association of Student Councils and the 2020 Student Advisory Board on Education Conference Director. For over 50 years, students from all over California have come to critique, assess, and evaluate the state of their public education and their school systems at the annual Student Advisory Board on Education Conference. This year's conference took place from Saturday, October 31st to Monday, November 2nd, and was composed of 72 delegates representing all of CASC's 12 regions. It is important to acknowledge the significance of this year's SABE. During a normal year, we would all be in Sacramento right now, and the delegation of students would be sitting behind me, filling every available seat and dressed in their business professional attire. However, as with the majority of everyday tasks and events, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to adapt. This year's conference took place virtually, with each student connecting from their own home through their personal or school-issued computer. In light of the shift to distance and hybrid learning, this year in specific has seen the amplification of many of the negative patterns and faults in our education system, in addition to bringing forth a whole host of new issues and discrepancies. The student voice has and will always be a critical perspective in the decision-making process, but student feedback within education has never before been of greater consequence as we strive towards a more equitable education system in the age of COVID. The students who made up this year's delegation are intelligent, show exceptional initiative, and are open to both feedback and change. Their passion for their own education, their willingness to be flexible, and their drive to enact positive change in the systems around them inspires not only me, but the rest of my staff as well. Our qualifications are this: we are the ones who wake up early in the morning and attend school in whatever fashion that may be this year. We are the ones who experience the California education system. These delegates here have proven themselves to be competent in advising the State Board of Education. With this in mind, this year's delegates have had complete control over the topics presented to you today. With no bias from staff members, delegates debated, voted, and decided upon 7 topics that truly embody what the delegation views to be areas of concern in the California education system. Over the course of 3 days, they took it upon themselves to compress all of our different experiences, ideas, passions, wants, and needs into 7 thorough proposals. The 7 issues that the Student Advisory Board on Education has decided are areas of concern that need to be addressed in our education system are, in order: student representation, civic engagement, racial equity, school safety, mental health, distance learning, environmental sustainability. If you would like to view our packet of proposals, you can check out the agenda item on the CDE website, or also go to tinyurl.com/SABE2020. That's tinyurl.com/SABE2020. Our first presentation will be on the topic of student representation, presented by Benjamin Salop. Thank you very much.
Good morning, esteemed members of the California State Board of Education. My name is Benjamin Salop, and I attend Oakland Technical High School. On behalf of the Student Advisory Board on Education, we recommend that the State Board of Education encourage local district governing boards to appoint students to district-wide subcommittees and create statewide guidelines outlining the rights and roles of youth leaders, promoting this change by appointing youth to all statewide commissions and creating a state SVM advisory board. From a young age, we as youth are told our voices don't matter. Our teachers, our families, even our friends reinforce that we are powerless in our decisions. Elected representatives actively discourage youth from advocating for equality and change, eliminating accountability and activism. In Oakland, our schools began to reduce the general budget in 2019 without consulting our LCAP student directors, one of which was me. During this time, our entire restorative justice team, our foster caseworkers, and the school breakfast team were reduced to a total budget of $0. Students consistently and tirelessly protested these cuts, but without representation and discussions, we were powerless. Hundreds of students lost crucial support services that they relied on without these programs. Imagine what would have changed if students had been centered in this discussion, and if we had students at the table on budget cuts. The district would not eliminate these services. Throughout our research and development process on local representation, we identified the systematic effects of lack of leadership. Elected student board members from Turlock were repeatedly ignored by their colleagues on the board, and these youth elected by student body were not allowed to attend their board meeting, relegated to sitting on Zoom while their adult peers spoke freely. Similarly, in Palo Alto and Oakland, superintendent advisory councils and other leadership groups were canceled due to COVID-19 without considering the ramifications of student leadership or the viable options of hosting virtual meetings. Many districts create a series of hurdles to prevent youth from speaking their mind and creating change in their communities, only exacerbated by the lack of any precedent or institutionalized support for youth. To combat this, we must expand these pre-existing governing bodies to all district decision-making groups, allowing youth to serve in local positions of leadership, like their district subcommittees. We recommend these opportunities are protected by a clear set of rights for youth officials overseeing their roles and responsibilities, creating guidelines for youth adult partnerships. We believe the exemplary leadership demonstrated by CSBA and the State Board of Education can be replicated in all districts, including students in all decisions and therefore achieving performance goals. This strategy of inclusion benefits both students and school board members, allowing both sides to support students and promote leadership. We believe that less than $5,000 are required per school district to implement these positions with an optional cost to appoint a student advisor. But regardless of the cost of impacts or initiative, there are countless benefits to appointing youth to positions of leadership. Student board members already serve as some of the most passionate advocates for youth initiatives, and other youth will advocate for their other priorities. We observe that students who see themselves represented in their education are more likely to pursue research and support, and are more prepared for life beyond high school. Districts without a student board member almost exclusively score failing grades on performance and college readiness, demonstrating inequities exacerbated without a student balance. And the simple act of instituting this change offers youth the opportunity to confront prevalent issues in their communities, which drastically increases youth the opportunity and student achievement so that most represented districts excel in performance. This positive change is demonstrated by the effects in San Francisco USD. In 2018, their district created an SBM position, appointing 2 students in the district, and over the course of that first year, SF Unified achieved significant improvements in student performance, finally achieving a rating of green from the CDE dashboard. I can attest to the fact that representatives on boards lead to lasting performance and stability, as SBMs effectively identify unnecessary initiatives and successful programs. I stand in front of you as a student, as a leader, and as a change maker in my community, passionate about representation. It is integral for us to serve and uplift students as they are key stakeholders in our education. We must be certain that every student leader has equal rights and opportunities to support their peers. This is why we recommend that the State Board of Education encourage governing boards and administration to appoint at least 1 pupil to each board and district committee. We believe these changes will meaningfully impact student achievement in our schools, and through this, we hope to lift the voices of our peers. Thank you.
Great. We'd be happy to take any questions or comments from board members now.
So, Diego, just to clarify, do you want board members to make comments after each of the 7, or do you want to hold till the end of the 7?
Yes, if we could have comments after each one, that would be great.
Okay, so this one is about student representation on boards and the voice to gain critical perspectives from students. Do we have any board member comments?
Oh, should I have raised my hand?
Yeah, go ahead, Zaid. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Strauss. And thank you so much, Benjamin, for your passionate speech. I think there was a part of your proposal in which you talked about the possibility of creating a student board member, student advisory board for the state SBM position. And I think that that's an idea that we should definitely consider on the state board, because I feel as though the student board member on the state board perspective is currently informed just based on conversations had with members of organizations such as the California Association of Student Councils and GenUp. And I think that therefore it's kind of more shaped by interactions and independent research rather than kind of working in tandem with individuals who understand certain regions of our state better than the student board member can research. And so I think that that's definitely something that we should consider as we kind of move forward with this state student board member position, creating the student advisory board, because I think that that can help the state student board member kind of inform their perspective a lot more. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Member Rucker, you have your hand up.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of the students who participated in developing this proposal and having the conversations about it. Normally at the board meeting, if we were sitting at the dais, they would be in the room sitting in the audience, and we would ask them to stand so they could be recognized for their participation in putting the report together. And that's not something that can be done today. So I just want to make sure that for all the students whose names appear in this report and it's been posted, I recognize you, and I really do thank you for your thoughtful approach and the ideas that you developed in this project. I do have a question concerning the idea of the student board member advisory committee. When you think about student voice, the student voice at this dais and at this level has come to be represented by the students who come to this annual convening as members of the advisory committee for the state board, and my colleague on the state board, Zaid Fatah. But I want you all to think about and look back at your own campuses. There are many, many students on your campus who serve in a leadership capacity in many ways on your campus. And while I think your proposal is highly laudable and worth considering for the work that is done to appoint and identify a student member, I think that the power of your recommendation and your idea is its ability to expand who the student voices are that can be represented in these type of advisory committees. So we're not just looking at one type of student voice for setting policy, but all of the student leadership voices at your campuses that contribute to creating the culture and the climate at your school. This is an opportunity and a vehicle for expanding and giving a place to those leadership voices as well. So I really would like to encourage you to think about that too. Thank you very much.
Member McQuillan, I believe you have your hand up and you've been part of this process. Do you want to make any comments about this student representation proposal?
I would just like to thank the students for all their work and their flexibility. You know, that this is an unusual time that the students have shown a lot of resiliency in attending this conference virtually. And I know they've sacrificed a lot by not going in person. I just wanted to thank the students for this presentation and all of the students for their good hard work. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Member McQuillan. So I would say just to the rest of the board, when we listened in the student interviews about student voice and perspective, we heard some amazing ideas besides advisory committee, including using social media to make sure they got student perspectives. So I do think as the world is changing, as technology becomes so much a part of all we do and students do, there are really some really great opportunities to make sure in this huge, diverse state, more than 6.2 million students, that we hear from all 58 counties, that we hear from the diverse perspectives of urban, suburban, rural. And I think the students brought us a lot of really good ideas. So for this first presentation, I just want to thank Benjamin and the team that put it together. So articulate. Oh, excuse me, Member Rodriguez, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, Member Strauss, thank you. I wanted to speak earlier, but the males showed up and the dogs were barking. Oh, there they go. Anyway, I just want to acknowledge, thank you for your presentation. And I have read this report with such delight. And as a teacher, I value student voice and parent voice tremendously. You know, and in this environment, I've asked, you know, one of the things, and this is actually another issue in this report, but going back to the representation, you know, as Member Rucker said, you know, what would this look like at the local level? And it would be, this is a great time to go back to President Darlene Hammond's comments at the beginning, right? What is this? How are we going to emerge from this, and how is it going to be new? And I would really like to see student voice and vote, right? Because we have student members in a lot of different capacities, but I would like to have you be able to vote and to be responsible to your body of peers beyond ASB and, you know, beyond some of these programs that students are selected for because of their academics or what have you, but to really, you know, I think of the program Mosaic, making our schools an inclusive place, but actually making California be, you know, where we bring a voice to a lot of different students who have the voting power. So thank you for this. This whole item is very exciting to me.
Member Glover Woods.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. And again, I'd just like to say kudos to the idea and the thought of more increased student representation. Student voice is extremely, extremely important. And one thing that I just give to all of the phenomenal student leaders for ongoing consideration is how to best be sure that in that representation that the voice of all students are heard. I'm thinking in particular for students that might be a bit disenfranchised from school, might not be as successful in school. I'm sure these are conversations you've had in your settings as well, but to be sure that the voices of all students, including those that, again, might be disenfranchised with school or not as connected, that their voices are heard as well.
Thank you, Member Glover Woods. Are there any other board members that would like to make a comment? We have 6 more areas, so we have lots of feedback to give our students as well. So at this point, Diego, I'll turn over to the next section.
Great, thank you so much. Next, we will have Anusha Athreya present on the topic of civic education.
Thank you, Diego. I stand before you, the Board of Education, proposing a policy that would affect over 10,000 schools across California. Being 16 years old, I am at an age that most adults regard as too young to care about these issues. The first time that I learned that I could pre-register to vote at 16 was before the 2016 election in 6th grade. My history teacher, Ms. Nieres, used the entire class period to explain the Electoral College and the impact on the election on us as students. I am lucky to have the opportunity to learn about my civic rights so early on. But the reality is that most students in California don't have the opportunity to engage in civic discussions in schools until late in high school, an issue that has stigmatized youth expression in civic leadership. My name is Anusha Athreya, and I'm a junior attending Archbishop Mitty High School in San Jose, California. On behalf of the Student Advisory Board of Education, we strongly recommend that the State Board of Education facilitate the creation and distribution of a digital student civic learning handbook, which would detail the ways in which a student could engage civically with their community with the goal of improving civic engagement amongst youth. Now more than ever, California students seek civic engagement and political discussions on a daily basis. And with the desire in young people to engage in their political realities becomes more evident with each passing day, so do the vast disparities that lie in regards to civic opportunity accessibility in marginalized communities. Furthermore, in Petaluma Unified School District, when the administration was pressed by students on how to participate civically, the district responded coldly and negatively. Students in districts across California are not aware of the opportunities for civic participation at their disposal, which includes organizations like CASC and student board members. We love having a voice, but most of the time youth feel alienated from the political discussion because it's assumed that we don't have the knowledge to engage in these conversations, especially in our current political climate. The presidential election was just 2 days ago, where a little bit more than 12 million Californians cast their vote for state ballot propositions, and many students are apprehensive about the future of our nation. With our entrance to voting approaching faster, it's a fundamental necessity that all students have the tools at their disposal to make their voices heard. We believe that the Student Civic Learning Handbook should include essential information needed to inform students to become a civically engaged member of society. With the State Board of Education creating a digital model handbook, this format can be passed down to local school districts and adapted within their specific policies. We propose this recommendation to be facilitated by a committee consisting of students, parents, teachers, school district administrators, and any other pertinent community members, with steps taken towards distribution and accessibility for all students. A standardized SCL handbook made readily available to all students would create a culture in which students seek greater engagement in civic opportunities, such as voter registration, civic leadership, and understanding of policy language, thus greatly increasing accessibility and allowing previously marginalized communities to effectively use their voice. It's imperative to recognize the important role that civic education plays in the lives of students in California. And the current lack of quality in civic education has left many students without the tools to properly express and represent themselves. As a result, local education agencies miss out on the input of their primary stakeholders, students. We acknowledge the board's decision to pass the State Seal of Civic Engagement, which will incentivize high school students to expand their civic literacy through requirements to learn about constitutional policies and democratic principles. And the SCL handbook will only reinforce these ideals of civic engagement proposed within the State Seal and provide students with a set of tools for when participating in political and legislative discussions. I am proud to be an advocate. I represent those who don't have the opportunity to be here today. And with the necessity of civic engagement in today's political atmosphere, everyone deserves an opportunity to be represented. For these reasons, we strongly suggest that the State Board of Education facilitate the creation and distribution of a student civic learning handbook so that California can make a significant change in our education system and empower all civically engaged students. Thank you.
So we'll go to board member comments on the proposal for civic engagement and a handbook to support student activity. Do I have board members who would like, let's see, Member Rucker, I see your hand up.
Well, I see board member McQuillan's hand is up first. Maybe it might be more appropriate for him to speak before me.
Okay.
I think he was first. I think he had put his hand up before I did.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I was going on the screen I saw. Member McQuillan, would you like to make a comment?
Oh, just briefly, I just want to congratulate the students on their presentation, a great job. And I think this is a very important handbook recommendation that you've made. When you think of the schools all over California, they're kind of all over the map in terms of defining what civic engagement is. And it would be very helpful to to outline that for students, especially with the latest action we took with the seal of civic engagement that we approved a couple of meetings back. But good job and great presentation. Thank you.
So Member Rucker, and then after that, Member Patillo-Bronson.
Well, Miss Anusha, I can't say your last name, so please accept my apology for addressing you by your first name instead. But I want to let you know, it's interesting. Yesterday afternoon, I had a conversation with a friend of mine. She's a high school English teacher in San Ramon, and we were talking about this very issue. And I mentioned to her that the board had approved the state seal of civic engagement for recognizing students in the school community, in the local school community. Not only did she not know anything about the state seal, not only did she not know that her district could create the policy and craft the criteria for identifying students, but she also didn't know that it could include a whole variety of ways that students could be recognized for their civic engagement. So I think your idea is an excellent idea because it would actually make the basic premise that the board approved actually become a living activity and a living document for districts to look at and engage in. Not only would teachers become more aware that this opportunity exists to recognize a whole lot of ways that students are involved, not only in their school community, but involved in the community in general in civic ways. And so I think this is an excellent idea. Again, I want to applaud you as the presenter, but also your fellow members on your committee who participated in doing this work. And again, I see your names and I appreciate the thought that you put into this. This is an exciting opportunity for the board to see at the local level an idea brought to fruition in very creative and relevant ways for students just like you, but also, as board member Glover Woods pointed out, for students who do not necessarily see themselves as members on a student council, but who do get engaged in other activities like Black Lives Matter, or who do voter enrollment, voter registration. Or I know a particular young lady who lives in Vallejo. She actually worked a voting poll on election day. And I think it's important to recognize that type of work as well. So thank you very much for this very, very thoughtful and creative idea.
Member Patillo-Bronson.
I also wanted to congratulate the group and Anusha on the excellent presentation. Clearly, you all have thought about this and come up with something that is both actionable and realistic. And I really appreciate the presentation as well as all the hard work that went into it. As some of our other board members had mentioned, we just recently passed this motion around the seal of civic engagement, and it's very much our, I think, hope that that action will also provide additional sort of wind in the sails of exactly this type of effort, so that LEAs, so school districts and county offices of ed, will know that this is something that is both within their capacity, but also something that is encouraged and something that for which students should be rewarded when they take initiative. I think, as is often the case, sometimes it is happening in sort of pockets of excellence, and then there are places where it is not happening at all. But this particularly 2 days after the election, where we don't actually yet have a declared winner, there's really no better applied learning experience than right now. I can certainly attest to the fact that I've been watching, all the electoral boards with my own children, and in addition to sort of the civics learning part of the electoral college, I think my fifth grader can now pick out Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia without the map names, which is a new and exciting part of sort of knowing how both the electoral college works, but also a little bit of geography. But I just want to, again, commend you all on what is an excellent and well thought out idea. And I hope that we can find a way to actually bring that to life.
Thank you, Member Patillo-Bronson. So, Diego, we'll move on now to the racial equity presentation.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Next, we will have Ellie Lian presenting a proposal on racial equity.
Good morning, esteemed members of the California Board of Education. Just this March, some students from my school joked about staying 6 feet away from me in fear of contracting COVID-19. The matter of the fact is, microaggressions like these aren't micro. As a Chinese American, I felt alienated and humiliated, but I invalidated my feelings and chose not to report it because I had been conditioned to think that getting upset over such remarks is overreacting. My name is Ellie Lian, and I'm a sophomore from Portola High School in Orange County. I am one of more than 4.5 million students of color in the California public school system, and I'm one of the countless students affected by discrimination. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my group covering racial inequity in the California education system. In light of recent racial justice movements, the urgency of equity has only been magnified. Students such as myself feel uncomfortable and even unsafe speaking upon racial experiences. In addition, many local educational agencies do not recognize the experiences of discrimination that students who are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color have to go through. And as a result, no effective disciplinary actions are taken. We need to create an environment where all students feel safe to learn and thrive regardless of cultural background. In recent years, there has been an increasing attentiveness to discrimination on campus, and there has been legislation passed in efforts to address this matter. Although this is a step in the right direction, FBI data shows that since 2018, hate crimes on campuses have actually increased by 25%. And due to recent racial justice debates and COVID-19, the racial inequity has only been aggravated on our campuses. We heard stories from Tesoro High School, where a French teacher called a Black girl a monkey, with no disciplinary action taken. We heard stories from Annalee High School, where a student of color was told by educators she had little chance to attend college, despite her strong academic performance. These are our students going to school on our campuses whose experiences were largely ignored because they had little confidence in their school's ability to listen, or administration failed to follow through with consequences. These students reflect a small sample of a large number of BIPOC students whose experiences are repeatedly invalidated and downplayed, and therefore are unheard, unknown, and underrepresented. In response to this, we use insight from students of all backgrounds and experiences to create a holistic solution that follows the footsteps of AB 9, also known as SETS Law, a legislation passed in 2011 that requires the state superintendent to provide anti-discrimination resources for LEAs, intervention from school staff who witness acts of racism, and student accessibility to procedures and policies for handling discrimination. Our solution calls for the California Department of Education and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction to develop and encourage the use of a blueprint consisting of effective methods that provide comfortable and accessible ways for students to report racially charged incidents, and then encourages the use of restorative disciplinary action. The proposal requires Superintendent Thurman to instruct the Task Force on Safe Schools to design a blueprint of practices for reporting incidents of racism and complete subsequent research to formulate this model. We also suggest holding surveys for students in regards to this model, as well as including student representatives so that all stakeholders, including students, are represented in this task force. After development is complete, Superintendent Thurman will distribute it to school districts and local educational agencies, along with the other resources he has to provide under AB 9. We recognize the great work you all have already done and greatly appreciate the effort that has been taken to make this pressing issue a priority. So while there may be some costs required for funding research and expert opinions from the racial equity field, the established platform we already have to build off of means that the development for procedures related to racially targeted incidents will require minimal costs. This means that the benefits of this policy will greatly outweigh its economic exertion. The positive change that AB 9 has brought so far also supports the liability to our method. Since its implementation, a grand jury report that examined bullying from Marin County showed that 25 schools have taken their own initiative to launch various methods such as anonymous tip lines, surveys, and forums for students to vocalize these incidents for investigation. Many have even implemented restorative justice practices such as peer courts counseling and peer mediation. Our proposal is simply an addition to AB 9 that increases accessibility and guidelines for school districts. By providing students a safe and proper platform to be heard, schools will be able to directly gauge the experiences of its BIPOC students, thus instigating a sense of urgency within schools towards racial equity and equality. Once racial offenses hold consequences, BIPOC students will be validated, improving not only the school climate, but also actively dismantling the normalization of racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie, so much. So board members, don't put your hands up. And I just would say to Member Rodriguez, I apologize. I think your hand went up just as we were transitioning. So I'll call on you first and see if that's, and then Member Rucker right after that.
Okay, and I didn't want to interrupt because the presentation, Ailey had started speaking, and so I didn't want to jump in there. But thank you. And so I'm actually going to speak on what you said, and thank you so much for your authentic. It wasn't just like a report. It was very personal, and I appreciated hearing that very much. But going to the civic engagement, that's right up my alley because I've been the mock trial coach and have had mock elections, and I know that there are a lot of things in place for civic engagement, but a lot of times it's for students who are competitive. And so it doesn't really include students who need to learn civic engagement to be able to access their rights and know when their rights are being violated. I had the opportunity through street law to meet the founder of Mock Trial. And he moved to Washington to work in urban schools because he was really disappointed at the way in California it had become so elitist and so competitive. And it was missing the point of having all students learn their rights, learn how to navigate the court system, learn about Supreme Court cases, etc. I think with No Child Left Behind, when we started looking at math and English language, history and civics just sort of, if it wasn't being tested, it was being ignored. And I remember having a conversation with former President Mike Kirst about how he wanted to see civics in every single grade at some level, every teacher. So it brings me back to a systemic thing. If it's an additive approach, it's probably not going to happen because we have so much on our plates already at the practitioner level that it really needs to be woven into everything that we do. And with that comes teacher preparation and teacher awareness, right? How to listen without judgment. If a student is politically saying something that I disagree with, how do I not shut that down, right? And those are skills that we have to learn because unfortunately, and it goes into the next point about BIPOC students and that feeling of because I know what that's like. I absolutely know what it's like to be in a place and to look around and feel powerless because of my race, because of my language of origin, right? So I know what that's like. And there are, as I was reading the report and read about Seth's law that you mentioned here, I actually asked about 30 teachers that I know, excellent teachers throughout California, if they were familiar with Seth's law, and nobody was. And so it made me wonder, like, what are we not communicating to the people that are actually, working? And it's not because, I mean, these are teachers who are on top of policy, on top of, a lot of, they stay relevant and really care about kids. And they're not teachers who bully students either or would accept that. So I was surprised to know that information isn't in the hands of the practitioner. And that's what we need to do to make this just so that it's such of our part of our mindset that we're not, that we've inculcated. And I believe that the standards for teacher preparation include the new standards that, for the last 3-4 years include a lot of this inclusion. But we still need to do more. So I really appreciate your advocacy, and I want to see this become an integral part of our classrooms in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. So Member Rucker, and following Member Rucker, Member Glover Woods.
Ms. Leon, I'm going to begin with an unusual request and ask if you would please read the names of all of the students who worked with you in your committee on this project. Would you please read them aloud? if you have that information?
Yes, give me a second to pull that up really quickly.
Okay, so while you're pulling that up, let me just say it's this is a very personal issue for me. For the years, in all the years that I have been on the board, I have never heard anyone so articulately state the issue of microaggressions in the way that you and your team have done. Let me say that first of all. And I would like to say, and I would like to pretend that we live in a world where people grow up and learn not to do that. But the same issues of microaggressions that you identified so personally in your story are the same issues that I'm sure all of your peers who are here this week have also dealt with. But also we watch as adults engage in the same behaviors. I personally have encountered and dealt with those same behaviors. And being a public figure, I am very careful how I choose to enact or react to those things, because probably one of the most dangerous microaggressions that I have to deal with is being labeled as an angry Black woman. So I truly do appreciate what you have stated, what you have offered here as an idea. And it has been my personal campaign as a member on this board to address this, not just because of the issue of bullying. This is a board that has committed itself to addressing the issues of what it means to close the achievement gap. This is the one issue that remains unnamed on all of our agenda and all of our activities and in all of the things that we have attempted to pay attention to. We talk all the time about equity. We talk all the time and look at and call attention to the gap in performance among our students, in particular with ethnic minority subgroups, and with particular concern to the over-identification of African American boys in being referred to special education. But the fact of the matter is, the issue of microaggressions and the problems that are caused by the students who have to deal with that is a key and significant factor of why there is an achievement gap, and why many students do feel disenfranchised in their schools and their communities. So I want to thank you for being willing and being brave to draw attention to this. And that's the reason why I want to make sure I ask you to identify the name of your colleagues who participated in developing this project. So I'll pause here and ask you to read their names aloud if you have it now.
All right, there's Catherine Shu, Stephanie Hu, Camilla Tofi Rad, Jennifer Cruden, Reina Baknakan, Max Ramirez Resendez, Vic Claudina Hernandez, Lamis Yasin, and the counselor is David Ching, and the research committee is Estrella Pacheco.
So thank you very much. And I want to give my personal thanks and appreciation to each of the students that you named. And what I can promise you here, sitting here today, is for the balance of my tenure on the board, and even when I leave the board and in all my other personal and professional endeavors, I will do my best to make sure the things that you proposed here are things that we can make a reality. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I would really quickly like to mention that the writer of this proposal is Erin Tack. Sorry, I missed her.
Okay, thank you so much.
Member Glover Woods.
Thank you. And Ellie, I first would like to just applaud you for a very personal way that you started your report. And many of my fellow board members have spoken. I'm not going to elongate the time so we can get into some of the other areas. But I just want to underscore how important the recommendation that you have shared with us really is. We have ongoing conversations about equity in the field of education. In almost any forum you go into, equity has become the word that is utilized. We spend a lot of conversation and time looking at how do we expand our curriculum? How do we be sure that the lived experiences of people of color are really told in the various content areas? But your proposal and the proposal of your colleagues is so critical, because all of that conversations about equity, diversifying the curriculum, all of that falls flat if students are dealing with microaggressions as they are on a regular basis on campus. And Ellie, you stated it so eloquently when you said microaggressions are not micro. They are not. They are the things that impact what a student's experience will be on campus from day to day, and how they're able to either be set up for success or not set up for success because of the environment that is created for them. So to have something convened to be able to look at what those best practices and model practices are, so that when racial microaggressions are taking place on campus by students, by teachers, we want to be sure that there is a way that students can communicate what they are experiencing and what is happening to them. And I really think that, again, this recommendation helps to put some meat on the bones of all of the other conversations we have in education around equity and diversifying the curriculum. So again, I applaud you for speaking on behalf of your colleagues. Kudos to Member Rucker for having the names of those students read aloud for this purpose. And I do hope we do some further exploration into how this recommendation can come to fruition.
Thank you, Member Glover Woods. Diego, I'll turn it over to you for the next section, which follows this. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have the topic of school safety presented by William Hinn.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond, President Darling Hammond, and esteemed board members. My name is William Hinn, and I'm a senior attending Santiago High School in the Garden Grove Unified School District, where I proudly serve as a school district student board representative. On behalf of the Student Advisory Board on Education, we strongly advise the State Board of Education to recommend and set guidelines for local education agencies to establish various methods for students to communicate to local administration their safety concerns, such as sexual harassment, staff misconduct, and possession of dangerous substances and weapons, and that these student voices be taken into account when schools execute campus-wide safety initiatives. Last year, on her walk to school, my friend's backpack was grabbed by a strange man who asked her where she was going. Terrified, she broke away and ran to her school campus. Shaken, she reported the situation to her school administration, but instead of being comforted, she was sent straight to her school resource officer. The SRO terrified her by questioning and recording her without her permission. That day, my friend experienced two uncomfortable situations. If she was able to express her discomfort, the administration would understand how to improve. When schools lack student input on school safety, the systems in place put the mental and physical safety of students at risk. In a discussion between 10 students from distinct and diverse regions of California, each person felt that student input was not acknowledged sufficiently in creating and enforcing school safety. This was mirrored in the observations we had of school administrators failing to recognize the value of the student perspective. One notable example occurred at a school in Chula Vista, where there was an armed robbery at a school nearby. Yet students were unable to enter the school because of premature action and lack of procedures. We understand these situations happen, but without consideration of the student perspective, school safety guidelines can create an uncomfortable and in some cases, blatantly unsafe learning environment where the feelings of students are discredited. While we recognize that there are pre-existing channels where students can provide their perspective, we believe students need more accessible outlets in order to communicate safety concerns to administration at each school site. We are not proposing the creation of new measures. We are suggesting resources on campus where students are able to voice their safety concerns and have their perspectives taken into account by administration. For instance, at a school site level, we propose the implementation of anonymous tip lines where students can immediately express any pressing issues, such as bullying, sexual harassment, teacher misconduct, and other potential safety risks. At a school in Garden Grove, this type of tip line was established and made easily accessible through the school's website and wasn't printed on every student's ID card. In one instance, this tip line was used after school to inform the administration that a student was threatening to bring a gun on campus the following day, which allowed the police to apprehend the student the next morning. Student voices could also be taken into account at a district level through district board meetings, where students have the time to publicly share their concerns or experiences regarding campus safety. While these are only some recommendations from our complete proposal, based on our research and as a delegation of stakeholders in the system, these precautions are what we need to see implemented. The proposal we provide you with today will give students a multitude of platforms to express their own perspectives to enforce and improve site safety. Consequently, the proposal would promote a greater sense of protection on campus, enhancing learning engagement and thus decreasing chronic absenteeism among students that feel unsafe at school. I stand before you today to alleviate many fears students face within the California education system. California embodies more than 6 million students who face distinct situations that need to be addressed immediately in order to provide a safe learning environment. Because we, the students, are the primary stakeholders of the education system, our viewpoint will be the most truthful when reflecting the prevailing issues of our system safety measures. Therefore, we advise the State Board of Education to recommend guidelines for local education agencies to establish various methods for students to communicate local safety concerns, and that these student voices be taken into account when schools execute campus-wide safety initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, William. So I'll look for board members who want to make some feedback comments on the school safety proposal. Member McQuillan.
Great job, William. Very succinct, very good presentation. I want to thank you and your team for the research and this very valuable presentation. You know, we know systems that allow a lot of feedback and return of information within that system are more healthier systems. So your recommendations are right on point, as well as the last presentation, in giving a stronger and additional avenues for students to give feedback to the systems that serve them. So very good, and thank you.
So I'll ask if there are any other board member comments on the school safety proposal. I'm looking at the hands raised, trying not to miss anybody. Well, I do want to say to the students who presented on this presentation on this topic, this is a really important topic close to our heart, especially as school and district leaders and state leaders. And I think your suggestions to make it safe for students to be able to report, to feel comfortable when they're really uncomfortable and talking to staff, and the suggestions of what some of your districts have done to already address that will really help as we share that in the state. And I just want to say, if students aren't safe, they can't be engaged in learning. And we know there are so many things, especially some of our schools are really large. I know the school I was high school principal had 3,500 students. You can't know all that stuff. So you have to create safe avenues and safe ways for a variety of different reporting. And also, I think sensitivity to staff so they're aware of that, both the certificated staff and the classified, the school resource officers. So again, William, you and your team brought up important issues, and I know we take those seriously at the state board level and at the Department of Ed. So thank you very, very much. I'm going to turn it over to Diego for the next report on mental health.
Great, yes. So the next topic will be mental health, and it will be presented by Karina Pan.
Good morning, Superintendent Thurmond, President Darling Hammond, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Karina Pan, and I'm a junior at Temple City High School. I am here to speak about the pressing issue of mental health instability in children and youth across California, especially given the current situation of COVID-19. We propose that schools use informational posters to educate the students about topics regarding mental health, including guidelines to approach specific aspects of mental health decline and both nationwide and district-specific resources that students can go to for help. These posters shall include safe plans in the event of a mental health crisis, positive coping mechanisms, and the identification of school-based services that students can utilize for social and emotional support. We can continue to invest in services like counseling and peer groups, but they will be useless unless students are informed about them. We recognize that the state has already made efforts to increase the mental well-being of students. However, declining mental health is still a very real problem for students in California and across the nation. The stark reality is that mental health is one of the most pressing issues that students face today. Between 2008 and 2018, there was a 38% increase of hospital discharges for mental health issues among California youth ages 5 to 19. The rate of suicide among those aged 10 to 24 increased nearly 60% between 2007 and 2018. Every 1 in 5 teenagers live with a mental health condition. Even worse, during this COVID-19 pandemic, 29% of children and youth are facing mental health declines. Many students know someone that has suffered from a mental illness, and the youth that worked on this proposal are no exception. Personally, I've experienced declining mental health, struggled with suicidal thoughts, and I was once diagnosed with mild depression. Unfortunately, like most students in California, I did not learn of any resources to combat my intense mental health struggles. I felt alone in my battle, and I didn't know where to reach out to for help. This is a situation that no one should ever have to face, let alone vulnerable children and teenagers. If I had seen resources and information about where to seek help around school like the one we present today, I would have known how to respond to my struggles. Thankfully, through reaching out to my friends and receiving therapy, I was able to overcome my mental health obstacle. But this is not the experience for all students in California, which is why we are proposing these posters to help other students get the help that they need. In our ideal education system, all students have easy access to adequate support and mental health resources. All staff and students are educated on how to recognize symptoms of declining mental health, and the student body as a whole does not promote negative stigma around asking for mental health support. We acknowledge that declining mental health is multifaceted and complicated, and that there are important steps that we need to take to combat this issue. One significant leap in the right direction would be for the California State Board of Education to strongly encourage districts to create and publicize informational posters about issues pertaining to mental health. When students return to in-person learning, posters will be put up around campus. However, if students are continuing online learning, a digital version of the poster should be put up on school websites, emailed to students, and posted on school social media pages like Instagram and Facebook, so students will be encouraged to refer back to them and will regularly review the information. Our proposal will be effective because these students will educate students, make them feel heard, and encourage them to reach out for help. Because posters are engaging and 65% of people are visual learners, children and youth are more likely to absorb information from them rather than listening to a long lecture or a speech. Additionally, they're accessible to many students at once and can create a larger impact in a shorter amount of time. It is essential for students to have easily accessible and appealing information because students' long-term academic success is directly affected by their mental health, further emphasizing the fact that mental health decline is one of the most pressing issues that students face today. Increasing sadness or hopelessness among students was related to subsequent declines in gains in test scores in reading, language, and math. High school students who screen positive for psychosocial dysfunction have 3 times the absentee and tardy rates than those without. And high school students with significant symptoms of depression are more than twice as likely to drop out compared to their peers. Not only does declining mental health impact test scores, but it also increases the chance that a student will not attend school. If declining mental health is not directly addressed using a proposal like ours, it will be impossible to increase the success rate of students in California. So please, prioritize the mental well-being of students by strongly encouraging districts to produce and spread informational posters regarding mental health. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Well, Karina, thank you for the presentation for your committee and for the passion and energy that you gave to giving us some very specific suggestions of what we should think about as we all really focus on the mental health support for all of our students. I'll ask some state board members now if anybody would like to make a comment. Member Navo.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this, as well as William prior. I didn't have an opportunity to thank you both for speaking on safety and Karina on the social, emotional, mental health. This is a huge issue. And one of the striking statistics that you, as pointed out in your report, is that the leading cause of death for students ages 10 to age 34 is suicide. And I think the local educators are struggling with this, and the idea that students need to be comfortable, and we all need to be comfortable asking for support and asking for help, is a huge issue. So I commend you on this, and I would challenge your team to think of more than the posters and the information, that we can do more in this area. And I would challenge your team to think more, be more intrusive and more disruptive with the system when it comes to elevating the urgency around mental health. And I thank you for this. It's incredibly powerful. I loved the way you elevated the significance of this, as it's dear to my heart. I know dear to many board members. This is an issue for our youth that's incredibly challenging. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Navo. Member McQuillan.
I just want to congratulate you on a great presentation, very succinct, and taking the recommendations that were made earlier this week and integrating those into your presentation. Very valuable information that we all need to think about right now with the times we're in, the crisis of the pandemic, and the need to get those resources out to our students, you know, in multiple avenues that you brought up, the posters that can be posted on social media or on the student ID cards. I think those are wonderful ideas, and we need to follow up on this and get that out to all districts and all schools. So very good, and thank you for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member McQuillan. So we have our final area, Diego, environmental sustainability. Would you introduce our presenter?
We actually have two more. First, we have distance learning presented by David Kim, and then we'll be moving on to environmental.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Just 1 second. Before we present on distance learning, David Kim, Member Rodriguez wanted to make a comment on mental health, so I apologize. I didn't see her hand up, so just hold on 1 second. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. And also, I'd like to echo what's already been said. Great presentation. This is a very pressing issue, as I'm dealing with students who are very depressed right now, suicidal, and fortunately for me, they feel comfortable to reach out to me. But, you know, I'd like to echo what Board Member Navo said, that posters are nice, right? They add a level of awareness, but we have to go deep into how are we handling the social emotional learning in our classrooms. What are we as teachers doing to bring those conversations and take the shame away? You know, because on the one hand, I have students who are very competitive, and it's great to see them, you know, go and participate, but they put so much pressure on themselves that they're in my classroom pulling their hair out, literally pulling their hair out because they're struggling so much. And then on the other hand, my foster students, you know, who have so many issues that we need to create spaces at school. And I'll bring back mock trial, truth and reconciliation, things that, you know, where we can bring all of the students in so that they can use those skills. And as teachers, we can also facilitate that closeness as human beings. So I do encourage you to push this further than the posters, and let's make it systemic so that we have a lot of nets in place so that when students are falling, we catch them along the way and we don't let them slip through.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. So we're going to hear from David Kim presenting the proposal on distance learning, so relevant to the work we're doing today for all students. So David, we're looking forward to hearing from you and your committee.
Good morning, senior board members. My name is David Kim, and I'm a senior at Lincoln High School in Stockton. We, the Student Advisory Board on Education, recommend that the State Board of Education convene a distance learning task force composed of students, teachers, administration, and parents dedicated to improving distance learning and the transition back to traditional learning models. Though the California Association of Student Councils meets annually with the Board of Education in person, we are speaking to you today amid one of the largest crises in the history of public education. COVID-19 has drastically changed the way schools across the state of California operate. However, it hasn't changed the mission of equity, dedication to a high-quality public education that the state of California promises. I'm speaking with you today as I face the challenges that distance learning has brought forth. But I'm also speaking with you today with a computer, a support system outside of school, and the ability to be successful by virtue of the opportunities that I've been given. These personal experiences, from being able to actively participate in hearings like these to accidentally being kicked out of my Zoom meeting for my calculus class, have defined my outlook on distance learning and have reminded me that we must ensure the voices of every student are heard. The vastly different experiences of students across California and the United States are all indicative of an underlying issue. In many cases, students, administration, and school boards lack input and communication amongst themselves, prompting school districts to bring forth solutions that aren't beneficial for student learning. Distance learning has emphasized the inequities that many students were faced with in traditional learning models. Just over half of parents, at 54%, feel that California schools in general are somewhat or very unprepared to offer distance learning. 79% of parents say that keeping children motivated and sustaining their interest are their biggest challenges. In turn, students report weaker understanding of curriculum, as seen as Shasta Union High School District, which has reported a record number of deficiencies given out in the first quarter. Students watch firsthand as their education falls short to work for them in these circumstances. Yet by implementing student voice, this issue could be mitigated. In such cases like mental health, student input's essential. At Fremont Unified School District, the superintendent instituted a student-oriented task force dedicated to finding solutions to address mental health concerns. This initiative was successful in its effective collection and mobilization of student input to create a solution that directly benefited those involved. The future is increasingly becoming digital, whether COVID is going to be present or not. And student voice is essential in this new era of education. As such, the Student Advisory Board on Education proposes that the Superintendent of Public Instruction facilitate the creation of a multi-stakeholder task force that serves to voice the opinions of students on multiple aspects of distance learning. Through the work of the Board of Education, you've helped bridge the digital divide. Now it's the fall and we're halfway into the semester. It's time for us to come together, check in, and work collectively towards future progress. A task force can effectively compile the data across the state and recommend participating members to disseminate best practices to local district administration. The appointment of members on the identified task force incurs minimal cost due to the accessibility and flexibility of an online platform. Therefore, the actions of the task force may produce a financial dependency. However, the task force itself will not. By connecting students from across California with different backgrounds, we can bridge the gap between students and the problems they face. We must ensure the validity of student voice in distance learning so that the next time we undergo a global pandemic, we'll be ready. Thank you.
David, thank you so much. What a relevant topic in these days in our schools. So I'll look for board members who would like to make a comment on the distance learning proposal. Member McQuillan.
Great job, David. Very good presentation. And following the theme of student input of all of our presentations have had that sort of theme to it. Very good suggestions. And I know our Superintendent Thurman has done a lot of work in this area in trying to bring services and meet the needs of all the throughout California on distance learning. I think we've learned a lot over this past 8 months, 9 months. And I think it would be really important to bring that student voice in to have us validate what we've learned and add to what we are learning about distance learning and how it's working for students throughout the state of California. So some very good suggestions, and I appreciate that. Thank you, and good job.
Thank you, Member McQuillan. Do we have any other board members who would like to comment on the distance learning proposal? Member Navo.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, David, and I would, I believe our CDE and CCE are doing a tremendous amount of work in this area, and it seems to me that that would be a place to get your group plugged into. Obviously, the state superintendent has done a lot of work on the digital divide conversation across the state. CCEE is doing a lot of work with the distance learning. That being said, I agree with you. I think student voice needs to be present in those arenas, probably even more so than they already are. So I would encourage you to seek those two entities and to put your voice at those tables and conversations, because that work is occurring across the state as well. But thank you for your presentation. It's very informative.
Thank you, Member Navo. Just checking before we go to our final presentation. Anybody else want to make a comment on this one? So seeing no hands, I'll turn it over to Diego for our presentation on environmental sustainability.
All right, so our last topic of environmental sustainability will be presented by Adalia Liu.
Thank you, Diego. Good morning, the esteemed members of the California State Board of Education. My name is Adalia Liu, and I'm a junior at Newbury Park High School in Newbury Park. I'm here on behalf of the California Association of Student Councils to discuss the development of environmental sustainability and consciousness in school districts across California. Now, climate change is undeniably the most pressing issue facing our world today. Despite incessant attempts to politicize it, climate change remains the most destructive threat to our existence as a species, not as a political agenda. It's key that educational systems recognize, acknowledge, and take action to lead the way towards positive change. 2019 was the warmest year in history, and global temperatures only continue to rise. California students continually fail to receive the same quality of education at the expense of these fires that burn up their fall semesters. In Northern California alone, classes were canceled for more than 260,000 students due to wildfires, and those numbers only rise. Kennedy Delaney, one of our group members affected by the fires every year, explained, "I've been out of school due to evacuations, power outages, and even unhealthy air quality. Students are missing out on their full opportunity to learn. We need action, and we need it now." When education systems fail to prioritize climate change, citizens fail to as well, desensitized to its effects. It's our responsibility to improve these conditions as much as we can for our students, to give voice to the thousands of California students who rallied for sustainability at the state capitol, ensure their future, and enable their success. In the status quo, regulations for environmental sustainability are lacking. Policies that promote combating climate change in our local school boards either don't exist or fail to be equitably enforced. At Shasta High School in Redding, we can see that almost no discussion is dedicated to sustainable practices or policy, which, if implemented, would help mitigate the fires that Kennedy spoke about. However, in Oak Park Unified School District, the creation of a sustainability group composed of students and teachers has led to many improvements, such as replacing toxic cleaning products and guaranteeing environmental literacy for every student through science instruction. Thus, after thorough discussion this weekend at SAFE, we determined that the most effective course of action was for the State Board of Education to recommend all school districts to develop GDECs, Green District Advisory Councils focused on leading and implementing a variety of sustainable initiatives at that local, nonpartisan level, allowing for district-specific environmental concerns like implementing hand dryers, renewable energy, tri-bin systems, and more to be addressed at their own timelines. Staffed with qualified adult volunteers and passionate students, these GDACs would legitimize the urgency of climate change as members would pragmatically and systematically combat it through the education system. Locals with a passion for climate justice will be empowered and uplifted, given the opportunity to hold their school districts accountable and make this tangible change. This measure creates unification across the state and initiative whilst maintaining autonomy within each area, allowing them to take transparent action in what equitable, effective, and efficient manner is possible for each, all at their own pace. Our plan is not solely concerned with the immediate. Legislative fluidity, consistency, and continuity designed for the long term are inherent in the creation of these GDACs, which we hope become a staple in California school boards. The battle against climate change is lengthy, it's uphill, and it's definitely difficult. But with the establishment of these advisory councils, we take a step in the right direction. Each district will be poised in a position to cause change. Environmentally conscious legislation will receive the dedicated, continued focus from a number of committed individuals without the loss of valuable time and energy of local school boards. Ultimately, we'll be able to see a dramatic improvement, not just for those involved in the education system, but for our society as a whole. The example that this prioritization would set is irreplaceable, and it gives way to a significant improvement in student health, success, representation, and more, all at no risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adalia, so much for you and your committee. So we want some board member comments on environmental stability and the proposal of GDACs, Green District Advisory Councils. So let's see, Member President Darling Hammond, I'll call on you first.
All right. First of all, thank you, and I want to thank the preceding speakers that I was able to hear, all really amazing, wonderful, and well-spoken and well thought out. This is really important, and I appreciate you, developing a way to think about what districts could be doing. I gave my remarks this morning in part on the same issue of climate change, and what you proposed with the GDACs. I love the fact that you already have an acronym. Once you have an acronym, you have a real thing in education. That these GDACs actually might relate in some way to some kind of advisory council we might at a state level, because we really need to get the places that are doing good work. I flagged some districts this morning that are really leading in some areas of climate conservation. How we need a way that we can get those ideas out to other districts as well. So I really appreciate this. I like your idea. We might think about whether there's an easier acronym, but the content is excellent, and I appreciate you putting it out so thoughtfully.
So look for other board members, and while I'm looking for any other hands, I'll just make a comment as liaison to the Next Generation Science Standards implementation. we've been talking about environmental practices and through the implementation of science and helping students be more aware. And I do think the suggestions and the examples that you gave, Adalia, with you and your team really highlight the challenges, particularly in California when we saw our entire state full of smoke in September, and realizing how it impacts our student education. I think you bring up some very important examples of what students are learning and experiencing during their learning process and what we really need to think about. So I just want to thank your committee and see if there's any other hands raised. Member Sung, I see your hand waving. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wasn't sure how to raise my hand in there, but I had not commented yet on any of the specific proposals, but I want to make kind of a summary comment that, we know our schools are microcosms of our society and often reflect the social and political issues that are happening. And I just really want to thank the students who put so much thought. All the topics that you raised, the environmental concerns, distance learning, safety, dealing with racial inequities, bullying, civics, education, and valuing voice. All of these are issues that we are facing now in kind of our larger society, which you are raising. And more than that, you have also come up with very solid solutions to these issues and problems. And I completely agree that the value of the student voice, because you're shaping our future, it best impacts you, so that that you really need to have a seat at the tables when we adults have these conversations. So I just want to thank all of you for your work and your time, and for presenting to us today.
So I'll look and see if in summarizing any comments, I just don't want to miss any board members who would like to make a comment. This was a really impactful presentation, gives us a lot to think about and a lot of ways to look at what we can do to integrate our work, and also to take a look at how we can help support counties and districts. Member McQuillan.
I want to thank all the students for their great presentations. Did a great job with the research and working with your teams and taking the feedback and the early planning and taking that feedback and integrating it. You all did great in bringing important topics to this board. So thank you all.
Any other board member comments? I'll just would say, so articulate, well written, and so well researched. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Yes, and to echo all of that, and thank you, students, for stepping up and sharing your concerns with us. It makes me sad that you're the ones that are looking at solutions for the environment, right? In your high school years. However, I'm glad that you are speaking up about this, and we have to listen, because we are at a breaking point with a lot of the things, as we've seen in California with the fires. So the issues of justice and of race that you brought up, I read this report and I was just like so excited, turning the pages. I printed it out so that I could see, because I just my lives have been changed by the students that I've worked with, and today is no different. You're not my students, but I'm hearing your voices, and I hear the voices of every child that's been in front of me. So thank you, and we will do our part to ensure that our schools fit the needs of the students that are in there.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. So do we have any other board member comments on this item to close it? I'm just checking the participant list, or look at your picture and put your hand up if you want to make a comment. Okay, I'm going to turn the board meeting back to President Darling Hammond, and we're going to move on to item 4. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, and thanks again to all the students. Awesome presentations. Now we're going to move to item 4, which is the mega assessment item. This is the last item before lunch. If you're wondering when you'll get a chance to eat, it will be right after this. We will make it expeditious so everyone can eat soon. The California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress System, the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, the California High School Proficiency Examination and Physical Fitness Test. This is approval of proposed revisions to the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments for English Language Arts, Literacy, and Mathematics Blueprints, approval of the proposed initial and summative alternative English Language Proficiency Assessments, California Student Score Reports, and an update on program activities. And this item will be presented by Mel Vang of the CDE. I see that the PowerPoint is ready to go. Mao, please begin. We're not hearing you. I don't know if you're on mute.
Okay, how about that?
Better.
All right, I apologize. Okay, so good morning, Superintendent Thurmond, President Darlene Hammond, and board members. I'm Mel Vang, the Director for the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division at the California Department of Education. The item before you today is an action item. So for this presentation, the California Department of Education has 2 recommendations for approval, and we will finish with time for questions for both recommendations. Rachel Maves, our Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction and Measurement Branch, will join me to share some opening remarks after I cover the recommendations. So the California Department of Education is seeking approval on the proposed revisions to the Spring 2021 Smarter Balance Summative Assessments for English Language Arts, Literacy or ELA, and Mathematics Blueprints as described in Tables 2 and 4 in order to allow for a short test form. And the proposed student score reports for the initial and summative alternate English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or ALPAC, as described in Attachment 2. So now I'd like Rachel to come and make some opening remarks before I continue on.
Thank you, Dr. Vang. As we ask you to consider approving the adjusted blueprints or shortened forms for ELA and math assessments, I would like to situate our discussion in the current context. First, there are still many unknowns. I suppose we should not expect anything less from a year that has brought a global pandemic, historic fires, rolling power outages, and I think the only one that Madam President Darlene Hammond forgot was murder hornets. We do not know what COVID cases will look like 2 months from now when the assessment window opens. We do not know how many LEAs will move forward with their plans to bring students back for in-person instruction in January, or how many will be fully engaged in distance learning. We are bringing to you our recommendation to approve an adjusted blueprint based on what we do know right now. We know that the ED has indicated in a letter to chief state school officers on September 3rd that they will not consider a waiver and that states should prepare to administer tests as required under ESSA. We also know that we have LEAs in varying degrees of reopening across the state. We know that we have students with varying degrees of bandwidth, and we know that we must continue to provide flexibility and innovative options to support students, teachers, and families in an ever-shifting landscape. Second, timing is imperative. Consideration of an adjusted blueprint is not a decision we can delay until the next board meeting. As you all know, California serves 6.2 million students. Of the 6.2 million, 4.5 million test each year. Year over year, California's participation rate in testing is upwards of 95%, indicating a high value in our ability to understand how we, collectively as a state, are serving our 6.2 million students. If we wait to discuss testing until some of our unknowns are settled, we potentially place ourselves in a position without options. For California to administer a reduced blueprint, it requires time for our contractors to revise the test itself. It requires time to support the thousands of test administrators and examiners that work diligently to ensure testing is seamlessly executed each year. And this year, it will require additional time to support and educate parents as they have been and continue to be partners in their children's education. If we wait until January to make this decision, a reduced blueprint will no longer be an option for LEAs. During this time, LEAs need flexibility, options, and ongoing support as they collect data across multiple measures to fully understand the impact of the last several months. Today's recommendation to adopt the adjusted blueprints is one of many steps as we commit to working alongside educational stakeholders to design a long-term plan to support learning recovery. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Vang back to the podium, and she'll continue with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So before I go on, I want to provide an overview of our California assessment system to bring focus into what our recommendations are about today. So on one side of our system, we have our suite of California assessment of student performance and progress. And under that, it includes the Smarter Balance assessments for English language arts, literacy, or ELA and mathematics, which consists of the summative assessments, interim assessments, and the formative assessments through the Tools for Teachers system. We also have the California Science Test, or CAST, the California Alternate Assessments, or CAAs, for English language arts, mathematics, and science, the California Spanish Assessment, or CSA, and our Grade 2 diagnostic assessments. Then on the LPAC side of our assessment system are the initial LPAC, the summative LPAC, the initial and summative alternate LPAC, which is in development. And I wanted to remind us that in 2018, when the LPAC was integrated into the CASP system, with both programs, both programs went under the umbrella of the California assessment system. So today's recommendations focus only on the summative assessments. Let me see if I could, right here. Blueprint, summative assessments blueprint, and the initial and summative LPAC student score reports of this big assessment system. So our division also oversees and support the work for several other assessments, including the physical fitness test, the California High School Proficiency Examination, and high school equivalency tests such as the GED and HiSET, and the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Just to give you a little overview. Okay. As we go into the first recommendation, I want to cover some or highlight the key events that brought us to where we are today. Remember that in March 2020, California requested and received approval from the U.S. Department of Education to waive the testing requirement given the pandemic. Well, in June 2020, the CDE issued our Stronger Together, a guidebook for the safe reopening of California's public schools. Then throughout summer 2020, the CDE learned that an overwhelming number of local educational agencies, or LEAs, will return to school using distance learning formats. So to meet the demands of distance learning, CDE did explore and transition to offering multiple test administration options for the initial LPAC and the optional summative LPAC during July and August, and these options went live on September 3rd. And another key event, as Rachel mentioned, was that the U.S. Department of Education sent us a letter advising states that assessment waivers would not be considered for spring 2021 test administrations at this time. So knowing that summative testing will not be waived again this year, the CDE understands the following background points. So regardless of the mode of instruction in spring, there will be more competing demands on our students' time than ever before. And the CDE is seeking opportunities to really maximize flexibility for LEAs while keeping the critical elements of our instructure intact. So the use of the adjusted short test forms for the Smarter Balance summative assessments for English language arts and math could provide gathering essential data with less bandwidth and student testing time. So in order to use the test forms, the short test forms, and preserve the maximum flexibility for our LEAs in spring 2021, the State Board of Education, or the California State Board of Education, would need to approve revised shorter blueprints for both English language arts and mathematics per California Education Code section 60640C5. So the CDE does not recommend changes to the other non-Smarter Balance blueprints at this time. So the following rationale were made for the revised blueprints, which are referred to really the short test form in the item. So the revised blueprints are derived from our adopted Smarter Balance summative assessments for English language arts and mathematics. We are proposing that the computer adapted portion be adjusted to about 50% for each claim, and that it keeps the revised blueprints will keep a comparable proportion of the content across the claims, which I will cover more about claims in the upcoming slides. So given that the performance tasks are designed to be integrated tasks, the blueprints associated with them have not been adjusted. We propose to keep the performance tasks intact. So continuing on with further rationale, the revised blueprints maintain the same proportion of depth of knowledge assessed. So in this option, this does not require additional costs to California. And finally, these revised blueprints are considered temporary for the 2021 spring administration. So some pros or benefits with the adoption of the proposed adjusted blueprints is that it reduces the amount of time students spend on the tests. It provides more flexibility in scheduling for the adequate monitoring of our administrations. It reduces the potential exposure of the items from the item bank, and minimizes the risk of connectivity or network issues that may arise. It allows LEAs to continue to meet federal testing requirements. The individual student overall scores can be reported, as I will explain further later. And these are the measures that can also be used for federal reporting. However, there are some cons and drawbacks that I will share on the next slide. So in adopting the proposed revised blueprints, there is still potential risks of exposure of the items as in any given year. And there are scheduling and time impacts on LEAs for completing the testing. And there are less details that will be reported at the student level. Again, those claim scores will not be reported. And at this time, as Rachel mentioned, it is unclear what student data results will be available until all the analysis and test administrations have occurred or has been completed. So I would like to go on to share the proposed revised blueprints with you. So this table displays the recommended revised ELA blueprint. The total items by grade for the full form in italics are provided for reference. The row, this row here, let me see if I could get my little pointer again. So this row here, sorry, maybe I won't tinker with that. So after the italics full form items, you'll see the row that indicates the proposed revised blueprint, and it has the claims under that. Claim 1 is reading, claim 2 is writing, claim 3 is listening, claim 4 is research inquiry. There are other words used for these claims like areas or domains depending on the assessment, but for the Smarter Balance, we call them claims for this purpose. And the proposed items per claim by grade underneath, okay? So the difference is that the computer adapted test items right here goes from, in grades 3 through 5, goes from 36 to 39 items to 20. And then 6 to 8, and then we're maintaining the performance task in grades 6 through 8. It goes from 36 to 40 items down to 22. And then in grade 11, it goes from 37 to 39 items to 22. And then here is the recommended revised mathematics blueprint. Again, the full form here is provided for reference. And then for the short form, in grades 3 through 5, it goes from 31 to 34 items to 17, maintaining the PT or performance task. Grade 6 goes from 30 to 34 items, down to 16 to 17. And then grade 6, we have, grade 11, maintain a PT, and then in grade 11, we have 33 to 36 items, down to 18. Okay. So that, having said that, I want to give you a little bit more context and information about estimated testing times for Smarter Balance summative assessments, because that is what we use for our English language arts and mathematics summative assessments. And here I've provided the estimated test times for the computer adapted tests here for the full form and what it would be reduced to for the short form. Then we're keeping the performance task intact by grade and then by ELA math and then by both. And then what the full form total hours and minutes are by grade or grade span, and then what the totals would be for the short form. So the last two columns really show that comparison of estimated testing times for the full form and the short form. And as you can see, there is significant time savings, especially at the upper grades, because you're really saving like 2 hours of testing time there, an hour and 45 minutes there in grades 6 through 8, and an hour and a half in the lower grades. Okay. And then I want to share some background information about our other non-Smarter Balance CASP assessments and the estimated testing time. So with those, as I mentioned earlier, we are not recommending changes to these non-Smarter Balance CASP summative assessments, as they really are already shorter, much shorter, as indicated in this table. Okay. And then for the LPAC, again, they're much shorter, like an hour. Of course, the upper grades do have more because there's more writing and reading assessments. But again, it's much shorter than even the Smarter Balance assessment. So the question is, so I wanted to bring some context to the types of reporting that are on a student score report. Here I have an image of an English language arts assessment for a student. And at the top of the student score report is where the student's overall, right, scale score and achievement level, right here, are reported along with the school and the state average, scale scores and achievement levels. So the bottom part here are the claims. And the claims are the more granular reporting areas that are available on the full form But with the revised blueprint, the claim scores are not going to be reported at the student level. So I just want to remind us that while summative assessments are useful for districts and schools to identify general areas of improvement, they're really not meant to be diagnostic. So as Rachel mentioned earlier, using multiple measures that include diagnostic, formative, and interim assessments or benchmarks can provide a more holistic picture of the individual student's academic progress. So the removal of the claim scores from the student score report could be considered a reasonable trade-off, given the multiple opportunities to collect other rich student level data throughout the year. And with the performance tasks intact, we will be able to provide writing trait scores at the individual and group level. So this image provides a summary of writing trait scores by the categories of evidence or elaboration, organization and purpose, and conventions through the California Educator Reporting System. At the group level, in terms of scores at the group level, they can still be reported by mean scale scores and achievement levels, such as this sample English language arts summary public report, right? We can still do the scale scores here. Oops, sorry, a little too fast. The mean scale scores here, and then the performance, the achievement levels by each level here as an example. And although the claims or the areas cannot be reported at the student level, at the group level, we can still provide that. So furthermore, these scores at the group level can be reported by claim, and such as our reading, writing, listening, research, or inquiry. Again, this is from our ELA summary public report by grade. So the our proposed timeline for implementation is as follows. Currently, the CDE has available under the CASP program, the California Alternate Assessment for Science is already available since September 8th. And this is really the 4 performance tasks that are administered close to instruction. They really have the entire school year to work on that. So the regular, on January 12th, 2021 is when our other CASP assessments will be available. This include the California Science Test or CAST, the California Alternates for English Language Arts, Mathematics, and the California Spanish Assessment. And then the summative LPAC will open or launch on February 1st, 2021. And the revised blueprints are, if they should be approved today, we anticipate that the CASP launch for the Smarter Balance ELA and Mathematics test will be available sometime in January, but we are being conservative with late February as the latest they will be available. Right now, we, as Rachel mentioned earlier, we do have a lot of unknowns. And what we do know is that we had a year without data in spring 2020. And this really puts us on a path to the possibility of getting more information as a way to check on the system. And once the summative testing window opens, the CDE will monitor the data along with our contractor from the summative assessments throughout the whole entire window. And we will provide updates on the availability and potential uses of the data as appropriate. So we are working on guidance that will allow LEA's options and flexibility to meet the needs of their unique contexts. So at this time, before I go to the second recommendation, I'd like to stop and see if there are any questions about this first recommendation.
Member Patil Brownson has a question.
Talking to myself on mute. Any clarification questions?
Yes.
Please, Kim.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm as to whether parents will be receiving these scores. Certainly in the context of my own local district, I know parents watch these, and although they're not necessarily used as a sole source diagnostic, I don't think anyone would propose that. It is oftentimes, it's a feedback mechanism, and particularly in the context of COVID, and especially in the context of the early years where parents are playing such an important supplemental role, especially for early literacy and reading acquisition. It is a very helpful guide. So one, will parents receive it? And then two, I pulled out my own kids' little scores that you can't see it here with the blue screen, but will the scaled scores still be a part of the short order form that is provided, so you get the 2,000 to 3,000 range number that's there at the top of the screen that you just had up, and still have the child score, the school average, and the state average?
Yes, if everything goes according to plan and there are no other natural disasters or emergencies of sorts, and we could fully implement this spring, you will still receive all the results at the very top. Your child score, the scale score, and the school averages and the state averages. And also it'll tell you that the child's achievement level as well. The only thing you're missing out is the domains here that roll up to be the total score. Right?
Sorry, and I have one follow-up question. Because the domains or the claims are also very helpful, I think, for parents who are trying to supplement and especially catch up kids oftentimes over the summer when there's challenges. Has there been any conversation about whether, for example, if the reliability of the data degrades because of the smaller sample size of questions going to 50%? What I noticed, again, just looking at my own kids' scores, is that in the elementary school years, some of these claims are already collapsed. So, for example, for my 3rd and 5th grader, problem solving and modeling and data analysis on the math are already combined. And does that potentially give us a mechanism by which to provide more information to parents who want to actually do the supplemental work that's particularly needed in the context of COVID?
As you mentioned, this is really one source of data. So hopefully you have, in terms of the reporting, if we go to the short form, we won't have those at the individual level, but you could have your child's scale scores and achievement level to compare to how your school did and how the state did overall. However, the reliability of the tests, Eric, are you here? Okay, I will have Dr. Eric Zilbert come and share a little bit about the reliability of the assessment going from a full form to a short form.
Let me just note that we have asked all districts in California to be using formative assessment tools, diagnostic assessment tools this fall. And that's actually been part of sort of their continuity planning, et cetera. So everyone should have more data about their child available from other assessments the district is using. And we'll go to this discussion. I do want to remind people that we're talking only about clarification questions right now. We still have the rest of the item in public comment to go. So we'll take a brief discussion of reliability. A couple other folks have clarifying questions, and then we'll I see you. But we will come back for full discussion. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the Smarter Balanced full forms have reliabilities all around 0.92. So basically means that if you gave the test twice, you'd have 92% agreement between the two tests. For the shorter form, those go down to about 0.88 or 0.87, depending on the grade and subject. So you can see you're getting a little bit more error, a little bit less precision with the shorter form, but it should be adequate for reporting scale scores and performance levels.
Thank you very much. In the queue, I have Ting, Patricia, and Matt. I think Matt was actually first of those lists. And again, let's keep it to clarifying questions, brief ones, so that we can get through the rest of the item, and then we'll come back and have a full discussion. Matt?
I'm good. I had a question about parent communication. Kim covered it.
Okay, and then we have Ting and then Patricia.
Yeah. Mal, can you just clarify, you had mentioned that ED will not be entertaining any waivers of assessments. Can you just clarify that means all the CASP, the entire CASP, or just the Smarter Balance portions?
No. So all the assessments that are required under ESSA, as I mentioned, all those under CASP and LPAC are all required assessments under ESSA. So okay, still have to administer.
Let me just say, because we're getting a little into the other questions, that this decision does not have to do with is a separate decision from whether under a new administration or under different pandemic conditions we might ask for a waiver of something having to do with assessment or accountability. This is a separate decision about just the short form, because we can cross that bridge if and when we get to it.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify so that we understand that we're talking about all of CASP when we talk about the federal requirements. And then my other question is, for these two particular blueprints, they're part of Smarter Balanced. So are other Smarter Balanced states also doing something similar to this?
Well, they are exploring the same options as we are. I believe that Hawaii already have approval on one of their short forms. That I just learned that they haven't implemented, but they have approval on one of them. So they're all in the same boat as we are. And a lot of times, because we are so big, many are kind of waiting to see what we do. I don't like to be first, but sometimes we just have to make the hard decisions.
Right, yeah. And I know that we share data, and there's some kind of data analysis within the consortium. So I was kind of curious if there's kind of some consistency across the consortium on how they're handling the shortened form.
Again,
Tony, do we want to ask him quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just see Tony Alpert sitting here, and I thought maybe we would ask him.
Oh, yes. Tony, you are on the panel.
If he knows what's happening with the other states, so that we could get a quick answer.
Yes, Madam President. So I think Mao described it accurately. The states are looking at the blueprint options. The states voted on the blueprint that Mao has presented to the board for its consideration. And then states have the option of using that blueprint or using the full form, or it is their option to deviate and use some other blueprint. But given that this is one of the blueprints that Smarter Balance has adopted, it would be a blueprint that Smarter Balance supports as part of its technical manual. It's a collection of validity evidence and the data that it collects around it.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Patricia, one more clarifying question, and then we'll complete the item.
Well, I'm glad I was last on this, because I did have a number of questions about the blueprint list itself. Could you go back to the slide showing the difference in the number of assessment items? Because I do have a couple of questions remaining. And then when we get to the general discussion, I'll ask the Smarter Balance logistical questions there. My first question is, I heard that there would be a difference in the error that would be given. And first of all, let me just say, I found it amusing when your colleague came up to the podium, the camera had to make an adjustment because he was so much taller than you. I had a hard time not laughing about that, but that's separate. So I did hear that there was a difference in error, and that error is likely to increase with giving the test. My next question is, so does the scale also change with the reduction of items that are on this assessment if we go to this alternative blueprint?
So I will have Tony, can you assist with that question?
Board Member Rucker. So we do not plan on changing the scale, and we will provide evidence as part of the data collection that it is in fact a comparable use or comparable scale from previous administrations. So that's
okay.
That's an evidence that would be included as part of the technical analysis.
Okay, and then my last question is related to the depth of knowledge. With the large number of assessment items on the full assessment, both for reading, language arts, and math, there is a great deal of diversity or variability in the depth of knowledge required for the students to explore and actually develop the answers in their responses for these questions. Could you go to the math blueprint? So I'm concerned when we look at the math blueprint with the reduction of items, there would be 1 or 1 to 2 problem-solving questions and up to 2 modeling and data analysis questions. I'm especially concerned in mathematics because this is the area that we have a statewide performance issue, that mathematics is almost uniformly the lowest test score that students are receiving across the grade levels and grade spans that we're testing and across districts. And while the state does have separately a priority on providing a new professional development and new instructional support to teachers to help increase the performance of students, I'm concerned about what the actual math assessment is going to tell us if 2 of the areas where we're doing a lot of work to revise the math framework really will not be well explored in this alternative assessment. And I'm just raising the question, knowing that this is just going to be a one-time thing, but I'm not sure, Tony, on what the relative value of the math score will be, given what's actually going to be tested, and we're not clear on what the depth of knowledge of those questions are. So could we talk a little bit or think a little bit about giving guidance to the LEAs about what this score will mean or what they should glean from the data they're going to get from this score? Because I think that districts are going to need more help with figuring this out, even with the diagnostic work they should be doing with the formative assessments. I'm not really sure they're going to know what to do with this information, knowing that there was only 1 or 2 items on what is proving to be some of their most difficult instructional areas. I hope that question makes sense.
Yeah, I think we're getting into the discussion now. It's a great question. I don't know if there's a quick answer now, and then we can delve back into it when we get to discussion.
If I may.
Really about the depth of knowledge, really respond to the depth of knowledge. We can get to the detail of the other part of the question, but I really do want to understand what would be the depth of knowledge.
So Mao, if I may. The depth of knowledge for problem solving and data analysis is really addressed principally for math in the performance tasks, and so those were retained. And in the aggregate, I think that the power of the summative assessment, even in the shortened form, is retained. And to at least start at your question, Smarter Balance acknowledges and I personally acknowledge our need to augment and support the interpretation of the results in a new way, and for a variety of reasons, not just due to the shortened blueprint, but because of all the context of the data that has to be taken into consideration.
I certainly appreciate your response to that, and thank you so very much.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other clarifying questions, Val, why don't you go ahead with the rest of the item?
Okay, thank you. So as you know, the development, as I mentioned earlier, the development of the alternate LPAC has been ongoing. And the initial, the development, the initial and summative alternate LPAC student score reports is the most recent step in that process. So let's begin. It really began last spring. So the work began with 2 parent focus groups, one in April and one in May. And the participants were provided with a sample alternate LPAC student score report, translated into Spanish and Mandarin, and asked to provide feedback on its readability and usability. And these parents at least have at least one English learner student with an individualized education program. So for the first meeting, we focused on Spanish-speaking parents and guardians because Spanish is the language that is most common for English learners with the significant cognitive disabilities. And for the second meeting, we included Mandarin-speaking parents and guardians and provided feedback and collected feedback from them as well. Then in July, a focus group was conducted with representatives from a number of California stakeholder groups to provide feedback on the design elements of the alternate LPAC student score reports, ability to communicate the results to parents, students, and guardians. And some of these stakeholder groups included the Small School District Association, the Association of California School Administrators, the California School Boards Association, the California Teachers Association, the California Federation of Teachers, the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, and the California Science Teachers Association. So having the feedback collected from the focus groups, the first component was to make sure that the graphics would contribute to the test results being easy to understand. And the next component was to make sure that terminology and language would be clear and understandable to parents and guardians. And then the student score report also needed to identify the skills that are needed to help the child progress, along with an explanation of the child's abilities. And the last component was that from the parents and guardians and stakeholders, they recommended including links to sample test questions and available resources. So all in all, the feedback was good and provided us with the ability to bring forward the alternate LPAC student score reports that meet the feedback from these focus groups. So the alternate LPAC SSR details that once approved, these student score reports will become available for both for use for both the initial alternate LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC, which are planned to be operational starting in July 2020. They will be available in 5 languages, English, Spanish, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and Filipino. And finally, these student score reports will provide universal access to the information for persons with visual impairments through text-to-speech applications. So this screenshot displays the front side of the initial alternate LPAC student score report. The pop-out image displays the overall score and the proficiency level. And this is the back side of the report. The pop-out displays the descriptions of the 3 different proficiency levels that are reported by the initial alternate LPAC. And then here's the proposed summative alternate LPAC student score report front side. And the pop-out image displays the overall score and the proficiency level. And then on the back, it shows the pop-out here displays the overall score, the proficiency level, in a comparison to previous years, if available. So I'm nearing the end. So just to recap, the CDE's recommendations for the California State Board of Education are to approve the proposed revisions to the Smarter Balance summative assessments for English language arts, literacy or ELA, and mathematics blueprints as described in tables 2 and 4 in order to allow for short test forms. And approve the proposed student score reports for the initial and summative alternate LPAC or English language proficiency assessments for California as described in attachment 2. So I will stop there.
Linda, I'm sorry, I think you're on mute.
I've been talking to myself on mute way too much. We're going to open the phone line for public comments. So we want to get the slide up for public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code on that slide. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Member Sun if she has any initial comments before I add mine, and then we'll move to the public comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it is really important that we have this conversation around the summative assessments that we're looking at for the spring of this year. As Deputy Superintendent Maeve said in her introductory remarks, we don't know what the spring will bring us and what it will take. We need to start working on preparing for whatever it might be. So I think this would be the first step in looking at a shortened blueprint for the summative assessments.
Yeah, and I'll just echo Ting's comments and note again that this gives us an option we may need, and it has to get started now if we're going to have that option. But there will be much unpredictable in the coming months. And so I want to be clear that if there are questions, as I've heard many about things like waivers that might pertain to assessment or accountability to various tests, et cetera, those we will not be taking up right this minute. This is really just about these items because they are timely and necessary at this moment. And we will, continue to be responsive to the environment around us as we need to be beyond this. And with that, I think we can open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have 4 callers in the queue. And first caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Edgar Sasueta on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. Just wanted to state that we support the recommendation. We think it strikes the right balance on ensuring health and safety of our students and staff while also allowing us to get some information and data that will enable us to support our students from an academic standpoint. We do have 2 requests from the state. One is that the state takes the lead on the communications front. Our members, our school leaders are going to be the ones who are going to have to explain to parents the changes and why we're making these changes. So just getting some uniform communications from the state would be helpful. And then 2, as it's been stated, the system will need support in implementation of the assessments, dealing on the issues of security, administering the assessments across the different modes of instruction, and then it's been stated just how to use the data once we get that information. So thank you for the discussion and for the action today.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ingrid Lainez-Roberson, Chief of Learning and Accountability at Alameda County Office of Education. On behalf of CSESA, the California County Superintendents Education Services Association, consisting of 58 county superintendents of schools, we appreciate the California Department of Education for proposing revisions to the English language arts and mathematics blueprints to allow for a short test form. The 58 counties look forward to working with CDE in providing ongoing support to our districts and schools on implementation issues given distance learning, such as the need for additional devices for at-home administration, the need to provide video training in multiple languages for parents and families to be able to administer the short test form at home, the need for teachers and parents to know that scores are a reliable measure of student knowledge and understanding of state standards. SESSA is committed to partnering with CDE in the best interest of students.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Angela De Ramos, and I am a 5th grade teacher representing California Teachers Association. CTA appreciates the CDE's efforts to be prepared for a variety of scenarios given COVID-19 this year. And while we understand why there are efforts to develop the short form for the CASP and LPAC, CTA strongly implores the State Board of Education and the CDE to pursue a waiver for the required administration of the CASP for the spring of 2021. Given widespread inequities in student access to technology and the internet, as well as concerns about validity and the comparability of any data gathered from statewide summative testing administered in these conditions, because they're unknown and uncontrollable conditions, conducting the standardized testing in the spring of 21 would be detrimental to students and limited use to teachers, schools, and school districts. CTA is supportive of the exclusion of the LPAC from the waiver since it's used to reclassify English learners. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Robert Manwaring calling from Children Now. Thank you for bringing this item to the board. Just wanted to raise a couple of issues to be considered as you make this decision. Getting a better sense of how this test, would this test meet the needs in the English learner reclassification process? Generally, the summative test is one of those indicators, one of the 4 main indicators used in that reclassification decision. And then thinking about what are the implications that this might have for the growth model that you'll discuss in the next item. Would there be the ability to have a comparability at some point on a student level basis between a short form result in spring 2021 with a long form result in 2022, or will this lead to a further delay of the start of the growth model? And then finally, to the extent that there may be a potential waiver in the future, really thinking about how is the state head around learning loss in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I am speaking to the comments from the LCFF Equity Coalition. Appreciate very much the presentation today and the acknowledgement that so much is unknown, and also good to know that the department engaged in parent outreach and urge the department to take the recommendations of those parents very seriously. One question we have is, how will the dashboard be modified to reflect the changes to the test? And echoing the prior speaker's question, what will be the impact to the rollout of the student growth model? Given the changes in the learning modes that students and their families are experiencing in distance learning, we know that accommodations and assessments that address students' needs, especially those with unique needs who are having the greatest struggles, they need to be addressed head on. And we hope that the department, and we urge you to urge the department to plan strongly for ensuring that this is done well and equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Lillis, Executive Director for Teach Plus California. We just wanted to share some thoughts as you consider moving forward with this recommendation about the role of the state in doing this. And one, to reinforce a point that Ms. Guillen just made, is how do we as a state ensure all students have an equitable and adequate testing environments. And so we urge the department to dig even deeper into what we're learning from the administration of the initial LPAC, where there are LEAs that are struggling with that and where there could be additional resources coming from the state. In addition, we urge you to think about how you, again, as Mr. Zasweta mentioned, how you communicate the rollout of these assessments with not only educators, but families and students, and the role of these moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. This concludes public comment. Thank you, callers.
Okay, now we're ready for discussion, and we'll try to get to the most meaningful questions as quickly as we can. I do want to use the prerogative of the chair to ask the question that several public comment callers did ask about the implications of the short form for the growth model. I think that's something that everyone will want to know the answer to. I know that Dr. Vang has really been looking at the questions of how remote testing, online testing, bringing kids into small groups and other things may work. So if you want to say a word about the variable strategies that might end up being activated, that would be useful too. And others, please raise your hands and I will watch for those in the participants.
Oh, so Linda, that question was for me about how we implemented the LPAC.
Well, the first question is the implications for the growth model, if we know those. And the second is just a brief word on what we're learning about assessment in this online environment.
Okay. So again, like I mentioned earlier, we just don't know what kind of results we will get, right? Because of the unknowns of students taking the tests. And so as we analyze the data, we can't really make a definitive answer how it can be used for the growth model or anything else until we go through the process. And should we, learn that we need to decouple it from accountability purposes, then we could do that at a later time when we have more information and data collected. I'm not sure if Eric or Cindy is here, if either one of you want to add on to the accountability questions.
Sure. Good afternoon. Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. We are working directly with Educational Testing Services on the growth model, as you all know, and you'll hear in the next item. And so if anything, they are closely evaluating this as we move along. So should the board take action today on shortening the form of the test, we will definitely be in continued contact with them on how this would impact the growth model. So as we bring forward future considerations of the growth model and the actual adoption in March, this will definitely be a part of that conversation. So I think Mal is correct. It's too early, but it's definitely on our radar.
All right. I know that we have questions from Sue, Patricia, and Cynthia.
In that order?
Yes, we'll do it in that order.
All right, thanks. So just a couple things. First, I just want to express my appreciation to both Rachel and Mao for their presentation. As somebody who's been around testing for a long, long time, when I saw this item, I thought it needed a lot of background information. And I hope, especially for our new members, that providing the kind of background that Mao did about the scope of the testing writ large and the time it takes for testing was helpful. So again, thank you very much for doing that. But to that point, I guess I understand the short-term need here to try to get on the road with blueprints that will shorten the test for English language arts and mathematics. But as I look at the PowerPoint, and now you might want to put up one of the earlier slides about what, again, CASP entails, the umbrella of CASP, it includes a lot of other assessments. And if one of our objectives here is to try to be planning ahead and thinking about, because there are so many unknowns, should we also be looking at some of these other assessments? And I think especially about CAST, the science assessment, since that's rolling out relatively newly, is that something that we should be considerate of? Because again, if one of our rationales is to try to reduce the amount of time spent on testing, given all of the other demands that are on our educators at this time, I just want to make sure that we're thinking about this whole issue in a broader context and not just because, and it's not just because, but I feel like we're trying to respond like we do a lot of times to the feds because we think the feds won't give us a waiver. I just want us to have a broader discussion about assessment in the context in which we're trying to ask our educators to operate. Thank you.
Matt, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, well, the science test is also required under ESSA. So that is not something that I could just recommend to reduce or take out. And with the timing, it is already a much shorter test than the ELA. And at this point, we think the only two that we could reduce in a meaningful way, in a timely way, is the ELA and the math, or are the ELA and the math.
I think the question of what we'll face in the spring and whether there will be a change in administration, which we'll learn in the next few days, and what the framework will be for thinking about spring testing will all become clearer in the coming days and weeks than it is right now. But I think that's a really good question to keep in front of us. Patricia, you're next, and then Cynthia, then Eileen.
Thank you. I want to begin by saying I agree wholeheartedly with what Board Member Burr just said. So I'm glad that I was called to speak after her because I was going to say many of the same things. The questions that I raised during the technical part of the discussion about the scale and about the depth of knowledge and how these would be comparable and fit overall into what's reported and evaluated by schools and ultimately by parents was related to that concern. So I was heartened, and I'm very grateful that Tony Alford is on the call today to be able to talk to and recognize that there is a need to change not only what we're doing in how we are doing the assessments because of the circumstances we're in, but how we discuss and report and analyze the results we're getting. So I'm glad to know that that conversation's on the table. But again, I want to reiterate what Board Member Burr said. For the purposes of what we are trying to do as a board and the policy that we're trying to create in a focus on continuous improvement, and in particular with what we're trying to do in addressing our statewide concern about the performance of students in math and what their math learning actually is, I think this conversation about assessment is taking on a greater context in that overall big picture. So that I will leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Cynthia.
Thank you. I first would like to say again, and it's kind of been said already before, that it is really important that this type of decision is looked at this time in case it is needed. To be able to implement spring testing administration at any point in time always requires a lot of logistics on the behalf of school districts and schools. And if that is going to indeed need to happen this spring, especially in light of the fact that students are primarily in a distance learning environment and maybe transitioning after the winter breaks into perhaps a hybrid type of model, there are a lot of logistical decisions that need to be made. So I'm very happy that we are looking at this point in time and really keeping that in mind for everyone in the field. As we move forward, if it is determined and if the board does vote to utilize the more reduced size blueprint for spring administration, it is going to be very important that we look at some guidance that can come from CDE regarding communication of this shortened format and what that means. and perhaps even a communications toolkit that LEAs can then use to communicate at their local level to their stakeholders. A uniform communication will be really important with this particular change. The other aspect of consideration where I think there may need to be, again, some guidance that, again, LEAs can use at their local context is in regards to various administration models. If this is going to be, spring testing is going to take place in a mode that is very different from what we've done before, and that's what we are anticipating, to have, again, some type of guidance document on models that can be utilized in different situations for schools that are smaller, schools that are larger, elementary, middle, high school. That I also feel will be very helpful for those in the field as they make decisions about how to go about ensuring students have a spring testing environment that will best set them up for success.
Mm-hmm. It's really important. If I could just note that, some places are operating with very strong bandwidth and internet, capacity, others not. And so it's very hard for kids to, get through, long assignments on Zoom. Some places are in person, others are not. Some places are bringing students back in small groups. That might even be the context for assessment in some places in the spring. So having an assessment that can be managed in all of those different contexts in a reasonable way, is important to consider. And then, of course, the guidance about how contingencies in different circumstances might be handled will be helpful. Eileen?
Well, I just want to build on all the board members' comments so far. I appreciate the advanced planning. I know we have to do it this month, and if we want to be ready for spring testing, I think the issues about access to bandwidth, I just think about the stories of advanced placement students who took a short form and then couldn't upload their exam, and then they had to retake it again, and all the anxiety. So I do, and I know that we're continuing to work on this, but whether it will be in remote, which has its own challenges, or in small group in person, we've never given these tests remotely before. I appreciate the short form, and I appreciate the desire to align and to get some good data feedback on where our students are. But I realize that as we look forward, and we don't know what spring will look like in our schools, I know we're all hoping students will be back at least some of the time. I'm assuming that the guidance from CD will include the settings and the options that we will have to administer to get valid and reliable, and also to give students a fair chance to show what they know without being cut off the bandwidth or having unable to upload an answer. So I just think that's complicated. I appreciate the advanced planning so that we're ready in case we have to do this. But I do believe we need some clear benchmark of where our students are, but I don't want to overly complicate and make it frustrating for them in the challenges that we're facing right now with remote and hybrid learning.
Yeah. I think that's a good point at which I don't see any other hands up for discussion. So I think this is the moment where we can ask for a motion. Do I have a motion regarding the CDE recommendations?
I'll motion.
Matt?
Sure.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? I'll ask Brooks to call the roll.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darlene Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Aye.
Member Sun.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you very much, Mal. We appreciate the presentation. We have earned ourselves a lunchtime. It's 12:40. We'll come back in a half an hour at 1:10. See you then. I think you want to leave, stay in the meeting, but stop your video and put yourself on mute. To reestablish a quorum, so Brooks is going to call the roll.
Member Burr.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patil Bronson.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to start now with agenda item number 5. This is an update on the implementation of the integrated local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system, the recommended action on revisions to the student growth model, and report and recommendations of the California Advisory Task Force on Alternative Schools. And I'm going to, this item will be presented by Cindy Cazanes from the CDE, Dr. Jorge Ruiz de Velasco of the California Advisory Task Force on Alternative Schools, Diana Walsh-Royce of the Riverside County Office of Education, and Mike Illick of the Corona Norco Unified School District. We'll start with Cindy. Please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Cazanes, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Very excited to present item 5 to you this afternoon. We have a couple of attachments we're going to walk through today, and we're going to do them out of order. We'll take clarifying questions after each of the attachments from board members before moving to public comment at the very end. So first, just to clarify what the board action is, the Department of Education recommends that the State Board of Education first confirm that the empirical best linear prediction, or EBLIP model, will only use the same subject area when modeling student growth. And number 2, maintain the current student level methodology, which holds the same expectation for growth and for all student groups, and allows comparisons of student group data. So with that, we're going to start with attachment 2, and I'm going to briefly introduce this piece of the presentation to you. This is a review of a partnership and really the culmination of a report that was prepared under the direction of Dr. Jorge Ruiz de Velasco, who is at the Gardner Center for Youth and Their Communities at Stanford University. Jorge was introduced to us back in 2017 by then President Kirst, and what a relationship this has become. We have, unlike any other subject area that we've participated in, we had the benefit from this of Dr. Ruiz de Velasco's just extensive national knowledge, California-specific knowledge of our alternative schools population. In addition, he was able to really persuade, I think, some of the top experts, practitioners in the field of alternative education to participate in this task force. And accordingly, what the department gained from it was such a great capacity and knowledge of students and practices of our most vulnerable schools and also students. In doing so, I have to say we learned from a variety of folks on this, all the way from our county offices of education, the Advisory Commission on Special Education weighed in for our most vulnerable students with disabilities, to another end of the spectrum, where you have charter schools who really focus on credit recovery, which is very unique population. And so we had just a wide range of voices. We've learned a tremendous amount, as you can see in this report, which again is a culmination of this work. But finally, I wanted to just mention, in my opening remarks, is that we've raised the profile of these students. The words DAS now means something. Folks know that are in the education community and look at educational data. We've added this to our standing reports on our website for DataQuest, an actual filter for alternative schools. And so really the lexicon and mission, I think, has far exceeded what we thought it was going to do about 4 years ago. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Luis de Velasco to begin the conversation and really introduce you to the work of this group. And you're going to hear from two very practiced practitioners in this area to talk through what we've been doing and where we're headed. Jorge?
Yes.
I'm passing the baton.
Am I up? All right. Well, first of all, thank you, Cindy. You've given me an introduction that's going to be a little bit hard to live up to, but I really appreciate it. And a Valentine to the State Board from the task force insofar as this work is already in progress at the CDE, the development of the dashboard and the implementation of measures. And two things that are really have already caused a good deal of positive system change is the implementation of the one-year graduation rate. This kind of change is going to, this change in the indicator metric is will generate relevant and more actionable information for system leaders about one of the core functions of the alternative schools, which is to get kids a second chance to a standard diploma. The other thing that the task force has been very uniformly happy about is the work that Cindy and the department and the state board has been doing to add new and collect more information about the college and career readiness indicator. This is important not just for accountability purposes, but by adding these indicators and lifting them up in the system, it's encouraging school and district leaders to put more of these opportunities in alternative schools. The creation of the collection of data on completing state and federal jobs or pre-apprenticeships or student-led enterprises will not only create more opportunities for young people to connect to work and further education and to the diploma, but is going to support and has been implementing the support of CTE pathway programs and integrated studies, courses of study in alternative schools. And we're already seeing places like Oakland and San Bernardino and Los Angeles pave the way for this in their alternative schools. I want to use just my remaining time to talk about 2 points before I hand it over to my co-presenters, Mike and Diana. One is in the report, there is the next stage of work is to articulate something on the dashboard that would be an important local indicator. And one of those the task force thought was super important was the creation of a positive transition rate. This rate would measure the percent of those students who age out of alternative schools or otherwise leave alternative schools without a diploma. We know from our data and from data that the CDE has run for the task force that anywhere from that an average of 60% of seniors in alternative schools actually wind up graduating by the end of it. But what happens to the rest? Many kids, which is, it's a good indicator, but many kids wind up aging out of the system or otherwise leaving. And many of these kids tend to be foster youth, English learners, late entering immigrants, expelled or incarcerated youth that have re-entered the system but are aging out. And alternative schools do an important job of making sure that they don't exit to the street, that they exit to positive transitions, like, for example, exiting to work programs like Youth Build that allow them to continue their path to a high school diploma, to community college programs, to adult education, and to the growing number of charter schools that help with credit recovery. Adding this kind of indicator would honor student persistence in persisting in their education beyond the K-12 system where they're turning 19, 20, and 21. And it would also honor the schools and the principals and teachers who put the shoulder to the wheel to make sure that all their kids are either getting a diploma or if they're aging out, that they're making positive transitions to continued education or work and education. We know the system, the way it's currently designed, signals that these kids are either system failures or losers. But we know that in many schools, 80–90% of them are actually making positive transitions, and we should measure that to know what schools are doing a good job of it and not, because we know it makes a big difference whether they make those kinds of transitions or exit to the street. Two other points that are related is the continuation schools still make up the lion's share, and students in the lion's share of secondary school students in alternative ed. Right now, as an artifact of an anachronism of history, those schools, continuation schools, are limited to 15 hours of capture for apportionment rate, which is half of the 30 hours per week that traditional high schools get. The fact is, though, that most districts continue to offer a full day of programming, and they have to pull that money out of their general funds because they're not treated the same. And this is an artifact of the 1950s, and it signals that for many that the system has given up on the 6% of secondary school students in these schools, and that those students don't merit the same level, at least, of investment as students in those traditional schools that failed them in the first place. It's something that needs to be fixed. The other one is, and I'm hopeful that Diana and Mike will put a little more meat on this, but we also know that, and the system will generate better information about the disproportionate number of these alternative schools that wind up in the bottom 5% of performance. Right now, we do not have, either at the CDE or in any of the counties or in any other intermediary, a locus for best practices and for providing technical assistance and targeted assistance to these leaders of schools in alternative settings that is appropriate to their setting and that would really incentivize continuous learning and improvement. It is a big gap in our technical assistance ability to improve, make system improvement, particularly for schools at the lowest end of performance. I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to hand it over to Mike Illick, who is the Administrative Director for Instructional Support at Corona-Norco Unified School District and also a leader in Access and Options Council. Mike.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. I would like to just tail off of what Jorge was talking about. Because we do have the new accountability system, we have to have the staff that's going to be able to implement programs and procedures that would be successful for those schools and not necessarily end up at the bottom of the heap. And what I'm talking about is the principal. The principal has to provide effective leadership that is essential in schools. So those principals, they need to be at those alternative schools because they want to be there and not because they're at the tail end of their career in some assistant principal role at some other site, and this is given to them as a reward for graduate or for retirement. Same thing, graduation and retirement. But anyway, so that is a critical piece in that, and then having that principal who sets the tone, who impacts the school climate and student learning, to be able to hire their own teachers, and so that those teachers are there for the specific reason of teaching these kids. Now, getting a teacher from a traditional site doesn't work. They don't understand the student. They don't understand that piece, because it's more than just delivering curriculum. It's about meeting the student where they are and working with those issues and breaking down the barrier so that student can access the curriculum. So giving principals autonomy is very, very, very important. And we've seen in the past where that hasn't happened, and it still doesn't happen. But those schools that do very well have strong school leadership, strong teachers, and I've been on many continuation school, model continuation school visits, and where the kids say, this is like family. This school is like family. Students are engaged. They want to come to school because of the adult presence there that want to be there. So I just really want to emphasize that, because we've seen in data that there's issues with equity, justice, student achievement, and students are overrepresented in certain areas, either with African American, Hispanic, special education, which is a more restrictive environment. So those things are really, really important. Also, usually there's a district person that oversees the alternative school, and they don't understand necessarily what happens in those schools. And I think it's really important, if those schools are given assistance because they're in the bottom rung, that I think I believe that the district person who oversees it needs to be a part of that assistance, so that they understand what is necessary for the school to be successful and to do the right thing for their kids. For so long, we've moved our ineffective teachers, our most at-risk teachers, to teach our most at-risk kids, and that's quite simply malpractice. We want our at-risk kids to be at-promise kids, and for that, we need the people in the schools to be able to do that. And those folks are integral part in having the students move a transition, transfer to the alternative school from the traditional school when necessary, and to have all partners, parents, district office, sending school, receiving school, all on the same page, following best practice to do this work. So that's what I wanted to share from my end. And I would like to introduce Diana Walsh-Royce from Riverside County Office of Ed, the retired associate superintendent.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, and esteemed members of the board and colleagues and guests. It's an honor to be here with you today. I hope that you're doing well during these unprecedented, uncertain times. In my role at the County Office of Education, I serve students in the juvenile court and community schools, a re-engagement charter, adult jail programs, special and migrant education. I also served as the past chair for the Student Programs and Services Steering Committee under the umbrella of the County Office Superintendent's Organization. Currently, I serve as a WAS commissioner and continue to work with schools and districts. As I said, it's an honor to be with you today, and even more of an honor to be a part of the development of the DAS Alternative Accountability Model. In 2017, a group came to you about the need for relevant, transparent accountability system with measures that are appropriate for students in alternative settings. You listened and you approved, and that this work has moved forward. So thank you so much for that. DAS has allowed alternative programs to enter the realm of accountability using metrics that are more applicable to the students we serve. The importance of this can't be overstated. In the past, models lacked rigor and appropriateness. Alternative schools can now visibly demonstrate their significant role to the value added in our school community. As a result, I believe that many alternative schools are undergoing a transformation through improved instructional practices, rigorous, relevant curriculum, individualized student-centered practices using research-based holistic approaches. And this dedication has led to thousands of students graduating from high school and realizing their dream for a better life. DAS provides meaningful data to drive student learning, growth, and achievement. And it emphasizes the importance of sharing this information with key stakeholders. Data on steroids, as one of my colleagues said, is a very valuable commodity. Most importantly, data can help identify root causes that create barriers for students, and this can lead to early intervention. And earlier intervention is absolutely essential There may be a day sometime in the future if we're able to use early warning systems and early intervention to catch kids early, where we won't need as many alternative schools. I think it's essential that we continue to support schools and districts in using all facets of data, and CDE does an excellent job of this with CalPAD support. In addition, many county offices provide intensive support through networks, trainings, and systems of support led by geographic leads. I was fortunate to be part of a county office where DAS accountability updates were provided with follow-through support, networks implemented, and target assistance provided. In other words, differentiating support to focus specifically on DAS schools. In addition, as Cindy mentioned, the SELPA system improvement leads have also made great strides in data-informed practices for programs serving students with disabilities. DAS has also incentivized the use of high-impact strategies to creatively and innovatively ensure that our students graduate from college and career ready and grow academically and socially, keeping in mind that building positive relationships and trust with students is foundational. Many alternative schools have worked to increase their rigor by adding A through G course offerings. They have achieved WASC accreditation. However, we know that many of the students arrive to our schools with gaps in their education and are credit deficient. There's a need to continually build capacity to address the academic and programmatic needs of our students. It's really all about continuous improvement. And there are many outstanding organizations that have been mentioned and networks that focus on best practices, but many times these organizations work in isolation. But Student Programs and Services Steering Committee, the Access Ed Options, the Gardner Center, and numerous nonprofits have created a repository of best practices. But there's a need to lift up these evidence-based practices with a designated lead for more coordination among all of these groups. There are many outstanding practices at schools scattered throughout pockets of the state, and CDE recognizes some of these schools through model continuation schools. But this recognition doesn't expand to other schools such as opportunity, community, or court schools. I believe there might be value in recognizing these schools as well. And the final point that I would like to make is that many students in alternative settings are served by multiple agencies such as probation, social services, mental health, the district attorney's office, community colleges, and many more. And alternative schools leverage these key partnerships to support student social, emotional, and academic growth. But there's a need to foster a coherent, integrated system of support among agencies, breaking down silos for unprecedented collaboration. Getting in the way of this collaboration are policies, lack of data sharing, separate funding streams, and just the bureaucracy of large organizations. We need to look to streamline services and work together with our sister and brother agencies for seamless services. And then finally, I want to take a moment to acknowledge California Department of Education, Cindy Kazanis and Jenny Singh and their team, and Dr. De La Vasco and Milbury McLaughlin from the Gardner Center at Stanford for their vital leadership in creating a system that truly captures and reflects the strengths of our students. I also want to give a shout out to the 22 members of the task force. We worked with a true spirit of collaboration, had many rich, spirited discussions, but passion always drove our work. And lastly, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and express gratitude for those educators who work directly with our students in alternative settings each and every day. They do the heavy lifting. We take great pride in our work with the most vulnerable students and believe that we continue to make great progress to help them achieve, learn, and thrive. And I know there's so much going on in the world today with so many challenges and urgent needs, But those challenges also have a silver lining to create better opportunities to serve our students. So thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. So at this time, I just wanted to touch base briefly on next steps for this ongoing work. Of course, this report is a culmination of 4 years of work, but you have also been a part of this work as the state board in taking action on things that affect our alternative schools each year. So we've been able to develop out not only the alternative school system, the DAS system, we've made corrections where we've needed to, so we've had continuous improvement in the system. We will bring back to you in March, as we do every March, our work plan for the year, and we will make every effort to include part of the recommendations of this task force where appropriate in that work plan. So with that, I wanted to open up for any clarifying questions at this time, and I'll turn it back over to President Darlene Hammond for that.
All right. I'm going to start off by just thanking this team. And Jorge, I remember when you started this work so many years ago. It's wonderful to see it shaping state policy as well as practice in these directions. Really, really, really appreciate you and your colleagues giving us this very both hopeful and useful for our future thinking type of briefing. Are there any other clarifying questions for this team before we go on to the next item? All right. So please proceed.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jenny Singh, who you see often associated with the growth model, and she's going to walk you through the two-part recommendation that we have for you today.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am in charge of giving you the information that we've prepared in Attachment 1, the analysis and recommendations for the parameters of our growth model. So this is coming in, we have two pieces in here. So the first piece we're going to talk about is how to use the use of same subject test scores in the empirical best linear prediction model, or EBLIP. And we're coming back to you regarding this because we've decided to do a slight shift in our business rules for the EBLIP model. And we want to make sure that the board is comfortable with that shift. And because when we come back in March for an approval, we don't want people to be surprised. No surprises. I'm done with surprises. So remember that the EBLIP methodology actually takes the data from the residual gain scores and rolls it up and aggregates it up. And I just wanted to remind everyone that in February, we will be doing a memo, and the memo will have a full report of everything we've done regarding the new growth model, and it will have all the data in there for all the student groups, all race, ethnicity groups, and all program groups. So that's ELs, homeless, students with disabilities, and foster youth. So at the September board meeting, ETS and CDE staff presented an update on the student level growth model, and we shared information about the EBLIP. Again, the EBLIP is just a methodology for aggregating up the scores, the RG scores. And in that, we indicated that we were using multiple years of aggregate growth information. This was going to improve the accuracy and stability of district, school, and student group growth scores. And of course, it did a much better job at improving the accuracy and stability for smaller N sizes. We also indicated that we were using multiple subjects for each of the growth scores. So for the ELA, district, school, and student group growth scores, we would use a weighted average from both prior English language arts, ELA, and mathematics assessments. Of course, most of the weight going to ELA, but some going to mathematics as well. That's true for the mathematics. So for the math growth scores, district, school, and student group, we would use a weighted average with scores from both prior English language arts and math. And here, of course, the greater weight would go towards mathematics. So during the presentation, nobody raised any questions or asked any questions about this. But after the meeting, there were some concerns that were raised about the challenges of communicating the EBLIP scores to schools and districts using multiple subjects in the calculation. So we had a couple of conversations with ETS staff, and we thought that that was a really valid point. And we thought, well, we should make the shift to use the single subject only. And one of the reasons we can do this, of course, is because with the residual gain model, the calculations at the student level already include prior year scores in both ELA and math. Now, that decision was made based on the data from ETS and a recommendation by the TDG in 2017. And just to be sure, we went back to the TDG, had a conversation, and they said, yes, we want to keep both subjects for the residual gain score in order to improve the validity of the score, the accuracy of it. And then, of course, in May of 2018, the board approved this methodology. So restricting the EBLIP aggregate scores to only include prior year data from the same subject will help with communication to the field. It does not significantly change the gross score results, and it will not affect the current timeline that we have of delivering this product by April of 2021. Okay, on to recommendation number 2, to maintain the current student level methodology and not to incorporate student characteristics in our growth model. So I'm going to start by going back to 2017, where I know we have some members of the board who weren't there at the time. But in 2017, the board discussed the criteria that we should use in the selection of a student growth model. And based on that discussion, it was clear that they did not want to include student characteristics such as race, socioeconomic status, or language status into the calculation formula for a growth model. And so why was that decision made? Because when you do include characteristics, demographics, or other variables, it does change growth expectations and results for each student because it's impacting the residual gain score. It eliminates the ability to compare results across student groups. So you would no longer be able to compare the results from students with disabilities to foster or homeless. And it eliminates any measurement of the achievement gap. So we don't know if the achievement gap is getting wider or if it's closing. And that was a very important point for the board. So we shared this, we had quite a few conversations with the stakeholder group, the growth model stakeholder group, and one of the conversations was about demographics. And so we did talk a lot about growth models and what questions that they can answer. So when you're looking at growth, really what you want to do is to look at how much did students learn over the last school year. That is one of the big purposes that we wanted to reach and that the stakeholder groups wanted. And so in order to do that, you can't include demographics because that doesn't tell you how much growth they've had. You've adjusted the scores. And we did talk about putting in demographics, but the question that answers is how much did students learn over the last year compared to other students with similar personal, family, and community backgrounds? So that answers a very different question. So at the September 2020 meeting, we received a letter that included a report from Dr. Pete Goldsmith. And the report outlined a suggestion to include the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, LPAC, achievement levels in the student growth calculation for English learners. And at the meeting, we were asked to investigate whether this is something that we would want to consider. So, CDE convened a meeting with Dr. Goldsmith, along with SBE staff, ETS staff, and 2 members of the TDG. We had some technical questions. We wanted to make sure we had the right people at the meeting. Dr. Goldsmith was very kind, gave us an hour of his time. We had a really great conversation. And we did come to the conclusion, a consensus, that adding LPAC levels would not allow for meaningful comparison between ELs and all other student groups. And that's really important because if we're going to put the growth model into the dashboard, when people come to the dashboard, they come thinking that they can compare student groups. And they would not be able to determine that they couldn't compare them on the academic indicator because they would not know that those results reflected different metrics. We also reached out to Californians Together. We had a meeting with them to talk about the conversation we had with Dr. Goldsmith, and they understood why we didn't want to go down this road. And Dr. Goldsmith did say it was not his intent to slow down the progress of the growth model, but he just wanted to bring our attention to the fact that the LPAC scores shown along with smarter balance scores was really an important thing. So we thought that that was probably a really good idea, and it could be useful to schools and districts. So we did commit to coming up with some kind of report where you could see the results of the CAS scores by English language, by the LPAC levels. I wanted to be very transparent. I did say that that's work we cannot do right now. We're really busy with the growth model, but that would be one of the next big things that we took on. And Dr. Goldsmith seemed to be okay with that, and it seemed like when we had our conversations with members of California Together, they were supportive of that as well. So with that, I will take any clarifying questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Are there clarifying questions? And thanks, by the way, for following up and finding out more about that proposal and really digging in on it both intellectually and with the stakeholder groups and with Dr. Goldsmith himself. So much appreciated. I think you gave a clear rendering of the issues. Patricia, do you want to ask a clarifying question? And then I think I saw one other hand go up. Matt.
Sure. First of all, I also want to thank you and the staff for the tremendous amount of work that it took to follow up on this request. I was the board member who made the request to look at the report and the recommendation or suggestion that came from Dr. Goldsmith. So I truly do appreciate the investigation and the research that was done. I'm looking here at the slide that you have concerning looking at options for breaking down the data. When you use that term of art, breaking down the data, you're talking about disaggregating the information in particular ways as well as giving a larger group kind of report, or are you looking at doing something different?
Well, there's multiple options that we have for displaying LPAC levels with CAF scores, so we're looking at that. And there was also a request to do a breakout of English learners versus RFEP students, so we're looking at that as well. So those two.
Okay. Okay. Again, I certainly appreciate that, and I appreciate that tech.
Pat, we've lost your sound. Oh, well. We hope you got it in what you wanted to say. I don't see any other hands up for clarifying questions. So, Cindy, is that the last part of the item?
I just wanted to add that, when we're going to report out the data, the LPAC data levels with the CAST and break them out by ELA and RFEP, That's consistent with how we're reporting the academic indicator on the dashboard. We do break that information out so that people have access to it if they want it.
Okay. So is this the point then at which we want to get the public comment slide up, Cindy?
Yes. So just to close out this item, just wanted to let you know that in the midst of the pandemic and working remotely, we continue to provide technical assistance to the field and stakeholder sessions. And so just wanted to highlight that information in this last slide. And I will just briefly show you the board action before moving over to the public comment slide.
That was very brief, but we all have it in our documents. So thank you. At this point, I want to encourage people to call in for public comment by calling the number on that slide and entering the access code. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to first ask Member Burr and then Vice President Strauss if they have any initial comments for us.
No, I would just say I also express my appreciation to Cindy and Jenny and the whole team for following up, both on the residual gain model, because questions were raised about it as Jenny explained, and also on the concerns that were raised about whether or not to include LPAC in the model. So after public comment, I'd be happy to make a motion on the department's recommendation.
Terrific, thank you. And Vice President Strauss?
I just wanted to say that I just so appreciate the department working so hard on the growth measure to continue to move us forward to get it right for us and to address all the issues. I do appreciate the clarification that Jenny Singh said about the disaggregated data that will be available on all the different subgroups, and to remind our stakeholders and those watching that there will be ability to take a look at how the different groups are doing. And finally, I just want to make a comment about the DAS report and just so appreciate the comments, but I'm very, I agree with what Jorge Velasco talked about, the giving us actionable data for students in alternative schools, and also what Diana Walsh talked about looking at options with the career indicator so that alternative schools continue to provide workforce pathway options, access to A to G, so that students leave the alternative setting with pure options, successful options for post-secondary achievement. So I really feel like the work is really going to strengthen our work, because when you have those on the college and career indicator, it does help districts focus and schools focus on offering those opportunities.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's a really good point. And Patricia, I see that your hand is up. Did you want to try again to ask your clarifying question or finish it? Oh, we're not hearing you. I'm so sorry. Oh, we thought we had solved your technology problems this week. Something's going on. Okay, I hope you can fix it.
Can she type it in the chat box and then we can
type it in the chat and we'll come back around to it. All right. With that being said, I think we are ready then to go to public comment. And are there any public commenters?
Yes, there are. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. This is Martha Hernandez. I am the Executive Director of Californians Together and former county and district administrator. I first want to thank the department for exploring the additional option of breaking down the data reports among the EL student group with respect to their LPAC level. In the March meeting of the State Board of Education, the California Department of Education presented a data run as an example of the application of the proposed growth model for students with disabilities and homeless youth. The board requested data runs for the other student subgroups, and so we continue to request those data runs for all student groups, including English learners with ELs plus RFEPs, and also, of course, disaggregating the two cohorts. Before any final decisions are made on the growth model design, having this information is important to be able to see how best to use the new academic indicator for identifying needs, program and instructional planning, and LCAP development. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, and members of the board. My name is Ruth Barajas, and I'm with Californians Together. While it is great to hear today that the CDE will be looking at disaggregating the two cohorts of ELs and RFEPs, we believe this information is gained, that we gain from this will warrant this effort, and we hope to see this before March. Having served as a school principal and an EL specialist at both Title I schools and large populations with large populations of ELs and also schools with smaller populations, where the growth target was very important and we need to be addressed. I can tell you after spending countless hours looking at data to drill down to see how our ELs were progressing or not, we could have benefited greatly from this state accountability system based on this growth model with special attention to these groups. If there is an absolute agreement that we cannot increase these numbers of subgroups, then we propose that the definition of the English learner subgroup include the current ELs and only the RFLEPs who reclassified in the second year after the data. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, and members of the board. My name is Crystal Diaz. I was a former preschool teacher, and I am here with Californians Together. Initially, the SBE and CDE were concerned about the volatility of the data comparing grade level to grade level that would include newcomers and RFEPs entering and exiting yearly, respectively, resulting in an unstable group for analysis. However, with the growth model used matching scores, the group would be more stable and with less volatility. We would suggest that ELs who reclassify within the first year of data collection be included in the RFEP group, and those who reclassify in the second or subsequent year to be included in the EL subgroup. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurmond, and members of the board. My name is Ashley Aguirre. I am a former English learner student, and I am here today with Californians Together. I'd like to add that using the same formula, aggregating one-year EL data and four-year RFEP data, and continuing to use the same methodology to determine performance levels when there are clearly unintended negative consequences may be equal, but it is not equitable and is counter to the spirit of continuous improvement. English learners who come to our schools speaking a language other than English require a system of accountability that includes an adjusted formula and methodology that uplifts their successes and highlights their needs within the framework of the state accountability system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. Good afternoon, Madam President and members. I support the recommendation from staff with respect to the EBLIP and how to handle that. I would note, however, that with respect to the larger issue of demographic adjustments, I don't think the state should limit itself to a single model. I support the notion of the model that we're currently pursuing, but I think that we could also have a second growth metric that is demographically adjusted that would be informative and in many cases more useful for high-stakes decision-making purposes, and would encourage you to pursue both. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Jessica Sacco with Children Now. I want to thank the board thank the team for bringing this item forward today. As we have mentioned previously, we strongly encourage the board to take up in January, which would be the last opportunity to do so before the March meeting, where we're projecting a decision to be made regarding the growth model. Particularly, we'd like the board to discuss the use of and release of individual student growth scores, as well as provide input on a robust communications plan, which will be critical to the successful implementation of and release of the data with the growth model. Finally, in regards to the alternative ed schools, we find it to be a very interesting idea to measure chronic absence, which ranges at about 50%. And it's likely the most important measure and provide the most substantive information relative to the performance of alternative schools.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together, and I am calling to voice support for the state to conduct data runs on aggregated scores of English learners and RFEPs, and separately for ELs and RFEPs with color performance levels. At this point in time, we are not requesting any changes to the definition, but ask that these runs be conducted so that we can better understand the impact for program planning, LCAP development, and accountability. It is our hope as well that these runs and analysis be reported before the board meeting in March. With additional luxury that COVID-19 has afforded the state, it is critical that we use this opportunity to determine the best approach to redesigning the academic indicator for the growth model and rethink what equity, not equality, will look like for English learners. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, and State Board of Education members. My name is Lorraine Richards. I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. California Teachers Association appreciates the CDE's continued work on developing a growth model for the state of California. While CTA has expressed many questions and concern on the growth model in past letters, we are supportive of the two main recommendations. The CDE's recommendation to only use the same subject area when modeling student growth is a sound and an appropriate approach. Additionally, the recommendation to not set different bars for students based on their demographics is in alignment with CTA's stance on equity. Although it would be appropriate to conduct data simulations and to share those simulations with the growth model stakeholder group and stakeholders prior to any final determination made by the State Board of Education. We look forward to having additional discussions on the issue of a student growth model as part of the accountability system for schools and districts to ensure that it is not used for teacher evaluation purposes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We appreciate CDE staff taking the steps of further breaking down data, especially regarding the disaggregation of the EL and RFEP data separately. Districts require accurate and transparent data for the identification and development of appropriate and effective goals, actions, and services for these students in their LCAPs. This is essentially critical for ELs and RFEPs not progressing academically. However, we request that this data be presented to the state board members before its March meeting when they will be approving the growth model. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, board members
and President Darling Hammond. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I'm speaking to the letter we submitted on behalf of the Equity Coalition. We don't have a position on the technical changes that the department is proposing today on the student growth model, but we are still concerned with the issues that we raised at the July and September meetings, and we urge you to direct the department to address these concerns in their work plan between now and January so that they can address them prior to the first data release in March. This is about releasing historic individual student data in December, developing the communication strategy, which we know will be very important, disaggregating English learner subgroup data. Also, we appreciate the report and recommendations from the Gardner Center, and believe that those additional metrics should be explored. And we also suggest that the chronic absence indicator is one that is used. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? This concludes public comment.
Let me get off mute. Thank you to all the public commenters. And at this point, we are open to further board discussion. Please raise your hand in the chat in the participant list if you want to make a comment. I know that we were having some technical difficulties with Kim's technology. We'll wait in here for Brooks is checking. Patricia, your hand is up. Was that left over before?
Yes, thank
you. Question, and then I have Matt after that.
Thank you, President Hammond. I just wanted to verify that I think my problem has been fixed. My question with Jenny was just a follow-up in response to her answer about the flexibility to do some data analysis in particular ways about the ELs. And she heard some questions or suggestions during the public comment that came from a number of stakeholders. So we have time between now and the January board meeting to look into that. So I don't need to go into that again, but thank you very much.
All right. And Matt, did you have a question? Your hand went up and then it disappeared.
Yeah, no, I figured I'll forget to take it down. So okay. Once you see it. No, I have two clarifying questions. A couple of callers that mentioned the chronic attendance indicator, chronic absence indicator being considered in the recommendations for alternative schools. And I was wondering if Jorge was still on the line and if they're considering that. And the second one is, it seems to me that we continue to hear this idea around ELs and RFEPs being separated, but if I understood correctly, and based on what I know, districts can do that. Is that correct, Cindy?
Yes, so to answer your first question, unfortunately, Jorge did sign off a little early.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I asked him to stay around, actually, so I apologize.
No worries. No worries.
Separately. For the data runs, and I just wanted to clarify this for everyone, we will be providing you an information memorandum in February for all the student groups that appear on the dashboard, as well as the further disaggregation as you see it for the academic indicator for the English learner student group. So you will see all that information ahead of your meeting in March, so that you will have enough time to work through that. But that is our anticipated, that's the work plan that we have with Educational Testing Services to deliver that.
Great.
Thank you.
Kim is on the phone. She's having some video tech problems, but Kim, are you there? Do you want to ask the question? I'm not hearing you.
I think that was just answered right now, so we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, great. Terrific. I'm glad you're at least able to be on the phone. Are there any other questions or comments from the board before we look for a motion on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
Yes, I would recommend that the board adopt the department's recommendation per the PowerPoint that's up on the screen, that we confirm in the model, the EBLIB, I don't like that acronym, but we'll only use the same subject area when modeling student growth. And two, that we will maintain the current student level methodology, which holds the same expectations for growth for all student groups.
Terrific.
I will second it.
Thank you very much. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Terrific. We had hoped we would be taking a break at 2:15. It is precisely 2:15. Congratulate yourselves for being right on time. Woo! We'll see you in 10 minutes at 2:25. Remember, don't leave the meeting. Just turn off your, mute yourself and turn off your video. This is going to be a short consent calendar. Then we're going to take another break while they set up for public comment for the next consent calendar. So it's a little bit choppy in the next little while. Let's see if Kim is back. Kim is
okay, Linda,
sharing
we're live.
with a lot of people. We're live?
We are live.
Okay. Still waiting for a couple of people. There's Ida. Ting. I think we're waiting for Sue. Well, we have a quorum, so I think I can go ahead and proceed. Brooks, will you please call the roll to reestablish our quorum?
Member Burr. President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member Patil Brownson. Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Sun.
Here. Okay. I know Member Patil Brownson is sharing bandwidth with several members of her family most days. So hopefully somebody else will get offline so she can come back on at some point soon. Meanwhile, I'll take up our waiver consent calendar, which includes waiver items W01 through 06 and W08. We'll now open the phone line for the public comment queue. That slide is up. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on any of these items may do so by calling in now to the number on the slide and the access code that is there. And I will ask, are there any public comments on any waiver items? Waiver 01 through 06 and 08.
And no one has called in for public comment at this time.
Okay. Given that there's no other public comment, I'll ask for a motion on waivers W01 through 06 and 08. Do I have a motion?
I will move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll now hold a roll call vote. And Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Strauss.
Aye.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Do you want to announce the result? Brooks, we're not hearing you.
Sorry, it's
I believe that makes it unanimous.
of the members present, yes.
Yes, of the members present. With that, we're going to take a few moments now of additional break to give time for callers to get into the queue for providing public comment for the regular items that are on proposed consent. So we're actually going to give a few more minutes of break and wait for people to queue up in the queue. I'll give it another minute.
Okay, we can move ahead.
I'll now ask board members Glover Woods and Strauss to recuse themselves. I think they both have, so that we can proceed with this consent calendar and the consent votes. So staff, please move them into the separate Zoom room. I think they've gone. Is there any public comment? This is on regular consent items 6 through 8 and 11.
No one has called in for public comment at this time.
All right. Seeing that there is no public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent for items 6 through 8 and 11.
I'll move.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll now hold a roll call vote. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Yes.
So it passes with 8 votes. 8-0.
So now the staff can please allow members Glover Woods and Strauss back into the Zoom. All right, we got one. Pretty exciting, zooming in and out. There we go. All right. Now we're going to go to waiver number 7, which is not on consent. This is a waiver request by the Torrance Unified School District to waive California Education Code sections governing the process for selling or leasing surplus property. And the CDE, I will allow Juan Morales from the CDE to share the CDE recommendation and present the item. Thank you, Juan.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Superintendent Gregson, board members. My name is Juan Morales. I'm the Director of the School Facilities and Transportation Services Division here at CDE, and I'm going to be presenting Waiver 7 today. Waiver 7 is a request by the Torrance Unified School District to waive certain sections of the law that would require them to go through the sealed bid process and select the highest bidder. Instead, the district plans on using the request for proposal process, which will provide them greater flexibility in selecting beneficial terms and being able to consider other factors instead of just the highest price. CDE staff recommends approval of the request to waive the sealed bid and highest bid sections of the law with the following conditions: that the proposal be selected within 30 to 60 days of the public meeting where it was received, and that the reasons for determination be discussed at a public session included in the minutes of the meeting. Another condition is that prior to entering negotiations, the governing board shall hold a public hearing where members of the public, including labor organizations, can discuss possible uses of the surplus property and share concerns regarding the impact on the community, including the potential relocation of the programs currently operating at the property. And then lastly, that this approval is just for the lease of the property. Should the district decide to sell the property, then another waiver would be required. City staff recognizes that one of the reasons for denial is if the bargaining units were not participants in the development of the waiver. However, CDE staff believes that the bargaining units were participants in the development of the waiver, given the correspondence and the discussion between the two parties over time. Now, before we get into the specifics of the waiver request, we wanted to provide you just a very high-level overview of the surplus property process here in California, which the districts have to go through at the local level before we get these types of waivers. The first step is to identify a property. In this case, the property in question is known as a Hamilton Adult Center. Then there's a public engagement process that's specified in law through what's called a 7-11 committee. Now, the 7-11 is because it's a minimum of 7 members and a maximum of 11. The law also specifies that the membership of the committee must be representative of the community by assigning specific representation from different ethnic, age groups, and socioeconomic composition of the district, business community, store owners, managers, supervisors, teachers, landowners, administrators, parents, persons with expertise in environmental impact, legal contracts, and building codes. The committee is charged with looking at current and future facility needs, enrollment, and any other factors may impact the need to retain the property. The 7-11 committee is charged with holding public meetings and to establish a list prioritizing uses for any of the unused property, and then finally to submit a report with recommendations to the governing board. Once the governing board receives the recommendation from the 7-11 committee, then at a regularly scheduled public meeting, they can decide if they're going to accept the report and adopt the resolution to declare all or some of the properties surplus. In this particular case, the 7-11 committee began holding public meetings in October of 2017. They had a total of 6 public meetings through April 2018. The committee issued their final report on July 31st, and the district's governing board declared the property surplus on August 6, 2016. Next, we're going to walk you through some background and sequence of events, starting with the original waiver that was submitted back in August 2019. Then in November of 2019, due to some conflicting information regarding one of the bargaining unit's positions, the item was withdrawn by staff and moved to the January 2020 meeting. In December 17th of 2019, the district met with the bargaining units to discuss the waiver. On December 30th, 2019, the district requested to withdraw the waiver request from the January board meeting. Next, March 2nd, the district met with the bargaining unit representatives to further discuss the waiver. On August 17th, the district sent letters via email to all of the 4 bargaining units on their intent to refile the waiver request and to solicit feedback. They also indicate that they had additional conversations with 2 other bargaining units regarding the waiver. And then finally, on August 27th of this year, the district submitted the current waiver request. Through our review, we confirmed that 3 of the 4 bargaining units opposed the waiver. The following reasons for opposition were stated: that the district has been less than transparent, a refusal by the district to be inclusive in the process, poor planning and execution of plans by the district, mischaracterization of the position, and lack of community support, including the sports program. We received a letter on October 28th from CSEA urging the board to deny the waiver request. The main concerns raised in the letter were as follows: that the educational needs of the pupils are not adequately addressed, that the pupil or school personnel protections are jeopardized. They also mentioned that planned staff reductions of 10 instructional aides, and that the exclusive representatives of the employees were not a participant in the development of the waiver. We received 2 letters from the school district, one dated November 2nd, which stated the following: that the district recognized the importance of the Hamilton Adult Center program and that they were fully committed to maintaining the programs in the district, that the reductions in adult education funding and the inability to offset the loss were the reasons for staff reductions, and that the reductions were unrelated to the waiver request. The adult education staff reductions were approved at the September 8th, 2020 board meeting, and that the district worked with their local bargaining unit and agreed on a memorandum of understanding specific to the effects of the reductions. On November 3rd, the district submitted another letter stating that the district will be rescinding the layoffs of the adult education classified employees, that the district intends to employ the staff in positions at school sites for distance learning, and if the district is unable to find new positions for the affected classified employees through December, that the district will consider revisiting staff reductions at that time. Once again, the district is requesting to waive the sealed bid and highest bidder process to lease surplus property. CDE staff recommends approval of this waiver request with the conditions that I mentioned earlier, as CDE believes that the bargaining units were afforded an adequate level of involvement through the correspondence and discussion between the 2 parties over time. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to call on Member Rucker for some comments in a moment, but first, if we have the public comment slide up, it looks like we do. Great. We're going to open up the phone line for the public comment queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may do so by calling the number on the slide and entering the access code. And then while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, Member Rucker, I turn to you for initial comments.
Sure. Well, first of all, I do want to thank the staff in the department and the state board staff who have worked very diligently on this waiver. As you can see, the development for this waiver for presentation and consideration by the board, it's been a long and winding pathway in the timeline that you can see over the course of a year. This is an example of something that typically comes to the board and we're familiar with. In the run-up to the approval of the local control funding formula, we heard from busloads of parents who came to the state board to plead with the board to create metrics and criteria and guidance for districts on what the stakeholder engagement process looks like and what it means to honor and take the time to listen to community stakeholder input in meaningful ways. And so it's important for the purposes of understanding what we're actually asked to approve in this waiver to separate a number of things. This waiver is simply a request by an LEA to simplify the process for them to lease this property that they have declared surplus. What has arisen in the waiver that is completely unrelated to approving the request that they are making is the manner in which the development and the stakeholder engagement process related to this waiver unfolded. It is material to the stakeholders in this community that in making their request and giving their input for this waiver, that they see connecting approving the waiver in some way, tacitly approving the behavior of the district, and that's not what we're doing. But having said that, it is important to state that this exemplifies very poor leadership on the part of the district and how they chose to handle the stakeholder engagement process. It's not good and it's not adequate when you present a waiver to stakeholders and say, we really don't need your input or we really don't need your approval because we're going to get the waiver anyway. It's not adequate input to hold a meeting about the waiver and not have the waiver paperwork available for the participants to see during the course of the meeting. That said, that is not material to be considering whether or not we're actually going to approve, simplifying the process for the district to approve the waiver. So when it is time, after we hear the comments from stakeholders who are going to explain to you their frustration with the district on how they felt not included and disregarded in the stakeholder process to develop this waiver, I am going to recommend approval of the waiver. But further, I think we need to pay attention to, and Dr. Darling-Hammond and Board Member Patil Bronson, you have worked with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. We approve standards for administrators concerning criteria for them to receive their certification. One of the most important elements of that criteria is that they understand their role as a leader in working with and supporting the inclusion of stakeholders. From the complaints that you're going to hear from these stakeholders, that did not occur here. And this is not unique. It's not an isolated incident. This is in many areas, it's the norm, not an exception. I recall sitting at a different meeting concerning student engagement and school improvement. And when the superintendent was asked point blank, well, what has your conversation been with the stakeholders? He says he's not doing that yet. So we have a lot of work to do in the area of continuous improvement to also continue to improve what our leaders are doing to support stakeholder engagement and create norms that don't lead us to being confronted with matters like this. But again, the issue about how the district conducted itself is separate from the issue of approving the waiver itself. So I would ask my colleagues on the board to listen carefully and with great concern to what you're going to hear from the stakeholders, but at the same time, I am going to recommend when it is time for us to look at the waiver that we do approve the waiver for the sole purpose of allowing the district to simplify its process to approve a lease and to surplus the property. I hope all that makes sense.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we do have a number of people lined up for public comment. I do want to acknowledge that Kim is back with us on the phone, and we'll go on to public comment.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jean Alvalar. I'm actually the president of the softball league that is at this location. Can you hear me? Because I'm not sure if you can.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, and I can appreciate what was explained before, that we do agree that it wasn't adequately transparent to us what was going on. We don't feel like we were ever included in this decision-making process. Things tended to just move along without things being considered by our community. This place has been here for 40 years, and it's just unfortunate that it's gotten to this point. I can appreciate that this is a waiver, it's material to you, but I think it goes a long way just to be on the record as a part of this community that what she said was true. It's very heartfelt, and we very much feel slighted by the school district the way they did this.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Thurman, SBE members. My name is Kathy Kelly, and I'm the president of CSEA Torrance Chapter 845. I've been a member of the Torrance community for the past 38 years. We are opposed to waiver requests from Torrance Unified. The district has refused not only to include us in the development of the waiver and address our concerns, but has avoided providing us information, which continues today. The district doesn't have any clear concise plan as where our programs will be placed. Additionally, it's been a case in recent layoffs with adult ed. The district refused to comply with our information request until September 17th after the board had approved the layoffs on September 8th, nearly a month after our first request. The district misled us to the board to think that the coming up on September 21st. Our recent experience with the district does not promote confidence that our staff, students, and community members will be protected if the State Board of Education approves this waiver. We respectfully request that you deny the waiver at this time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
My name is Dr. Linda Scott, and I'm calling for item 10.
This is not item 10. Please call back later. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you for this time. I am Dr. Keith Butler, Chief Business Officer for the Torrance Unified School District since July of this year. Our adult education program has lost significant funding this year from both state and federal sources. As a result, we conducted multiple negotiation sessions with our local CSEA 845, resulting in an agreement September 22nd regarding the impacts and effects of these adult education layoffs. To hear these layoffs as somehow being tied now to the waiver application is completely incorrect. To make the point clear, we agreed this week to rescind those layoffs, and I am working with Human Resources to find long-term positions for those employees if possible. While this action does hurt our general fund in the present, I know that the waiver is very important to the fiscal health of our district for the long term. I hope this board recognizes that we have been transparent about this process since it began, and that this waiver request is truly in the best interest of all parties. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
My name is Kay Peterson, and I am the Vice President of CSEA Torrance Chapter 19. We are opposed to the waiver request from Torrance Unified. We are deeply concerned with the lack of transparency and the inclusion in the development of the waiver. At no point in time has the district included us in any meaningful way in the development of the waiver or satisfactorily addressed our concerns regarding the impact of the waiver that would have upon students and staff. Our members are fearful that the approval of the waiver will result in the elimination of the adult education program. They are concerned not only with their own job security, but with these programs that will be taken away from the community where many of our members and their children have benefited directly from these programs. We respectfully request that you deny the waiver. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members, superintendent, and support staff. I'm Dr. Tim Stowe, TUSD Interim Superintendent. Since 1975, I've been fully invested in the Torrance Unified School District as a student, a teacher, a parent, a principal, and other administrative roles. I live and breathe what is best for our students, our staff, and our community. I've been involved in the potential lease of the Hamilton property since our board formed a 7-Eleven committee, and have been responsible for the outreach to keep the community informed and engaged for more than 3 years. What you see before you in the waiver application meets all CDE requirements, including significant consultation with our labor partners. I respect our labor partners, but I respectfully disagree with any contention that this has been a closed process. What I do know is that a negotiated lease will provide the absolute best possible terms to benefit our students, our labor partners, and our community. Thus, I respectfully request approval of our waiver request. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Superintendent Thurman, and SBE members. My name is Robert DeWitz, and I represent the classified employees in Torrance Chapters 19 and 845. We are opposed to the waiver request from Torrance Unified. This waiver impacts adult education programs, the special education transition program, and the ball field heavily used by the community. The district has continued to refuse including us in the development of the waiver. Despite continued promises to provide us a copy of the draft waiver spanning nearly a year, the district only provided us with a copy they intended to submit less than 5 business days to submission. The district continues to mischaracterize its meetings with us, which have been cursory and superficial. To date, the district has offered no substantial assessment or response of its capacity to protect these vital programs and services, instead communicating that while the approval of the waiver may permit it, they have no obligation to do so. We implore you to make the district's blatant lack of respect and disregard for our involvement a primary consideration in your determination. We respectfully request that you deny the waiver. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Alan Glassband, and I represent the community of North Torrance in general. I was a board member at the Little League when this began, and like many other people, including somebody from your own board, mentioned the school district handled this in a really poor fashion. Lack of transparency has always been the problem. Unlike what the Superintendent Stowe mentioned, they did not include us in any of the conversations other than duly noted, and we'll march on with our own opinion of what has to happen in your community. There's a high special needs group that will not be able to go anywhere else. There are elderly people who can't take classes, and they started cutting them a few years ago in preparation to try to sell this property. They actually falsified information on your own application when they said that there was no objection from the 7-Eleven committee. There were actually 2 nay votes with objections because of community opposition, and those were not included on your application.
Time.
There are other instances. I only have 1 minute.
Thank you, caller.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Juba, and I am a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA is extremely concerned with the waiver request from Torrance Unified. Past waivers of this sort have been for properties that are empty lots or empty buildings. We are hard-pressed to understand how a building that houses a significant number of programs with no plan for relocation can be deemed surplus. CTA supports our local association's opposition to this waiver request, as well as the opposition from our labor partners at CSEA. CTA recommends the State Board reject the waiver and ask Torrance Unified School District to conduct authentic stakeholder engagement with community stakeholders, and specifically with the bargaining units in good faith. Most importantly, Torrance Unified must ensure that the best interests of the students served in these programs are met by protecting these programs currently housed at the site in question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Georgia Fries. I am waiting for general public comment.
This is not general public comment. Please call back later.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Thurman, my name is Dolores Duran Flores, and I represent the California School Employees Association, and we oppose this waiver. We urge you to deny it because the district failed to meet 3 criteria set forth in the reasons for denial. First, the educational needs of the students are not adequately addressed. In fact, nobody knows what will happen to the programs and the students because the district hasn't told us. Secondly, school personnel protections are just size. The district approved laying off 10 of our instructional aides at this site. Only after Superintendent Thurman inquired about the layoffs did the district rescind 9, and only until possibly December. While we appreciate the superintendent's help, the district failed to meet this requirement. And finally, the union was not a participant in the development of the waiver. The district had 2 waiver meetings but didn't provide a copy of the waiver.
You can't involve us in the development of the waiver when you don't even have a copy of it. The district failed to meet this requirement. For these reasons, we urge you to deny this waiver.
This concludes public comment.
Perfect. Thank you very much. At this point, we want to open up for board discussion. Board members, please, raise your hands in the participant list if you have a comment or a question. Give it a little wait time. All right. So seeing no questions or comments, I wonder if someone would like to make a motion.
I would like to ask the staff to put the slide with the staff recommendation on the screen again, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see on this recommendation, there are basically 4 parts to this recommendation. First of all, the department does recommend approving the waiver. The approval of the waiver is approving, simplifying the process for the district to be able to lease and simplifying the bidding process so that they can have other factors that they can consider in approving a lease of the property, in addition to other criteria other than the highest bid as the consideration. That's the first part of what is being recommended in the waiver. And that is the only thing that is material to the waiver itself as it relates to the sections of the Ed Code statute. Leave it on that section, leave it on that slide, please. As it relates to the Ed Code sections that the district is seeking. But based on the comments that you heard from the stakeholders and a lot of the work that has been done by department staff, by state board staff, and as you also heard from the superintendent's office, we are recommending these additional conditions as part of the approval of the waiver. The first recommendation requires a public hearing. The first recommendation that requires that the governing board determines what's the most desirable way where the proposal can be received and the reasons for that determination, and include that in the minutes. The second recommendation is that prior to entering into negotiations, that the governing board hold a public hearing with the members of the public, including labor organizations, to discuss the issues about the relocation of the programs that are currently operating at the property. The most important concern you heard from the stakeholders is that they do not believe the district has actually exercised its due diligence to protect the students or the programs that are involved and figure out a way to maintain the integrity and the continuation of those programs. And second, and finally, this is a waiver that only applies to the lease of the property. If the district decides to sell the property, they will need to go through this process again, and they will need to consider if they're going to provide another waiver request. The department staff believes, particularly with the inclusion of the requirement for a meaningful stakeholder engagement process in a public hearing, and the fact that we have made clear and put sunshine on what the concerns are that the community has and the way that the district has conducted the process to get to the waiver at this point. While it hasn't solved the conflict or the norms or the culture of stakeholder engagement in the district, it has raised the level of expectation from the department and the board to the district about what should be done going forward to try to calm down some of the concerns that have been raised. So because of these 3 conditions, and we do feel that these conditions do attempt to try to carve out some way of creating some ways for the stakeholders to mediate their concerns and at the same time raise some accountability for the district in the ways that they work with their relationship with their stakeholders on this particular project. We think that this waiver should be, I do recommend approval of the waiver for the lease of the property with these conditions in place. That's my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing no hands, we'll ask Brooks to do a roll call vote.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond.
Aye.
Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Aye.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Sun.
Aye.
It's approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Juan, for that clear presentation. We appreciate it. We're now up to agenda item 9, which is the last one. Well, I'm not sure if it's the last one for today, but it is our next one. I'm going to hand the gavel to Vice President Strauss for this item because I have to step out for another meeting short.
Okay. So we are now going to hear item 9, which is a retroactive request for funding for 3 non-classroom-based charter schools. This item will be presented by Stephanie Farland from CDE. So Stephanie, would you please begin?
Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss, board members, Chief Deputy Gregson. We are here today to present items 9 and 10, both on funding determinations. I'm going to hand it over to McKenna Huey, who is the manager in our division that is the expert on funding determinations and conducts all the reviews, to go over the first item, item 9, and then we'll both be around for questions.
All right. Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is McKenna Huey, representing the Charter Schools Division, and I will be presenting item 9 of today's meeting agenda. So prior to jumping into item 9, just a brief update on funding determinations. So for the next 2 fiscal years, the CDE anticipates that the State Board will hear fewer funding determination items as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 820, which modifies the request process for existing non-classroom-based charter schools for fiscal years 2020 to 21 and 2021 to 2022. So additional information regarding this bill and its implications on the funding determination process will be provided in item 13 of tomorrow's meeting agenda. So getting back to item 9, this item consists of retroactive requests for determination of funding for 3 renewing non-classroom-based charter schools: Horizon Charter, Guajome Learning Center, and Loma Vista Charter. So the CDE uses the term retroactive to refer to determination of funding requests submitted after the regulatory deadline. For existing non-classroom-based charter schools, this deadline is February 1 of the fiscal year prior to the year the school's current funding determination expires. All schools presented in this item fail to submit their funding determination request for renewal by the February 1 deadline. As such, they will require to obtain a waiver permitting them to submit the request after the deadline. And waivers were submitted for all schools and were approved by the State Board at its July 2020 meeting. So upon the State Board's approval of the waivers, the CDE reviewed each school's request for a determination of funding. In order to receive 100% funding for its non-classroom-based instruction, charter schools are required to meet specific criteria, which are detailed on this slide and are as follows: spend at least 40% of its public revenues on instructional certificated salaries and benefits, spend at least 80% of its total revenues on instruction and instruction-related services, and maintain a pupil-to-teacher ratio that does not exceed 25:1, or an equivalent pupil-to-teacher ratio of the largest unified school district in the county or counties in which the charter school operates. So based upon CDE staff's review, Horizon Charter and Loma Vista Charter meet the criteria for a 100% determination of funding. Guajome Learning Center does not meet the criteria to be eligible for a 100% funding, as it did not spend at least 80% of its instruction and instruction-related services. Rather, this school qualifies for an 85% funding level, which is the level of funding that the school did end up requesting. So each school's exact spending percentages and pupil-teacher ratio information is provided in attachment 1 of this item, and detailed information regarding each school's respective revenues and expenditures can be found in their funding determination forms, which are provided as attachments 2 through 4 of item 1 of the October ACCS meeting agenda, which is linked in this item. So for an existing non-classroom-based charter school, regulations state that an approved funding determination shall be for a minimum period of 2 years and a maximum period of 5 years. Unless a shorter period is requested by the school, it is the CDE's current practice to propose a funding determination period of 3 years for charter schools that are seeking renewal of their funding determination for the first time, and a period of 4 years for schools that have gone through this renewal process 1 or more times. So all schools in this item have gone through the renewal process more than 1 time. Their funding determination periods have been recommended accordingly, with the exception of Guajome Learning Center, which requested a funding determination period of 2 years. So at the October ACCS meeting, it was requested that the CDE share the school budgets used to complete the funding determination forms. The CDE would like to make it clear that the budget is not required to be submitted, as budget information is not used to complete the funding determination form for renewing or existing charter schools. Rather, these schools use audited financial data. So upon the receipt of a complete funding determination form, CDE staff compare the information submitted in the form to the school's actual audit, and those audits are housed in the School Fiscal Services Division of the department. So also at the October ACCS meeting, concerns regarding each of these schools' funding determinations requests were brought up. The ACS's concerns primarily focused on the school's high level of reserves, expenses paid to other agencies, and the terms of the school's board members. So the CDE notes that maintaining high reserves are not typically a cause for concern or a reason for the CDE to grant a lesser amount or deny a funding determination request. Pursuant to regulations, if a charter school meets the 40/80 spending criteria and the pupil-teacher ratio requirements, the ACCS shall recommend that the state board approve the request at 100% unless there is a reasonable basis to recommend otherwise. So after the October ACCS meeting, CDE staff did reach out to all the schools for clarification on the specific points of concern that were raised by the commissioners, and all schools were responsive to the CDE's request for more information. Horizon Charter cited as reasons for their high reserves as being in the process of restructuring its budget and updating its multi-year projection for the first interim report. The school also stated that they are setting aside funding to open a resource center in its authorizer's district. And regarding its expense to Right Angle Productions, which was something that was also brought up by the ACCS, Horizon Charter provided documentation to support that its contract with Right Angle Productions was for advertising, partnerships, social media marketing, and so on and so forth. Guajome Learning Center, they cited multiple reasons for their high reserves, including they are saving for new facilities. They also plan to use that money to maintain full operations and continue providing all of their services to students while being funded at 85% for the next 2 years. They're also saving for additional uncertainties due to the COVID pandemic. And regarding this charter school's board members and their expired terms, the school did provide an updated list of their board members with current terms to the CDE. And then the last charter school, Loma Vista Charter, their authorizer provided information to us and cited reasons for their high reserves as being that the authorizers are charging the school a little bit less for support services provided. The authorizer has stated, though, that it will charge the school more in order to spend down the school's reserves if it continues to be deemed an issue. So upon the completion of these three funding determination requests review, the CDE finds that all requests are reasonable and adequately supported and recommends that the State Board approve the determination of funding requests for Horizon Charter and Loma Vista Charter at 100% for 4 years, and the determination of funding request for Guajome Learning Center at 85% for 2 years, as requested by the charter school. And at its October meeting, the ACCS moved to approve CDE staff's recommendation, and that motion passed by a vote of 8-1. Thank you for your consideration of this item, and I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions the board may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for the follow-up on the questions that were raised at ACCS. Would we put up the slide for public comment? Members of the public can comment on this item by calling 712-432-0075 and entering the access code 651905#. So while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I first want to ask members Burr and Sun, or our liaisons to ACCS, if they have any initial comments. Then I'll ask board members if they want to ask one clarifying question or make a comment before we go to public comment. Then we'll go to board discussion. So raise your hand in the Zoom panel if you have a clarifying question, and I'll move to member Burr and Sun for some initial comments.
I'm going to defer to Ting because she attended the ACCS. I was not able to attend.
Yeah, I just wanted also to thank the staff for following up on the questions from the ACCS meeting and from the commissioners there. These funding requests have come under more and more scrutiny, as we have seen over the last few months here. And I would just kind of emphasize that these are funding determinations go through real thorough scrutiny by the CDE staff, having had a school that has gone through this process, and that they are following the regulations that have been established for the review of these determinations. I do think that these regulations are 20 plus years old, and that I think we might want to relook at those regs, and I'm hoping that we get an opportunity to be able to review funding determinations and the process in the future.
Thank you, Member Sun. So do we have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? I don't see any hands up. Do we have any public comment available?
Yes,
from staff? Go ahead.
We do have public commenters. Good afternoon, callers. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Dr. Linda Scott. I'm affiliated with W.E.B. Du Bois Public Charter School that is also up for waiver.
Excuse me.
There's a delay between the computer and the
Caller,
phone. So
that is the next item. Please call back then.
Okay.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Humphrey, and I'm the superintendent of Guajome Schools. I oversee the Guajome Learning Centers, which is a small independent study learning program that serves about 100 students in Vista, California. We provide support to families who are looking for a blended learning model for their students. Many of our high school students utilize our program for credit recovery purposes. The Guajome Learning Centers facility is currently located in one of our lobbies of Guajome Park Academy. We are in the process of looking for a facility to better meet the needs of our students, a facility that will help us provide more one-on-one support and intervention for our students. We apologize for missing the non-classroom-based funding determination deadline, and we have installed protocols to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We hope that we can get past this bump in the road and continue to meet the needs of some of our most vulnerable students within our community, and we appreciate your support in doing so. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Pratt. I am is this public comment? General public comment?
No.
Okay. Please.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
SBE members, Sheila Whitley, classroom teacher speaking for California Teachers Association. CTA would like to express our continued concerns with the funding determinations of non-classroom-based charters. In our letter, we called out a variety of issues, but I would like to discuss the following. They each have very large reserves ranging from 41% to 159%. These funds should be spent on the classroom for the benefit of students. Horizon Charter has sizable expenses of more than $549,000 going to a closed NCB that is run by their own administrator and a public relations contract of more than $445,000. At Guaynomi Learning Center, there appears to be a conflict of interest between GLC and Guaynomi Park Academy, with overlapping board members, staff, and GLC sending 18% of their budget to GPA. CTA questions the need for 100% funding determinations for the NCBs, given the lack of transparency and sizable reserves they each have. Additionally, CTA believes that CDE must also share the NCB budgets submitted with the determination of funding request forms to help ensure that another eight.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We'll open up for board discussion now. So board members, please remember to raise your hand in the participant panel of Zoom if you have a question or a comment. Are there any comments from board members? Let's see. Member Navo.
I think Patricia Rucker, board member Rucker, you had your hand up before me, so feel free.
Okay. Member Rucker.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, this is not the first time in the conversation for a board item on funding determinations that I have heard from board member Sun that there is a need to revisit the regulations and our criteria because they seem to be out of date. I would just like to comment on this item. When are we going to do that, and what exactly is the step that needs to be taken? Because there is merit to the concerns that are being raised here about these funding determinations, especially in a year when we know that there are serious budget concerns for all LEAs, not just charters. And so I'm not sure what is the need for 100% funding determination for a school that has a 159% reserve, yet the regulations provide the flexibility to approve something like that. So I do have some concerns about what we need to do and what steps need to be taken for us to actually, either as a board action, to have a public conversation as an agenda item, or to do the work with staff, update and review, update and revise this criteria before we have another set of funding determinations that look questionable like these do, to me.
Hi. Thank you, Member Rucker. Member Navo?
Actually, board member Rucker, that was exactly the question I was going to ask. It wasn't the first time that I've heard the concern around coming back to revisit these regulations that are 20 plus years old. So I wanted to just put a stamp on the reality that we do need to have that conversation. And I think that even though the reserves are not, they're not part of the non-funding determinations in the sense that they're not part of the decision making for that, they do create questions, and questions that are probably justified when you get with the charters and you have them explain. But I would just say that if we were looking at these and they were local school districts with that large of reserves, it would generate questions as well.
Thank you. Member Burr?
Just a couple comments. Some of the answer about redoing the funding regulations for non-classroom-based schools will be discussed tomorrow when we talk about the major changes that have been made to the charter school law. There will be a moratorium on non-classroom-based schools for a period of time. And so I think, and presumably to examine their relevance, their appropriateness, their success with students, And so a decision will be made about whether or not to continue with that modality under charter schools. So, and I will just say, related to the change in legislation, we will have lots of work to do around charters and all kinds of regulations around charters. So I just put that in the parking lot. We'll hear a lot more about that tomorrow. But in the meantime, we do have very specific criteria, and I really want to commend the department on how on the presentation that was made about how they come to these decisions. You can tell from our advisory committee on charter schools that there was a compelling recommendations. They're acting on them based on the department's best advice. So some of these other questions that come up really are not relevant to the decisions that are being made about funding determination. So I would just like to suggest that we move forward with this, and I'd be happy to make a recommendation to adopt the department's recommendation, make a motion to adopt the department's recommendation.
Do we have a second? Member Sun, are you seconding it?
Yes.
Okay. Our executive director, Brooke Allen, now will take a roll call vote.
Member Burr.
Aye.
President Darling Hammond. Member Fatah.
Aye.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Aye.
Member Patil Brownson. Member Rodriguez.
Nay.
Was that a nay or a yay? I apologize.
It was a nay. No.
Thank you. Member Rucker.
No.
Member Strauss. Vice President.
Yes. Yes.
Member Sun.
Yes.
So that passes with a vote of 7-2.
Thank you. So now we're going to move to agenda item 10, which is a retroactive request for funding with mitigating circumstances for one non-classroom-based charter school. And so this item will be presented by Stephanie Farland from CDE. Stephanie, and just this is actually specified in attachment 1, just so everyone's aware. Stephanie, please begin.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. I'm going to hand it over again to McKenna Huey.
Hello again. Again, I'm McKenna Huey, and I'm representing the Charter Schools Division, and I will also be presenting this item to you. So item 10 consists of a retroactive request for a determination of funding with mitigating circumstances for W.E.B. Du Bois Public Charter. So as explained in the last item, retroactive requests refer to determination of funding requests submitted after the regulatory deadline. So this charter school failed to submit its funding determination request by February 1st, and they were required to obtain a waiver from the state board, which was approved at its July 2020 meeting. So once the school obtained an approved waiver, the CDE reviewed the school's funding request and found that it does not meet the criteria for 100% funding. The criteria for full funding is detailed on this slide. The school's exact spending percentages and pupil-teacher ratio information can be found in attachment 1 of this item. And detailed information regarding the school's revenues and expenditures can be found in its funding determination form, which is provided as attachment 2 of item 2 on the October ACCS meeting agenda. So when the criteria for full funding are not met, regulations permit the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools to find a reasonable basis, also referred to as a mitigating circumstance, by which to make a recommendation other than one that results from the expenditure criteria to the state board. So if a charter school does not meet the designated spending criteria, it can submit mitigating circumstances for consideration. And these circumstances may include documented data regarding individual circumstances of the charter school and or one-time expenses or unique or exceptional expenses. And without a reason for mitigating circumstances, a charter school's funding rate may be reduced from 100% to 85 or 70% or may be denied at 0%. So WEB Du Bois Public Charter did not meet the criteria for full funding. They submitted mitigating circumstances for consideration and cited as their mitigating circumstance the need to expend a considerable amount of revenues on facilities, as well as a decrease in their non-classroom-based ADA caused by campus closures resulting from the Anderson versus Shasta court decision. So in order to comply with the Anderson court decision, the school closed 2 of its 3 campuses, and the school was able to end one lease for one of its closed campuses, but was still obligated to the lease for its other campus through 2020 to 21. And additional details regarding their request and their reason of mitigating circumstances is provided in this item. So as I also previously stated, for an existing non-classroom-based charter school, regulations state that an approved funding determination shall be for a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 5 years. Although typically the CDE recommends a period of 3 to 4 years for a renewing charter school, when considering requests for mitigating circumstances, the CDE generally proposes a funding determination period of 2 fiscal years, and this permits the CDE to timely revisit a school's funding and ensure that the school is meeting the spending requirements outlined in regulations. So at the October ACCS meeting, concerns regarding WEB Du Bois Public Charter's funding determination request were brought up and are detailed on this slide. The school provided the CDE with additional information to clarify the concerns discussed at the ACCS meeting. So regarding the leases, the school clarified that it is still using the facility of one of the campuses that they previously closed, and this facility is being used for back office services as well as for professional development for staff. The school wanted to make it very clear that they are not paying for a facility that they are not using. And then regarding the cost of renting their facilities, the school stated that the amount that they pay in rent has been the same since 2006. And they have also provided their authorizer with comparisons for other facilities in the area, justifying the amount that they pay in rent. The school also clarified that AGAPE is a community-based organization, not a charter management organization. And AGAPE acts as a parent organization over the 2 charters that they operate under a nonprofit status, WEB Du Bois being one of them. And all board members are volunteers and they do not get paid. So the CDE has determined that the information submitted by WEB Du Bois Public Charter supports its claim for mitigating circumstances. Therefore, the CDE recommends that the state board approve the school's request for consideration of mitigating circumstances and approve the determination of funding request for 100% for a time period of 2 years, as outlined in Attachment 1. And at its October meeting, the ACCS moved to approve the CDE's recommendation, and that motion passed by a vote of 8-1. So thank you again for your consideration of this item, and again, I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions.
So thank you for the presentation and for the follow-up to the questions at ACCS. We're going to put up the slide for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling area code 712-432-0075 and enter the access code 651-905#. So while we're waiting for the members of the public to call in, I'll ask Member Sun if you have any initial comments, and then I'll ask board members if you want to ask one clarifying question or a comment before we go to public comment. After that, we'll come back for board discussion.
No specific items on this, no specific comments on this item other than to thank CDE staff again for their follow-up.
So, Member Byrne, did you want to make a comment?
No specific comments. Thank you.
Member Navo, your hand is still up. I'm just checking.
I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay.
You're good.
Member Glover Woods.
I just had a clarifying question, and this goes back to the slide around the questions and concerns. My question is the Agape Ellis LLC, are the school board members from WEB Du Bois also members of that LLC? That's my first question. And my second question to that is the Agape Ellis LLC the organization that owns any of the buildings that the charter is leasing?
So that is correct. The board members of the charter school are the same as the board members on Agape. I believe Agape owns the facility and they partner with Ellis for that. So there's like a joint partnership there.
Do you want to, while we go for public comment, do you want to go back at your notes and take a look at that if you have it?
Yes, I will definitely do that.
Okay. So let's go to public comment and then we'll come back and clarify Member Glover-Wood's questions and any other discussion from board members.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
SBE members, my name is Sheila Whitley, and I'm a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. In our letters for item 9 and 10, we called out a variety of issues, but I would like to reiterate the following. W.E.B. Du Bois Public Charter is requesting mitigating circumstances due to having a move from 3 sites to 1 site after the Anderson case, but still having to pay for 2 sites. Per their funding determination form, Du Bois is paying $516,000 to Agape Ellis LLC. This group is described as Agape. The nonprofit has a partnership with the Ellis family for the purposes of partial ownership and the leasing of 2 facilities of our schools. The Agape directors have no personal stock or ownership. It is unclear if the lease that they cannot renegotiate is with this partnership or another entity. The 3 board members of Du Bois Charter are also board members for the Agape CMO. CTA does not believe that these mitigating circumstances are reasonable, and therefore W.E.B. Du Bois should not receive 100% funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
My name is Dr. Linda Scott. I am the CEO of W.E.B. Du Bois and Agape Schools, the nonprofit.
Did you want to make public comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's a delay between this, but thank you to the State Board today for allowing me to speak. I was on the call for the commission to clarify some of the questions that the union member had and was not allowed to, I was left on hold and was not allowed to provide public comment in regards to our school to clarify the question. And so today I wanted to say that Agape is not a CMO. Agape is the parent organization to W.B. Du Bois and Carter G. Woodson Public Charter Schools, which operate under its nonprofit. Our board members are all volunteers. And with that being said, Agape Ellis LLC does not have the same board as far as the lease.
Time. Okay. Caller, go ahead and respond to the question.
And so I wanted to clarify we're not a CMO. And so if the charter was affected, it would directly affect the nonprofit itself because they operate under the nonprofit. And then as far as the Agape Ellis LLC, they do not have the exact same board members. They're a limited liability corporation only formed for the purposes of when the school was built in 05, 06.
Caller, your time concludes now. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we have one more public comment.
Hello, this is Jonathan Frank. Is this general public comment?
This is still not general public comment.
Oh,
that
sorry. I thought it was comment. It's not public comment for item 10, right?
Yeah,
sorry.
This is item 10.
Okay.
Does that conclude the public comments?
That concludes the public comment.
Okay. So now we'll open up for board discussion. And I see Member Rucker, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Board Member Strauss. This item was confusing to me. I'm still not clear about the relationship between the two entities, but that's not what actually confuses me. What really confuses me is the lease of the property and where the relationship is there. If the property is owned by one of these two entities and the charter is leasing property they no longer use, why can't the entity that's overseeing this nonprofit charter just simply let them out of the lease, so that's not an expense or a contract or consideration for why they're currently seeking mitigation? So I'm confused about that, and probably my question is either based on a misunderstanding about that relationship or misinformation altogether. But to me, it seems somebody owns that property who has the authority to let them out of that lease, and the lease is a material expense for why they're seeking this mitigation. So I don't get why they just simply can't be allowed out of the lease by the entity that is managing them as a nonprofit organization. So I am confused about that.
Thank you, Member Rucker. I did know that CD staff was going to research on their notes. Do you have anything more, Stephanie, and your team to add?
Yeah, so we did do a deeper dive after the ACCS meeting into the kind of the lease concerns that were brought up at the ACCS meeting, and we did not find really anything that was super concerning that would cause us to change our recommendation. What we can do is we can continue to kind of get information from the school. Regulations does permit the State Board of Education to request additional documentation and then later go on and modify, the funding determination level as appropriate or as necessary. And in response to the question about the relationship between Agape and Ellis, I believe that is described in the funding determination form. I believe it might be on page 5. However, unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't say for certain, but board members might find some clarification on the actual funding determination form itself.
And also, this is Stephanie. So there is the option of the board not approving mitigating circumstances in which the school will then be funded at 85%. So that's an option.
Do we have any more comments from board members? I'm just looking for any more hands. I don't see any.
Board Member Strauss, I raised my hand again.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was the same from before. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, that's no problem. I've been trying to be diligent about lowering and raising my hand, so I understand why. I want to thank the staff, Stephanie, for responding to my question or inquiry about the relationship. Let me be emphatic when I make this next statement. I don't easily get confused about factual information. And so I'm going to repeat again, I am confused about the relationship between these two entities. So I would like to say what is provided to me is not clear or plain or transparent or apparent. I can't think of any other adjectives to give you, but I don't understand it.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments or clarifying questions from board members?
Vice President Strauss, can I say something? This is Stephanie.
Please.
I did just a second ago give the option of not approving mitigating circumstances, but you also can, if you want us to take an even deeper dive, we're happy to do that, and then we could bring this item back to the December ACCS and the January State Board. So it really, your call.
Any Member Sun?
So I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the staff's additional work in reviewing some and responding to the questions. Are we starting to move outside of our regulations for this process?
No, regulations do permit the State Board and the department to go back and ask for additional information in order to make a accurate recommendation for funding.
This is Judy Sias. I just want to. It won't hurt the school if we delay until January, correct?
That's correct. That would be the last meeting that we.
Yeah, so it won't harm them and delay them getting any apportionment or anything like that. Okay.
Say, Member Sung, are you done with your that comment, or do you want to say any more before I go to the next board member?
No, I don't need to say anymore.
Okay, Member Rodriguez.
I just also wanted clarification because I really don't feel comfortable with the information that we have now. So if it's not violating our rules, and we can, just get clarity, because I really also feel like Member Rucker, I don't have clarity on this. I'm hearing, a lot of disparate information.
Do I have a motion to continue or a motion to approve? Do I have some motion?
Member Strauss, this is Judy Sias again. We do not need a motion to to delay it, unless there is the desire to approve it and to make a motion. That's fine. But if the desire is to research and get further information, if there's a consensus to do that, then we're happy to come back again, like Stephanie described, and pull it from this and not take any action at this time.
So I've heard from 2 board members that they would like some clarification of additional information before taking action on our next board agenda. Let's see how I do this on Zoom. Do I have a Member Burr?
Yeah, I just would suggest that because there are questions that are unanswered and need clarity, that we do delay this until the December ACCS and the January board member meeting.
Thank you. Member Glover Woods, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, and I would agree it would be very helpful to bring it back. I want to clarify specifically what I would like to have more information regarding is the relationship between the LLC and the buildings that are leased that are causing the mitigating circumstances.
So I just want to support all these requests. I know, Stephanie, in the past, we've actually had a chart which showed who was related to who and who connected and who was in charge and who owned what. And I don't know if once you do the research, you'd be able to explain that to us, but I think there's enough concern on the board that we need more clarifying. So we'll ask you to follow up on the comments that the board members have asked and to bring it back to ACCS in December and in January for the state board meeting.
Yes, that's what we'll do.
Any more comments from board members or any more clarification you'd like Stephanie and her team to do before we end this item? Okay, then I think this ends that item. And thank you, CDE, for a really thoughtful and good presentation to us. And we'll look forward to hearing the next steps at our next meeting. So now we're going to go to item number 12. I hope we haven't lost our public commenter. This is general public comment for items that are not included on our printed agenda. So we're going to open up the phone line. So this is the number that you can't call, area code 712-432-0075. Enter the access code 651905#. And I now ask, are there any public comments? We encourage you to state your name and affiliation for the record. And remember to turn down the volume on your computer if you're following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute. So do we have any public comment?
We do. Good afternoon, caller. This is general public comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now. The caller dropped.
Oh.
But wait, there are more.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good afternoon, caller. This is general public comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Hello. I called earlier. This is Dr. Linda Scott, and it hung up when I was trying to explain the affiliation between the LLC and the nonprofit.
Caller, this is
Trustee
general
West-
public comment. This is not the time. My apologies.
Okay, I just wanted.
Good afternoon, caller. This is general public comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Joseph Fratz. I am a freshman and a 9th grade class co-president from San Pedro Senior High School. I am calling in to support the recommendations made by the Student Advisory Board on Education. I participated in SAVE this weekend, and I am honored by the presentations made by my fellow colleagues and presenters in today's meeting. Student voice and utilizing student input in making decisions about our schools is most important to me. As an autistic student, I am part of a student population whose input is never sought when it comes to decisions that affect student exceptional needs like myself. Student voice, especially in student populations whose input is not sought or understood, is needed so that students can be heard and included in the decision making. We understand the concerns and needs of our communities. We must be able to voice our concerns, our needs, and our recommendations to make our schools better, to make our schools what we need them to be successful and reach their potential. Thank you.
Good afternoon, caller. This is general public comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. The LCFF Equity Coalition is concerned that the board's agenda omits an item discussing the department's proposed changes to the Local Control and Accountability Plan annual update template and instructions that were made by this year's education budget trailer bills. While the trailer bills changed your role in approving the template, making the executive director a consultant in the process, they did not change the role of the LCAP as an accountability tool for local district communities to participate in LCAP development in an informed way. The revisions are significant. They reflect new requirements of the local continuity plans for districts to address learning loss as a condition of receiving millions in state and federal dollars. We think this is a big deal and should not have been omitted from your discussion. We're very concerned that the revisions will not adequately provide LEAs with enough guidance. We urge you to ensure this goes to CPAG.
There is no further public comment.
So thank you. So before I announce the end of the meeting, I want to say that we're going to continue our meeting at 8:30 tomorrow morning with closed session to discuss the following legal matters: Martinez versus Newsom, today's Fresh Start versus Inglewood Unified School District, Los Angeles County Office of Education, California Department of Education, and the State Board of Education. We're anticipating that we will come back into public session between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. And so I hereby end today's meeting at 3:52 p.m. And we will see you all tomorrow morning, closed session at 8:30 and public session starting between 8:45 and 9 o'clock. And I want to thank staff for all the support, all the work to help us get to this point. So thank you all very much, and I will see you in the morning.